As at this moment, all of you had exited the space that the obelisk was in. And this is where we find you, about midday. What are you guys up to?
Is everyone okay with heading back now?
Yeah. I'm tired. I want to go back home.
I think so. Are we going to stop by the university on our way back?
I would say no.
I think we deserve a rest.
Okay.
I suppose the university isn't going anywhere.
To your knowledge.
Wow, God?
It actually grows chicken feet at,
It's a Howl's
Um,
Moving Castle type beat.
Baba Yaga, again.
Woo.
As soon as we get back to town, we're gonna get news that the university blew up.
Yeah, I'm fine with going back.
Alright. Let's do that then.
All right. Are you trying to head back the way you came? Or are you trying to beeline it through unknown terrain?
I feel like at this stage, better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
Roads?
I kind of don't want to be a horse the entire time. I'd prefer to get to the roads when we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can agree with roads.
Let's do roads.
Well, the question here is, are you trying to head back the way you came east? Or are you trying to go for like a northeastern path?
Oh,
I assume that you guys were going to head back to a road eventually.
gotcha. I think.
Yes, going northeast is shorter to a road, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be about 20 miles versus like 30 to 40-ish, depending on where we try to get back to the road.
Let's do that then.
Yeah, northeast.
Northeast? Okay. Then we'll be engaging in another skill challenge going through this terrain. Same thing as last time, trying to get as many successes as you can. The more successes you get, the quicker you will be able to travel over this landscape. Max is 12 for the actual like speed, so you can get back to the road as quickly as possible. Now, anything less than 12, and you're going to be tacking on some time here. So, who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. How are you trying to contribute?
I figured I would just, wait, hang on. Sorry. I think I might, like, use my mental to, like, try and navigate us back to the road quicker.
Okay. Very fair. Then make a mental check, and you can add
Can
your
I-
survivalist with this.
Perfect. Wow, that's really bad. Just one success.
Yeah. Not great. As you begin progressing along, the terrain that you're going into in this particular spot of the ceaseless is kind of pot-marked and cratered. Almost like at one point there was like a battle or something akin to it here. Not really sure what might have happened. You would also find that the undead in the area that you're heading into are a bit thicker. So you're moving into a place with some history. But one success.
May I do physical? Just trying to be the best horse I can be.
Sure, go for it.
Cool. Wild strength added to that.
Wild strength added to that. Yep.
Awesome. Two successes.
2, not bad, as you continue trying to make your way around this, strange wasteland of an area. With each step kind of trudging forward, you just see kind of this endless gray horizon out in all directions. But doing the best you can, Aoife, as a horse.
I would like to try to use my physical stat to remove obstacles that may be in the way, like large rocks, to sort of make it just a little bit easier for us to traverse instead of like going around or just like a more direct path using strength.
Sounds good. Then go for it.
Alrighty then. Let's go. 2.
2. Very nice. Then, as you are continuing onward with your physical strength, you're able to get the wagon over many different obstacles, but every now and then you have to rest, catch your breath, and at some points you can't just be throwing rocks around, as there are undead about trying to keep a lower profile. So there are hang-ups and snags along the way, but overall doing pretty good.
May I attempt to use mental, but specifically through the use of the Ascendant power? My goal is, and you can tell me if I've calculated this right, my goal is to give everybody just a smaller, boost of stamina, which, from just looking through the sheet, appears to be a DC of, I think, 5 successes.
So this is like generally using a power. We're making checks right now.
Okay, I was just checking to see if that would work. If not, then I'll use mental to try to find better paths. Maybe kind of scout out ahead and see if there's any potential pitfalls or anything.
So you can use the Ascendant power if you would like. It's just going to be in the form of a check, if you will.
I can do that. Yeah, that works.
So are you still trying to give these physical bonuses?
If that is allowed, then yes.
We'll see. You can make this at benefit 1. However, if you don't get more than 2 successes, nothing will come from this. Anything more than 2 successes, the successes will be added as normal. But this is a long, sustained usage of the Ascendant power.
And you said this counts as a mental check?
Yes.
Okay. 4 successes.
Very nice. In that case, what some of the rest of you would notice along this journey through this waste is that at times Neza, kind of reaching out her hands, begins to tap into the energy of this ring, of this place, and all of you feel a little less tired. Neza, for you, it's like there are butterflies in your stomach as you feel your, kind of weird symbol kind of pulsing with power, and your friends drive forward and ahead. You are, aiding them, giving them this additional strength that they need to move on. And with this, the travel across this particular part of the wastes is only going to take about 5 or 6 days for you guys before you make it outside of Pelion ruins, and you can see that the storm clouds over this area have indeed dissipated, but you are back on a road. I should ask, during this time of travel across the wastes, was there any conversations you guys would like to have or anything you tried to accomplish?
The thing you messaged me about having happened, has that already happened at this point?
It has.
Cool. Then I'll kind of one night, probably after it happens, just kind of pull Alon aside and say, hey, I actually have good news. Tira somehow found your, diagnostic tool.
She what?
Yeah, she didn't really say how, but she asked if you had lost a weird science thingy, and I said, yeah, and she said she had found it.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I will have to thank her profusely when I meet her.
Mm-hmm.
That is a weight off my shoulders. You don't even know.
Yeah. No,
Thank you
she's-
for the good news.
No problem. And then that's probably the only thing Aoife specifically had in mind, was just letting Alon know.
Okay. Anything else from you guys? Or are you just trudging along through these dreary, dull days?
I'm trudging, bro.
Trudging? Okay.
Yeah, trudging. I think even though I as a person ran out of steam for writing letters, Neza is still writing every night.
Okay. Very fair. In that case, then, as you are back on the road, are you following it back to Lord's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. No checks required here then, as you are just following the same path you always have. I should note, as you start making it back to the area around the Offrey pit and the mine, you find that there are more wagon tracks, a lot more wagon tracks leading there, and actually you find a wagon heading seemingly in that direction who kind of waves at you. Seems to be Boudica, by your opinion, a miner, seemingly of gnomish descent, wagon full of pickaxes. You can see there also seems to be like tents inside and general rations and other types of food. And waves. Oh there! You lost!
Just
Boudica-
heading back to Lord's.
Oh, well, it's that way. No one dead. So, way should be clear, at least from how we came.
Thanks.
And then Gnome's gonna start heading towards the pit. Are you guys orienting for Lords?
Yeah.
All right. As you start heading that way, then, you would finally, after now, many, many days, weeks and weeks having been away, eventually see the town of Lords on the horizon. You can see that the gates heading east are open. There appears to be, some more flowers in bloom this time of year, but overall, you see the rolling kind of violet grass that lies outside the city, and within the trees, familiar people, and home. You guys heading inside?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And as you return to Lords, what's the first thing you guys are doing as you enter in through the eastern gate?
I'm heading straight home.
Right?
I'm also heading straight home.
I think home's a good idea, yeah.
I will follow the group.
Okay. That case is you are heading straight home. Your arrival time would probably be towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon as you park the wagon outside a lawn. As you are getting your pack and things, you kind of look and you can see Diana in the window, and she's kind of jumping up and down at the sight of seeing you.
Yeah, I rush inside.
As you kind of open the door, rushing inside, she immediately kind of meets you in the threshold of the door and jumps on to your leg, just kind of like a vice grip. You're back!
Yeah.
You were gone a long time.
I know, a lot longer than I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Mama's growing potatoes now.
I heard. Let's go and check those out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And I start trying to walk into the backyard with her attached to me.
Gotcha. So you walk into the backyard. You can see that Aspasia is working on this little garden, which has grown since you last scried on her. It now contains probably no less than 50 or 60 square feet with all types of plants interweaving within each other. As she sees you, her eyes kind of light up. Darling, you're back.
Yeah.
She rushes over and gives you a big kiss.
I return it and just hold her tight.
She'll just hold you. Are you all right?
Yeah. Was gone for way longer than I should have been.
That's all right. I assumed, you going a long way. But I'm just glad you're safe.
I'm so glad to be back.
Here, we'll have a big dinner tonight. Tell me all about what you were up to.
Sounds like a plan.
And she's just gonna kind of take her time, hold you there, just enjoying your company. And as that is happening, what are the three of you doing who are not in the backyard?
After getting home, setting down, the big heavy adventure stuff, and making sure everyone's, alright, Neza will head out to Agnes's store real quick.
Okay. Then, as you're heading to Agnes's store, Boudica, what are you up to?
Boudica is kind of gonna plop down somewhere. If someone offers to make, like, refreshments or anything, she'll just ask for some chamomile, and then she's gonna take a couch nap.
Lovely.
Sitting down couch nap.
And Aspasia would probably handle that if she were to come in and see you there.
Mm-hmm.
And Aoife, what are you up to?
When Tira messaged me, did she give any kind of ETA on when she'd be getting here?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. I think Aoife's probably going to... I think they'll pace a little around the house and then decide to just go on a walk around town.
Okay, very fair. Any place you are wanting to frequent first?
I think out of habit they'll probably swing by Fraley's Park and then after that just kind of roaming.
Okay, you can swing by Rayleigh Park and there are a few people there just enjoying the nice weather. You start making your way around and Neza, you head into Agnes's shop, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha. Then, as you make your way there, you enter the shop, and as you walk in, you don't see Agnes. You don't see Bear, but you do see another woman kind of tending the inside of the shop, looking around. Kind of turns around and smiles. Hello there.
Hi.
Um,
Uh,
how can I help you today? I
I'm just
guess.
looking for Agnes. Do you know where she might be?
Oh, she just ran back to her apartment for a second.
Okay. It's nice to meet you. My name's Neza.
Oh, you're Naza. You're Aoife's friend.
Are you also Aoife's friend?
Yeah, I'm Tira. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too. Um, I think she's been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I don't know if you need to stay here at the store for a while, but I can show you to our house after you are free to leave.
Oh, yeah, just once Agnes gets back and we can head over there. It's been a long time since I've seen Aoife. How is she?
I think she's doing well.
That's good, you know? It's been a while since I've seen her.
So I heard.
Yeah.
She ended up telling us all that it was 709.
Yeah, I had to update everyone here on the year. A little bit of a shock.
Oh good, they've been updated.
Oh, yeah, no, they've been updated. Oh, wait, here. I got this. And she reaches into kind of a side pocket and pulls out Elon's, like, medical device that he had. And passes it over to you. Here you go.
Oh, where did you find this?
Oh,
Thank you.
we took it off the body of a hobgoblin when we stormed their little fortress.
When did that happen?
Like a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, we just killed them all. It was great. Well, not just me. I took my... See, I'm part of an adventuring party, and we were kind of operating out of Midwinter for a while, and, you know, when things started to get a little bit stale, we got Aoife's message, and we came here, and we noticed that there were a ton of hobgoblin problems, so we just decided to handle it.
Out of character, does it, like, did we know we were gone for weeks to that? Because I thought it might have been 2 weeks tops.
No, like, you've been gone for about 40-ish days.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
to your count. Yeah, you've been gone for a while.
Oh. That's a long time. Understood. Then Naze will just go, oh, thank you. That. Oh, thank you for the device. I'll make sure Alon gets it.
Yeah, one of my friends, Optimal, he was really impressed by this. You know, was looking it over. Incredible design. You know, we'll have to get the two of them together at some point. Oh, it's...
I'm sure he'd love that.
Oh, yeah. And at this point, the front of the shop opens and you can see Agnes kind of walks in. She kind of has this bright red and orange scarf around her neck with a basket of something. As she walks in, you can see her face kind of immediately like goes a little bit pale seeing you. Neza, hello?
Hey, I love that scarf. It looks really good on you.
You can see Tira smiles. I know it does. See, I told you it looked good. And you can see Agnes kind of like nods. Yes, Tira gave this to me.
I am here, and Naze will hand over, I suppose, 40 envelopes.
And, you know, Agnes will take them. What is this?
It's for you. I realized that I had a bit of an issue communicating. Um, and so I wrote a letter when we were gone. At some point, I ended up learning that it, the dates got a little messed up, but they should be ordered in numerical order, just maybe not with the correct date.
Oh,
You don't have to read them, but
yes, I thank you. And you can see Tira kind of smiles. Man, that must have taken a lot of dedication.
I just wanted to apologize again.
It's. There's nothing. I don't. Look, there's. You don't need to apologize to me. Really, it's. You can see Tira kind of locks her arms with yours, Neza. Come on, we should probably give her time to read over your letters. I kind of want to see Aoife.
Yeah, I'll show you to the house.
Awesome. And see you tonight, babe. And as you're walking by, she's going to kiss Agnes deeply on the lips. And you can see at this point, like as she pulls back, Neza, what's your reaction?
Keeping it cool,
Okay.
outwardly.
Make a spirit check.
Would love to. Two successes.
You keep that stoic outward appearance. And like in the same moment, like as Agnes is kind of in a little bit of shock, Tira kind of reaches out. Are these the muffins? Yes, they are. You can see Tira kind of takes it, like opens it up, gives a smell, and takes like this wonderful, like probably like maybe like kind of got some berries in there, like blueberry or raspberry muffin. She kind of takes a bite. Delicious as always. And she's just going to take the basket and head out with you. Is there anything you are doing while you are walking back to the house, Neza?
I think that. Sorry. I think that Neza is going to be pointing out the sites, like different places in Lords that she knows. And just like a mini tour, even though she knows Tira has been around.
Tira is completely attentive during this time, like nodding, asking you questions, like engaging in very active listening. And he kind of just smiles. Man, you really made yourself at home here in such a short time.
I could say the same for you.
Well, I've been here for a few weeks now, so, but really Lords embraces you if you let it.
It sure does.
Hey, I know that you and Agnes kind of had a complicated relationship, and I just want you to know, no hard feelings,
Of course not.
Yeah. And, besides, we're all in this whole thing together.
Absolutely. Say, have you heard about the conflict with Lords and the Church of the Devout?
Oh, yeah, Gregory was telling me all about that. It's okay, we'll stamp him out.
Good. I just wanted to make sure, you were, especially since you mentioned traveling around, I just wanted to make sure you were informed.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Did some research, caught a few cult members snooping about at one point. So,
Really?
oh yeah.
Where?
Oh, they were outside the town, maybe 3 or 4 miles. They had a little camp out there. I think they were kind of getting birds and things. It was weird. It's okay. Took care of them. No biggie. I mean, they're basically just random kind of evil people. So,
Of course.
you know, we
Shouldn't
dealt
be
with
too
a lot
big
of
an issue.
no, not at all. I mean, we dealt with a ton of cults on the Prime Ring, and you know, say you are you Kovarovian?
I am, yes.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
What gave it away?
Oh, just the everything about you.
I see. Where do you come from?
Oh, you know, here and there. I didn't really grow up in one place for a while. I guess I kind of say that I'm from Midwinter now. You know, that's where I kind of settled down. I think I was, you know, kind of born in Brayoa though. So, you know, not too far away, just throw across a river from you.
Nice. Well, it's it's good to know.
Yeah.
When you say they were catching birds, what do you mean?
They were like trapping them or like shooting them out of the sky. It was, you know, kind of weird. I think they were trying to intercept messages of people and things, so, you know.
Hmm. That's really weird.
Yeah, but, you know, that's kind of how cults operate. They're just weird.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's the way they go. But, you know, it just takes a lot of time and persistence, and, you know, these things get taken care of in time. Have you dealt with
Yeah.
many cults?
Oh, no, not personally.
And at
I'm
this
not.
point, Naza, you would pick up that Tira is an Aether Soul.
Great. Not personally. I'm not much of a fighter, but I'm really just here for research. Um, but I can say I think I've run into. I can't say I've run into actual cult members here, but I have come close to the prophet once that they were burning. That was a little unsettling.
Oh, yeah. You know, weird body on a stick, but hey, whatever floats their boat, I guess. And at this point, you arrive outside of the house.
I will show her in and excuse myself to the bathroom
Okay.
and proceed to sit there for about 25 minutes. Just breathing.
Gotcha. Then, in that case, Boudica, are you in the room? Oh, just sleeping. Gotcha.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. Hi, I'm Tira.
hello, I am.
Oh, you're
Boudica.
Battle Grandma.
Yes.
Oh, I've heard so many stories about you.
Yeah, oh, you must be Aoife's friend.
Oh, yeah.
You see, you've appeared to have startled me. I would have,
Oh.
you know, put myself a little bit more together to meet a friend, but I'm very tired. We just got back from a long journey.
No, yeah, totally. I mean, I heard that you guys were out. I don't know like, what exactly you guys were doing. I just heard that you guys were going out for a while.
Yeah.
Well, do you know
we
where
went out.
Aoife is?
I'm not sure where she went after I started dozing off.
Okay. Can I just wait here then until she gets back?
Oh yeah, of course you can. Can I get you anything?
Oh, no. I'm good for right now. You know, I'm just, you know, my stomach's a little upset right now, but you know, I'm
Oh,
good.
Can I get you some water or anything? You want to sit down?
Yeah, maybe just some water would be nice. Sure. Thank you.
Alright, I can get you some water then. Boudica will get up and she'll do like that old people thing where she goes, ugh! And then gets the water.
Gotcha. Then as you go and get the water, Aoife, when do you think you would be back?
Probably. I don't think Aoife's staying out super long. They're just kind of doing like a loop, like around the block, kind of like this, before heading back to the house.
Okay, then...
Probably just going like a bit briskly to burn off some energy.
Gotcha. Then, eventually, as Boudica returns with some water for Tira, you open the door, and as Tira kind of turns around, she sees you standing there. Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Could have left a note.
Yeah. I should have.
Made some cool friends.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I really didn't know it had been 3 years.
It's fine.
Great. So when did you get to town?
A few weeks ago. Came as quick as I could. Since I knew where you were.
Right. Thank you. I'm sorry we were out for so long before you got back. Before you got here.
It's alright. You know, it's... I waited for 3 years. Could wait a little bit longer.
So how's town been treating you? Have you been staying at Charmaine's the entire time?
Oh, no, we bought a house. We been fighting some hobgoblins, doing some quests, protecting the caravans, you know. Just some busy work while we were here, and we made enough money to buy a house, and we're living over there now, renovating the place. I think Optimal and Narcon are over there now, and they're fixing things up still, replacing the roof, refurbishing a bathroom, things like that.
Right.
This place is nice, though. He's like looking around, and it's still a little bit decrepit, but it's like a livable house.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We bought it here after we got the down payment after taking out a timber night. There's still a little fixing up we need to do, but we got things sorted. And Milan's got his cool doctor shed out back.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
So, what do we do now?
really know. I think it, I assume it's probably too late to do anything for Quinn, but you sound like I mean, if you are you planning on staying in Lords?
For
Since you've got a house and all?
for a bit, yeah. There's a free room for you.
Um, I think it might be good for me to stay here for now, but thank you.
We things can go back to how they were, like old times.
I I'm helping it, Elan and Nasa and Boudica right now. I'm happy to swing by your house and check things out. I like my friends. I do want to stay with them. I maybe we shouldn't do this here. Do you?
Where
We can.
I've waited for 3 years, Aoife. Look, I know it hasn't been 3 years for you, but it's been a long time for me. And you came to the very place that I was supposed to go.
I know. I was trying to help you. You were happy in midwinter. I thought if you were worried about Lords, so I thought I could take care of it for you.
And then you never came back. Is this because... It's because I didn't call you Marbles anymore?
No, it's not.
Look, I've been trying to figure this out for years. I woke up after, you almost died for me, and look, there's a lot has been happening, and I tried to put my life back together, and I thought you'd just run away, and then we dropped everything to come here because I still care. You're my best friend, Aoife. It was us at the beginning.
I mean, it was us at the beginning, but it wasn't at the end, was it?
I branched out and I found other friends. You've branched out and you've found other friends. But that doesn't mean that we had to completely separate.
I wasn't trying to completely separate. I just
You're right,
wanted
you
to
just
help and
ran away. Without even leaving a note.
you never finished teaching me to write.
Fair. You never really wanted to write.
I did. Nasa's been teaching me now. You gave up on me, and you held me to something I thought I didn't want years ago.
I can't do this right now. And she's going to turn and begin to leave.
I'm I'm sorry. I want what we had. I'm not going to completely uproot what I have here.
You can see Tira stops and kind of sighs. I get it. I guess we're kind of flipped now.
I guess so.
I'm sorry too. A lot of old emotions are coming back, and I just want to be your friend again, you know? Whatever that looks like.
I do too. Maybe, I. Do you want to show me around your new digs, maybe?
Maybe a little bit later. I actually should probably start heading back. I got a date with my girlfriend tonight.
Oh, you have a girlfriend now. That's nice.
Yeah, Agnes, who works down at the shop.
Agnes.
Yeah, I mean, she's smart and funny. I'm not sure if you've seen her or not. She's so pretty, and I saw her the first day. I walked up
You know
and...
what? Why don't you go ahead and go on your date? I don't want to keep you up.
Oh, okay. I'll see you later, Aoife.
See ya, Tira.
She's gonna head out now. And Boudica, do you think you would have been in range to hear some of this conversation?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like la da da. I'm gonna get this one. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I should stay over here. Oh.
I've been
Oh.
rewatching Friends recently, and do you guys know that scene where I think it's Ross and Rachel are arguing over something, and the other three or whatever get locked in the room in the one side room because some of them were waxing their plagues, and then they're just kind of stuck in there hearing the arguing because it's too late to walk out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think after the front door opens and closes, Naza will head out of the bathroom.
I think Aoife is just gonna kind of hit her head against the wall once, and then just kind of let out this agonized groan.
Boudica's gonna walk in. Well,
Naza will also walk in and begin making 5 cups of coffee.
Great.
Boudica's gonna just say, there is a word we used to use for people like Agnes back in my day, but I don't know if it's politically correct for me to say it.
That is...
You were just about to straight up slut shame Agnes. Agnes didn't even do anything wrong.
Yeah, come on.
I know, but
Tira.
I know,
No
but
offense.
I'm saying that because you're my buddies.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to make you feel better because it's an awkward situation.
Well, thank you. We can't slut shame Tira either. I mean, I started hitting on Agnes within days of meeting her.
Naza will hand a cup of coffee to Aoife, and to Boudica, and to Aspasia, and to Alon, and then she'll take the last one for herself.
I do not understand. I do not understand with the pull that she has on all the women here.
We find out long ago she accepted the Ascendant power on accident, and this is just how it manifests.
Man. 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 Got this water for your friend, but then you guys had a conversation. So I have some water now. Anyone want? I want.
I think
the
he was
water.
gonna chug
I-
it.
Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll hand it to Aoife.
Um, so how much of that?
Really nice to meet your friend.
How much of that did you guys hear?
Yes, and then Boudica's gonna sit back down on the couch and pass out immediately.
Wait, your coffee! Okay, Naza will take your coffee and then pass it over to Aoife.
Well, it's still like in an iron grip in Boudica's hand.
I think if Aoife had really any caffeine in her, she would start hitting things. Like that energy's got to go somewhere. So Aoife will just kind of set their own cup of coffee as well, actually, just like on the coffee table.
I tried not to listen, but it is hard not to hear.
Yeah, the walls are pretty thin. Did you know about her and
I would love to tell you how we met.
oh great, how was that?
I went to go deliver some letters to Agnes, and Tira was minding the shop for a few minutes. And that's when they told me. And I'm very happy because Agnes seems very happy too. And your friend seems very happy.
You don't sound very happy. And she passes out again.
Surprised, but happy.
At least some of us are happy.
I did also find out she is 100. Tira is 100% super, very against the Church of the Devout. So we really shouldn't mention anything about that around her.
That's good to know. Oh. Yeah, no, if I didn't know her better, I'd say I was surprised, but she's always had a way with people and with things. I'm not surprised she's settled into everything so quickly.
Yeah. And apparently took very good care of the hobgoblin problem.
Or she did. She's doing her job better than we are. Because of course I couldn't do this on my own.
I think Naza will move so that she's sitting next to Aoife on the couch and attempt to offer a hug.
Aoife will lean into it.
Very, very big hug.
And I think they're kind of just a little bit too much in shock to really do much in response, but they're responding to it. Morning, Boudica. Need to get her like a CPAP.
Or us
Ah!
some earplugs.
Probably
Uh,
both.
uh,
Are you alright, Boudica?
I,
You seemed really tired.
yeah, we did a long break. My bones, they're old, bro.
I mean, for a normal old person, yes, but you have weird bones, weird old person bones.
Maybe you should go lie down for a little bit. I'm sure it would
I'm
be more comfortable than the couch.
No. I want couch nap right now, and by God, if anyone's gonna take that from me right now,
Couch is all yours.
thank you. You're hugging. Do you want a hug?
Sure.
I'm gonna go give a big old bear hug.
I like to imagine Neza did not move from the original hug, so it's just now a three-way hug.
That's good. Aoife appreciates it.
I do not like coming back from adventures to emotionally contentious situations. That makes me more
I don't
tired.
think any of us do.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe there's a silly little goose out there that does like it. That's not me though.
Yeah, no, I wish we were fighting more ghouls.
That would be preferable to whatever the fuck this is.
At this point, there's a knock on the door.
Come in.
Hello? You guys hear Bear's voice. Hello?
Hey, Bear.
Oh, you're back. Hey guys,
Hey,
how was your trip?
long.
Yeah, I assume so.
How have you been?
Oh, I've been a bit nervous. No, kinda. With you guys being gone and stuff. But, you know. Um, uh,
You know the new people that came into town recently?
oh yeah. Um, they're a little scary.
Have they been nice to you?
Um, yeah, on the outside, yeah. It's kind of, well, and this is kind of a figure of speech, Neza, but it's like Kovarovian nice, and not, Arquettian nice.
Neza will laugh at that. I feel like because she knows exactly what that is.
Yeah,
Sorry, I muted. Exactly what that's supposed to mean.
um, they haven't done anything to me yet. Well, Neza, you might want to sit down. I kinda have something to tell you.
I am sitting down.
You need to sit down more.
Neza will, I guess, lean back against the couch, still probably keeping her arm around Aoife if Aoife allows it.
Yeah, Aoife's allowing it.
Agnes is dating the leader of the new people. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're. They've gone on 5 dates. I'm not sure if that's officially dating.
It,
But
No,
they
Tira said the
are
word girlfriend, yeah.
they're very much not hiding it.
Got it.
I appreciate the heads up though. Thank you.
Yeah. Um. So, I wanted to stop by because I needed to tell you another thing. And, it might be a lot, but you know, I feel like it should be out in the open.
Okay, what's going on?
I'm the eminence of wisdom for the cult of the devout.
Can Asa jump up and give me a huge hug if that's
Oh,
alright?
oh, well, I
I'm
hoped
s-
this would be the reaction.
I'm very glad that it was not somebody meaner.
Well, I hope that I'm not mean. Um, but I kinda got told that y'all have accepted the ascendant power into your
Two of
hearts.
us.
Oh yeah,
Me.
you
And I did.
yeah. Which honestly, no pressure or anything, 'cause everyone finds their own path, and it's not like we're actually trying to pressure anybody. You know, um, but I hope you can understand. Well, I'm not exactly forthcoming with the information, 'cause some people get rather stabby.
No, I understand that.
Hmm. Um, but since you're kinda part of the club now, it's I feel like we're pretty safe, or I'm willing to go out on a limb that you're not gonna stab me.
Not on purpose.
Yeah.
Did you have us check out the Church of the Neverborn on purpose?
Oh, yeah, I did do that. Well, at that point, I was reasonably confident you wouldn't stab anybody there. And, I didn't want to be the one to necessarily lead you there, because then it would feel maybe like I was trying to convert you, which wasn't it at all. I just wanted to expose you to something new that wasn't lords. So, I'm glad that at least everything was peaceful from what it sounded like. You made some good impressions over there.
I'm glad. Hey, is it while we were over there? I can't remember if we mentioned this to you or not, but we learned that apparently I'm related to the prophet that they burn every day here.
Yeah, that you kind of look a lot like her. Kind of really spooked me when I first met you. you know, um, it, it was
That,
wild.
I have another question.
Okay, shoot for the
Um,
stars.
this one's a little bit more in a hostile tone, I want you to know.
Oh,
But
that's fine. I was kind of fibbing for a while, so that's fine.
this isn't personal to you, but it is. When I was talking to Tira just moments ago, um, she mentioned that she called them cult members, of course, but she mentioned that you lot had been catching and trapping some birds carrying letters into Lords. What's that about?
No, that wasn't me or anyone I know about. So, I don't know, but like to my knowledge that's not us. We don't have anything against birds or letters or things like that. We actually very much like animals.
And Hazel just nod and then sit back down.
But
Okay.
I mean I can look into it. I mean no one should be killing birdies.
It's We just, well, Alana and I were talking about it a few weeks ago, how weird it was that apparently it's 7:09. It's been years, and none of us have gotten any letters or communications from people back home. And a few, like, at this point, must have been a few months ago, we learned Eva discovered some dead carrier pigeons, kind of stashed a few miles outside of Lords.
Oh, that's crazy. Um, yeah, I've seen those going about sometimes, but yeah, that wasn't me that took them out,
I
or
didn't think
anyone
it
I
would have been
know.
you, just maybe someone else in the church. Not that I think it's something the church would do, but
Oh, but
just based on what
we gotta
Tara
look
said.
into it, cause you know, if that's true, then we can't let bad people be in, well, the church. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not what Naomi would have wanted. At least, she was a very peaceful lady.
Oh, that reminds me. Um, I would like to try talking with her again sometime in the dead of night, if that's okay with everybody here. Now that we're connected to the Ascendant power, I
It's
think we might be
okay.
able to help.
I'll come with you.
I'll come with.
I'll come with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Besides, it'll be nice for Ilona and Aspasia and Diana to all have a night together.
Yeah, they deserve a night together. But,
Uh,
oh,
we'll
go
want to
ahead.
be, yeah, we'll want to be careful. Tira being in town, she's going to be very attentive, I imagine. We'll have to be careful sneaking around.
It's okay,
She's,
you know. You guys are pretty good at sneaking, I guess.
How would you know?
Well, she can turn into any animal. You're pretty small and quiet. I don't know actually if you're that good at sneaking, Boudica. Are you? Did she die?
No, she's just sneaking around the question.
Yeah, I'm just, I, I hide in plain sight.
Okay. Well, then at least 3 out of the 4 good at sneaking.
I just,
I'm I don't know if I'm that good at sneaking. But cuz I'm pretty recognizable. Um but yeah. Uh I now that you're also a part of the I guess the Church of the Devout, I kind of wanted to give you kind of like a little bit of a welcoming class, to let you know a few things if not right now if you don't want to, but if you just want like a little layout of some of the high level stuff, I'd be more than happy to help.
I would appreciate a class of some kind. I've never really used magic before, so this would be a nice way to start, I guess. It still freaks me out, but
Yeah, that's I guess kind of a testament to Estelle and the Ascendant power. A Kovarovian who embraces magic, that's crazy. But also kinda nice when you think about it.
I suppose so.
Um, this is more so like a higher level view of, some bucket list things. Um, because, so, we think Estelle is in the Ascendant Garden, and that she is calling out to all of us because something bad is gonna happen in the future, and she wants all of us to be safe. Um, but you know, there are there's some weird stuff going on, and we think that's because the aristocracy of lords is throwing the balance of magic off in this area and kind of making some of the creatures go a little bit crazy and keeping people under their thumb, kind of like dictators. Have you seen kind of those things?
The animal's going crazy. I thought when we met the people at the church, they said that was Estelle's doing.
In a way, yes. Um, the touch of Estelle is what gives the animals their ability to grow and change. Um, that's partially with the ascendant power, but they're angry and things are off. And we think that's because of something that the aristocracy is doing in the city. But in again, very high level way, kinda it's Estelle, but like a lot of things, something's messing with it. Um, and we think that the thing that's messing with it is a rock that is being kept underneath lords. And it's locked up by the aristocracy,
Is
and
it in the well?
yeah, it's down there. There's a few creatures down there that got in. I think maybe the aristocracy put them there to eat anybody that gets close. But from what we're told, the aristocracy doesn't believe in Estelle anymore, or at least has stopped worshipping her. And because of that, they didn't want they didn't want Naomi to bring everyone to Estelle and have them lose their power, I guess. And you guys know that Naomi was a member of the aristocracy, right?
That is absolutely news to us, I think. I
Yeah.
didn't know.
I didn't know.
She was. Naomi was a part of the aristocracy, and eventually, when Estelle contacted her because of connections to the past. She attempted to release the rock and stop the bad energy that the aristocracy has coming from it. And she wanted to save lords, and she was burned for it, so that the aristocracy could stay in power. And so far, that has remained true. They keep on burning Naomi because she was the one person that was trying to stop everything, and they drove us all out and called us, all these bad things. And well, at this point, what we're trying to do is essentially get the keys that the aristocracy of lords have, so we could unlock the rock that's below the well and release Naomi. And after all that, get things right again. Actually, we call it the Meraviglia. It's a ritual where once the rock is free and a prophet or someone of the prophet's power begins to sing, it will allow Estelle's energy to return to Lords and balance everything out. Kind of reharmonize things. Like if you have an instrument out of tune, it's like that.
The rock under the well, that's not blue jade, is it?
I don't think so.
You don't think you don't know what it is?
It's not blue from everything I've heard about it. The aristocracy haven't let us see the rock, but none of the records say that it's blue.
What have you heard about it?
It was here when Estelle first came here. It has incredible power to it and energy. And once Estelle left, the members of the aristocracy eventually harnessed it and threw it in basically a vault so they could keep all the power for themselves and basically be kings and queens, while everyone else in Lords had no other thing to do but obey them.
Have you heard anything about the physical description of this stone, or just sort of the lore?
From, well, good thing I'm the eminence of wisdom, so all the knowledge that we got is up here in the old thinker. It's supposedly a big black stone with kind of white runic symbols on it. So not blue, from what I understand. Apparently smooth to the touch and a bit warm. Supposedly helps to give good dreams, or it once did. You're being
Sounds a
locked.
lot like
You're being locked away now. It's not really giving good dreams anymore.
sounds a lot like the rock we visited, but I know it's probably not the same one.
the obelisk?
Yeah.
We think that they might be connected. You know, because the obelisk kind of grants some power, but it's not anywhere close to the rock, and it's not as big.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? I. And if you want to do more research and things, I completely understand, but I don't want to keep any secrets from you guys anymore. You know, I try to hide some things because we have to for safety in Lords, but I'm an open book now because all of you are good people, and that's rare. You don't find people with your hearts every day, and I'm just thankful that I get to know you guys, you know? But I don't want to hide anything anymore. So I'm sorry that I did.
I understand why you had to. It was a matter of protection. You needed to make sure you could trust us.
Yeah, thank you for opening up to us, Bear.
Yeah. No hard
Yes.
feelings.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
It still makes me feel a bit icky.
No, I understand.
Well, that just means you have a good heart, too.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. But I just wanted to let you know that, you know, any help that I can provide or things, I want to do that.
Thank you.
And oh, what one more thing. You know, the reason why I showed up at the house to help is, you know, because sometimes I get some. The Ascendant power grants me some abilities of. I don't want to say like intelligence, but you know, like thinking ahead. And when I saw you guys gone and Espasy and Alon on a walk, I was like, oh, she's gonna be in trouble, and so I booked it over here.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
We're not exactly great babysitters.
Well, that's what my intuition told me, but that doesn't mean you're bad people, it just means you're not practiced at babysitting. Or even some babysitters that get paid are really bad at it, and they're getting paid. Yeah, I just wanted to put it all out there, you know?
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Of course.
I had one more question. Who were the members of the aristocracy then? Were they all the same members as today?
Arnaud Bouchard was there, um, as well as another one of them by the name of Lucille Moreau. Oceane Allaire wasn't technically in the aristocracy. Her father was at that time, but she kind of inherited it. And then, of course, Naomi.
Right, that makes sense. I'd been kind of wondering because Lady Allaire definitely seems to want what's best for everyone, but it makes sense that she wasn't part of the aristocracy yet.
Lady Allaire, I think, does want what's best for everybody, but she's she's got lots of inner demons, and also doesn't want to work and wants to keep her secrets and things like that. So, you know.
I think I'm a bit uniquely qualified to understand the sort of situation she'd be in, but yeah.
Oh, 'cause you're the heiress to the Burn Mining Company?
Well, was, but yes.
Well, you don't just stop becoming an heiress even if you close up the company. You're still filthy rich.
That's true.
Unless you donated all the money, but I don't know if you did or not. And if so, I apologize for assuming.
I didn't spend it on myself. I spent a good portion of it on charitable.
It's very noble of you.
Uh, it's nothing. It was more money than I could ever really do anything with. It was either help a couple people out with getting some meals and some housing, or a boat.
Yeah.
And what can you really do with a boat? What does a boat really mean to you when you have enough money to buy 10 boats,
Yeah.
when a roof and over the head and not having to worry about where the next month's meals come from can mean the world to a family?
And people like Arnaud Bouchard have 100 times what you ever did. Which is kinda crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah. Just wanted to come over and talk to you guys and let y'all know and see if I could help. Um, and just, I'm glad you guys are back. Lords isn't the same without you.
Can you remind me what the name of that ritual you mentioned was?
The Meraviglia.
Can we get an out of character spelling of that, please?
Sure. Here, let me put it in the chat.
Thank you.
The Maraviglia.
If so, I want to recap to make sure I've got that right. That requires unlocking the stone and waking up the prophet.
Mm-hmm.
Then the prophet sings.
Pretty much. Kind of like retuning an instrument. I think it would, honestly, now that you're here, maybe you could help sing as well. Because you're connected to the Ascendant power.
I could do my best.
Hey, that's all anyone could ever ask. Your best has been pretty good so far.
Thanks.
No problem. From what I've been trying to gather for the last few years, I think that each one of the aristocracy holds a key. I don't know where each one of them hold their keys, but I'm not really good on the schmoozing with people thing, so they don't really ever talk to me. But I'm pretty sure that each one of them has a key, and then Naomi's key, it's somewhere. I don't necessarily know where, but maybe can find a clue or a trail at some point. Kind of went missing the night she was burned.
Gotcha. How do you... I don't suppose the aristocracy are going to give up their key for any reason.
Well, Naomi tried to ask nicely. didn't end well. Some of my predecessors, as eminence of wisdom, have tried to ask nicely. One gave a 37-point argument with a reference list of 802 references. They were burned.
And that predecessor's name was Colin Bunn.
And, so asking nicely didn't work so well. But maybe you
So-
guys could do it and convince them. I haven't given up hope.
Do you think that some kind of burglary would work better?
Maybe. I'm not much of a burglar, though. And I don't want you guys to get in trouble. But I can figure out a way other than that. I just need time and I don't know. I'm really trying to put something together here.
Yeah, time would be good. I think we all need to process everything you just said before we go any further.
That's fair. Well, maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you then.
And
Yeah.
I have a request.
What's that?
If you are thinking about turning me over to the aristocracy, I understand. But look, I don't want to be burned, so I would just rather you do it in my sleep. It would be a lot better for me. I'm going to be sleeping in the same spot I usually do tonight, and I won't hear a thing. But
We're not gonna turn you in.
No.
I know, just, in case. Good night, guys.
Good night. Good
Here,
night.
I'll walk you out.
Thank you. And you kind of walk him out. He kind of gives you like a bow. Thank
Once
you.
we're outside,
Hmm?
I have a question
Okay.
for him specifically. Last time, I just didn't want to ask this around everyone. Last time when we visited the church, I had a brother. They said that he was there at some point, and I'm just wondering what happened to him.
He went
His
off traveling, I think. Trying to go find the Ascendant Garden. Trying to find a way past the Grey Gate. I don't know if he ever succeeded or not. But from what I know, he was going south.
like everyone always does.
Yes.
That's what Agnes said when we first came to town.
Estelle calls people that way. I don't think he was called. He never joined the Devout officially. He was around, but, he was kind of doing his own thing. But he went down there, and then we don't know.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Nasa. And Bear is going to head back to his little hovel. At this point, you guys are left to your own devices.
I'll pass the diagnostic back over to Aspasia, and then take a very, 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 very long nap.
Okay. Going to bed?
Yes.
Very fair. Then Boudica and Aoife, what are you two doing?
I think Boudica's gonna kind of sit down, glance out, just kind of look out the window. It's like she's thinking.
Fair enough. A good think.
Having a good old ponder.
Just really pondering. And Aoife, what are you up to?
I think Aoife is going to pace enough that if there was a carpet, they would burn holes into it, and then she is going to go to bed.
Fair enough. In that case, all of you can take a long rest, or technically a complete rest. And you can wake up the next morning with the day being yours. You finally wake up in your old beds, the town of Lords, the sounds of birds a-chirping.
Let's see. My maximum stamina having gone down, that will have regenerated now,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now that you're chilling.
Epic.
But the day is yours. On the 33rd of Hafe.
I think. Do you all want to take breakfast to Clement? I kind of want to ask him about the rock that Bear mentioned last night.
I suppose so. Yeah, we can do that.
Alright.
When Tira left yesterday, did she take the muffins with her, or did she accidentally leave them here?
Oh, she took them with her, yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
Did you have something else you wanted to do?
No, it's good to get out and about.
Alright.
Then what breakfast would you like to bring Clement?
What materials do we have in the house to bake breakfast with?
You have pretty much everything. Aspasia has this place stocked.
Can Nisa put together pancake bites? So like little hand-sized pancakes?
Sure.
Or like finger food sized.
Mm-hmm.
And also a bunch of fruit if we have it.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe some strips of bacon too.
And strips of bacon.
Okay.
And coffee and water. Do
Very
we have
nice.
juice?
Yes, you have some juice.
And juice.
Lots then. Very nice.
We're bringing this man a full, week's worth of food.
Continental breakfast.
Gotcha.
I like to imagine that Nisa's, when she's upset, she likes to make things for other people. And so that's kind of what she's doing here, is making the best, most lavish breakfast that she can think of, tailored to Clement.
Very
we
fair.
could make him some breakfast potatoes too then. And by we, I mean you.
Yeah, okay, I can do breakfast potatoes.
Gotcha.
The pancakes might get a little cold, but I can do that.
Tinfoil.
They're gonna get cold.
Okay.
I
I
was
don't
gonna
think
say-
Clement will care.
they were gonna get cold anyway, and this way you can actually eat them and not get burned.
Yeah, sure.
But pancakes usually keep, like, they don't get weird when they're cold. You're just like, oh, I wish these were a little warmer, but they're not gross when they're cold.
Yeah.
It actually might be a little easier because again, that way it won't be hot.
Mhm.
And they were probably going to get cold on the walkover anyway. But yeah, potatoes as well.
All right, so with added
Like home
potatoes,
fries.
would you say you're trying to get over there at like 10 a.m.?
Assuming any of us were awake early enough, sure.
What time do you think you would, what time do you think you would wake up and try to go along with this?
Neza would wait until she heard two people moving around. Neza would wait until she heard Aoife get up, and then she'd get up too.
Okay, so
You know,
10
Aoife's
o'clock
usually
is
the last one.
10 o'clock is probably when Aoife gets up, right, Caleb?
Yeah, I think Aoife has generally started getting up earlier with the party, but left to her own devices, 10 is still probably about when they'd roll out of bed.
Fair enough.
As opposed to, like, formerly, like 12 p.m.
Yeah.
So I suppose we're getting there around noon.
Oh, like 1, probably.
Breakfast for lunch.
Breakfast for lunch. Hold on, let me see something. Okay. Then, as you are taking your breakfast for lunch, as you make your way to the temple, you actually begin to hear laughter coming from inside as Clement seems to be, laughing.
If Tira's here, I'm gonna throw myself down the well.
Literally.
As you enter, it's Tira inside with Clement.
Hey, so great to see you guys are getting along. We brought breakfast for everyone.
You see the inside of this place has changed a bit since you were last here, as Tira has set up this table in front of Clement that kind of goes up to around his chin to kind of like rest food like close by. You also can see Aoife that she has enchanted some like forks and spoons and knives, and they seem to like float around Clement and just like automatically help him eat and things like that. There is also kind of like a small pile of books on the table as well, but Tira and Clement seems to be laughing. Tira is red-faced, as if she's been just like laughing too hard, and she smiles. Oh, hi Neza, hi Boudica, hi Aoife. Are you back?
Hi, Clement.
We are. We
Hi,
just got
Tira.
back late yesterday.
Welcome back. Have you... Oh, of course you've met Tira.
Yes, Aoife's the old friend I've told you about. Oh, you brought him some more food.
Yeah. We brought a lot, just in case.
That is...
Would you like some?
Oh... On normal years and decades, I'd say yes, but Tira's been getting me very plump these last few weeks. Well,
That's great. I'm glad you have company.
it is... It's a very nice.
And I'm not here every day. Usually one of us switches out, like Optimal was here yesterday. Narcon was here 3 days ago?
4 days ago.
4 days ago, sorry. So, we try and keep things on a constant shift. Sometimes I send Gregory or one of the Briar Hearts here, so, it's kind of just this rotating circle. But it's just, takes one person every day to make a difference. Here, let me clear off a spot on Clement's table for your food. That smells good. Pancakes. Oh, those look awesome. And Kovarovian potatoes, I haven't had those since I was a kid.
Feel free to eat them.
No, they're Clement's food. I can make potatoes anytime I want. You can see Clement just kind of smiles.
Oh, well, I'll certainly be snacking on these over the course of next few hours. Thank all of you very much.
Do you want me to sign all of you guys up for the rotation?
Of course.
Awesome.
But
Here.
we need to check with Aspasia and Alon, too.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Here, I should probably get going. You know, you probably want to catch up with Clement. I'll see you guys around. Hey,
Of
if you
course.
want any jobs to do, or, you know, want to help with the supply caravans, or are you trying to locate some more hobgoblins in the coming future, you know, just come let me know. Or Gregory, or any of the Briarhearts, you know, we're always around. But catch you guys later.
Hey,
Bye.
catch you later.
And Tira's gonna trot off.
What a nice girl.
Very.
Yeah. And I think Aoife's just kind of dejectedly taking a handful of the bacon.
And Asa's gonna slap her hand away.
Well, we made a lot. This is our breakfast too.
I
I
can't
don't
eat
know
all
that
this
Nasa
food.
has ever had the mom death glare, but I think she's channeling it right now for the first time.
The mom death glare. Very fair.
Aoife will drop some of the pieces, but she's still taking like 2.
How have you been?
Oh, it's been very eventful the past few weeks. Lots of visitors. You know, they set me up with this new table. Tira had it commissioned from Bruges, which is very nice. You know, she's told me a bunch of stories from her adventuring days, and it's been a very lively time.
That's great. Truly, I'm glad.
What have you've been away? What have you all been up to?
Well, we ran into some undead down south, but we took care of some of them. There was a larger lord that, well, I don't want to say lord, but someone was raising a lot of undead, but we did manage to take care of that. I don't think all the undead are gone, of course, but we at least stamped out one small section.
That's what
Always
counts.
more work to be done.
Exactly. Well, it seems like you've been busy.
A little.
And actually, we heard of some weird rumors. Did you hear about a weird black rock that was in town when... I think it would have been here as early as when Estelle founded it?
Yes, I believe I've told you of the rock before. When Estelle came to Lord, she found it around this strange stone itself.
That's right. I just think we missed the connection between that rock and the same one we heard about.
Yes, she found it, touched it, gave her wonderful dreams, and wonderful dreams to any others who touched it. And around it, Estelle began to build her, I guess, home, abode, estate. And eventually, when Eduard came along, she started to take more travelers in. until more and more and more showed up, and the Town of Lords began.
Right.
Do you know, walking around town, we haven't seen that rock before. What happened to it?
I do not know. It has long disappeared. I've been in here so long, many things have passed me by. The old clock tower was removed. Many old buildings. We used to have a full library here. But that was taken down as well. Replaced with Rayleigh's Park, actually, but still.
I like to think. I'm imagining Neza with this like throbbing vein in her temple, thinking of the library.
A little bit. When they... You said they took down the library? What happened to the books inside?
I believe they were either sold or taken by members of the aristocracy.
I see. Has the aristocracy always been the same? I imagine it's really hard to get new people in, and
Oh, no,
surely especially hard to get...
it's changed many times over the many centuries since, well, I've been here at least. They used to be the Council of Lords, and the original council consisted of 9 individuals. And that number grew and fluctuated. It's now at one of the smallest numbers it has ever been. I think it was down to 2 at one point after a particularly bad winter here in Lords, but at one point there was over 30 members of the aristocracy.
I see.
Why, do you ask?
I'm just curious. We realized we didn't really know too much about the town's history, other than what you've told us.
Oh, well, if you would like some more history, I could certainly provide.
Sure.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
What was the most recent story I told you? I can't remember how far I've updated you.
Let's see, the most recent story. I think you told us about the creation of the Timber Knights. I don't remember if you told us further than that.
Then I've told you about the hags, yes? About the Damoiselles of the Storm? And how I became what
A
I
little
became?
bit. A little bit, yes.
You told us about the bargain with them.
Then I should probably tell you what happened after that, yes? What happened after the Timber Knights fell and I came here and the period of time leading up, huh? About time, I suppose. Catching you up to modern day.
What do you say?
That'd be good.
And as he begins his tale, this is where we will end the session for today, as all of you can take a level up.
You'll never guess. You'll never guess.
I knew it. Caleb can confirm, way before we knew about the thing, I messaged him saying, like, hey, you know that aura people get right before they get a migraine or a seizure? Or they just know something's about to happen?
So, as you are all settling in, Clement kind of begins to think back.
So, after the Tempest Wood had become a haven for these dark creatures, after the necromancers to the south and the hags to the east rose up, lords had become all but trapped, really. I remember those days. Townsfolk tried to flee, and many were picked off. Although a majority attempted to stay within the wall that the hags had given us. However, a tribe of hobgoblins, I suppose drawn by the stream of townsfolk, settled in the area to the north and the south and really all over the place. They began raiding the town of Lords. And with that, the last hope of escape ended, and most people were trapped here. The years continued to pass, and the world continued to change. The sea to the south turned acidic, and an everstorm grew over the Hag's forest. The ceaseless Champlain twisted further, and the mountains bubbled with strange growths. And during this time of great decline, people found a shard of hope. Flowers, which bore the colors of Estelle, began to sprout around the area. Some say that these flowers provide health benefits and seemingly heal almost any disease. And many grew around the rock that Estelle founded lords around. Now, a few decades back, a new member of the aristocracy, a descendant of the original Council of Lords, came forward as a prophet, and her name was Naomi. And this prophet said that Estelle's way of calling to people was the flowers. And Naomi said that Estelle had become one with the Ascendant Garden, the power, the world. Naomi said that she'd seen a vision, and that people must worship the Ascendant power, as this was the new, true, material god of lords. And she grew her followership, which, again, to my shaky knowledge, scared the aristocracy. What I'm about to say next, I observed from inside here. So, I don't know exactly specifics, but I know that one day Naomi declared that they must begin construction of a temple dedicated to the Ascendant power. They called for a blessing of all lands, crops, and people in the name of the Ascendant power. And then the aristocracy panicked as the cultists came with demands of food, material, weapons, and the destruction of anything relating to Estelle's past, as they claimed that it was old, outdated, and
that now the Ascendant power was new. And, well, from what I could tell, the aristocracy refused on most accounts. So, in the dead of night, thugs, mercenaries, soldiers, whatever you would like to call them, hired by the aristocracy, found Naomi and drug her out into the street. They tied her to the stake and burned her alive. The cultists ran, but many were killed that night. And come morning light, the aristocracy burned any flowers growing in and around the town of Lords. The devout of the Ascendancy fled from Lords into the surrounding countryside, or some say that they went underground and began hiding beneath the town of Lords. Since that point, the devout and the aristocracy have been in a constant struggle against each other. This guerrilla warfare has continued for many years. As you well know, the prophet's body still stands charred at the center of Lords. And the devout say that the body's failure to rot, decay, or fall apart is a sign that Naomi was indeed chosen. Now, the aristocracy say that this is a sign of dark magic, of necromancy, of corruption. And despite the aristocracy's best efforts, they cannot destroy the body. And in addition, every day, more Estelle flowers rise near the stone and outside my wall. These flowers are systematically burned away. I suppose that brings us to today, where the cult still struggles against the aristocracy, although things have been in a relative calm for the past 2 or 3 years. The necromancers grow in power to the south. The hags in the east continue to snatch people that enter their wood. Hobgoblins raid travelers when they're able, although Tira took care of some of them in the north. Good on her. But for the past few decades, I've also heard talk that the ruins of Glane have, well, they have become a darker thing, too. And that is where Lords is now. He kind of nods. Hopefully you can all write a happier ending to this story.
Hopefully. Thank you, Clement.
Of course. So, what do you have planned for today? Many more adventures, I assume?
I don't know. I don't think we really planned that far ahead. We figured we'd just start with breakfast with you.
Oh, well, it's a little late for breakfast, but I can squeeze in lunch.
Breakfast is whenever you wake up.
I suppose so.
And we did spend a few hours making it.
Very true. It's very good.
Glad you enjoy.
I was gonna try and get my practice opened up again. I imagine being gone for a while is probably something that needs taken care of.
Oh, probably. From what Tira has said, her and Optimal have been holding down things, but another hand, I suppose, is always good. Especially one as skilled as yours, Alon.
Oh, thank you for saying that.
And are you guys staying to discuss anything else?
I think Aoife's ready to go whenever everyone else is.
As is Boudica.
And Neza.
Gotcha.
Okay then.
So it sounds like we're leaving.
Okay. That case, as you head outside the Temple of Estelle, it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the day's yours.
So the Estelle flowers grow in like the thickest concentration outside the Prophet's Burn, right?
Yes.
So it would be safe to assume that the rock that's underground is probably like directly beneath the Prophet's Burn.
Maybe?
Maybe. Okay. Oh, what do you guys want to do? Or, well, Alana, I guess you wanted to go back to your shop.
I did, yes.
All right.
I'll head back to the house with you.
Yeah, we'll go too. Maybe once we get there, maybe we could start discussing how we're gonna get the keys.
So so you're already planning on getting the keys then?
Eventually.
Sorry,
That's probably.
remind me, keys?
Oh,
It should be talked about at home and not here.
Alright.
Then are you guys scampering back home?
mhm.
Gotcha. Then you then head back home towards the main living room.
The stone that both Bear and Clement have mentioned that apparently is somewhere beneath the well. Apparently that is physically locked there, and we need to get a key from the aristocracy in order to unlock it, if that is what we're doing.
Wait. The rock? How big is it?
Were we given kind of a definite size of it?
Not really. From how people are talking, you think it's a fairly large rock.
I was gonna say, if it's a boulder and it's locked in place, how would we get it out anyway if it's down a well?
I don't know about that much. They made it sound like we didn't really need to literally carry it out necessarily, but just unlocking it, unchaining it would help at least a little bit.
Unlocking the power is maybe what they were meaning.
I think we were told to get a physical. That there was a physical thing we needed to get, but it's probably some kind of lock that is actively suppressing whatever magic it has. Although that probably is something we should clarify with Bear later.
I'm also wondering if we need all, like, multiple keys, or if one will be enough. Because he said every member of the aristocracy has one, or at least implied that. And so I'm wondering if each key is unique and we need all of them, or if they're each a copy of each other.
All good things to clarify before we go out on a mission like that.
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying we don't have to go yet, but it's worth talking about and trying to figure out how we would.
I think it'll also be helpful if, before we take the keys down there, we go down and physically see it first.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So are you guys wanting to do anything?
Were y'all wanting to talk to Bear like now, or?
I think I want to hang out and help out with whatever you want to get fixed up along.
Well, I was just gonna reopen my practice, see if anyone need any help at the moment. Is all.
Do you need any help? You need anyone to, like, I don't know, do reception stuff?
I'm gonna be honest. I got no real clue. I mean, for all I know, everyone could be healthy as a horse. I don't know.
Well, I think I'll hang back here anyways, just to be safe. I don't know. I'm just feeling like it, you know.
All right.
Just want to be helpful, you know.
Yeah, sure.
All right, then.
Yeah, I imagine.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Niza was just gonna say, yeah, I imagine it would be safer to talk to Bear sometime around nightfall. Eva, while they're doing the medical practice, do you want to go do some more writing lessons?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Awesome, let's go.
And I'm following Neza.
Okay.
I'm going outside.
Sounds good. Then you head out to your little shed, and Aspasia has kept it in very good condition since you left. You
I flip the sign to open.
gotcha. Roll a d6 for me.
Oh, okay. One.
1. Then, as you are waiting in there, you don't need to wait too long, maybe an hour or so, until there's a banging on the front of the shed.
I go answer the door.
You see that there are two, like, burly miner looking types, with a guy that has an arm kind of wrapped in bandages and splinted. The guy who is kind of being carried, whose arm is splinted, seems pretty old, maybe in his 60s, human, already completely bald and like this heavy gray beard. Oh, good! Heard that this place has been closed for a while. A friend, he broke his arm.
All right, come back here. Put them on the table,
And they will kind of
and I'll lead
rush
them
in.
back to the examination room.
Gotcha. As you kind of lead him back, kind of, they put him down, and you're gonna begin to try and examine the arm.
Yep.
Definitely broken, like as you kind of remove the wrapping and stuff. Probably, if you have to look at it, like a compound fracture kind of on the forearm.
Bone outside or still inside?
Bone's still inside, but, likely still probably a nasty break.
Okay. Let's see here.
My name's Damien, Doctor.
Pleasure to meet you, Damien. I'll get your arm fixed up right quick.
Oh, thank you.
And how will you go about treating your patient?
Are we still out of anesthetic?
At this point, Aspasia has been able to restock a little bit, but you don't have much.
Okay, I'm not trying to put him under. I'm just trying to, like, numb it a little bit.
Gotcha. Like, you can basically give him the equivalent of, like, some very low key sedatives.
Mhm.
And, it's not going to do much, but it is going to kind of mellow him out.
Okay. I'll do that. And then, I'll take, like, a strip of leather to bite down on it. Just trust me. And then I'm trying to sort of gingerly, not putting too much pressure, feel where the break is.
Fair. I mean, he definitely
Like
still.
exactly where it is.
Yeah.
And
And
if like the bone is misaligned.
it's a little bit misaligned, yeah.
Okay. Now that he's under the anesthetic and he's biting down on the leather, I'll just give the arm just a bit of a tug to try and realign the bone, and as soon as I feel it's realigned, I'll pump heal into him.
Okay. As someone who has had multiple broken bones, he's probably gonna scream, even with the sedatives, as you kind of pop it back. But then as you kind of quickly fire a heal into him, he kind of like settles down a bit and begins breathing more calmly.
I take the leather out of his mouth. Sorry about that, but you didn't want an arm to come back crooked.
Yeah, I didn't want that.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Thank you, doctor.
No problem, Damien. No problem.
You can see his friends are kind of standing back in the corner, and their faces are both pale.
So how'd this happen?
You can see like his friends look at each other, and then one of them pipes up. So we was seeing how many rocks we could drop on an arm before it broke.
Wait, this was intentional?
Well, I was fine after 4 rocks. We thought he could handle 5. Looks like 5 was the limit.
Do I know off the top of my head how much pressure it takes to break bone?
Depends on the
No,
person.
me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, actually, you know what? Hang on, I'm gonna actually look it up.
Depends on the bone, depends on the person.
Yeah. Well, listen. The thing about how much pressure it takes to break a bone has been pretty much discovered, so we don't really need more in experimentation on that front.
You can see all 3 of them look to each other and then kind of shrug.
Were you just bored, or what?
We didn't know that it had already been discovered. We don't have many books around here.
That's fair enough, I suppose. Were you just bored and doing this to find out, or...
Yeah.
Huh. Have, well, give that arm some rest. Don't do anything extremely strenuous for a while.
Can I go back to working in the mine?
Can you mine with one hand?
Probably.
How good's your overseer? Are they like keeping a constant eye on you, or are they more lax?
You can see, like, he kind of thinks about it.
You mean Pascal?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, he's back here.
Right. Do you two work directly with him, like on the daily basis?
You can see the two of them nod.
All right. You can pick with one hand, but only if you have people watching you to make sure you're not overdoing it.
I will let him know.
All right. And I'd recommend find a hobby or something.
You see they all kind of nod to themselves, like, yeah, we can find a hobby.
One that doesn't involve bodily harm.
Those are all the fun ones. Besides, you're
Well-
back now, Doc.
Yes, but after a certain point, the body can only take so much.
Has that been scientifically discovered?
I believe it's referred to as death.
But how much is required to achieve death?
That can happen a number of ways. I would say avoid testing the limits of your skull or your rib cage.
We can test our feet! And you can see the other two are like,
That one
yeah!
will put you out of work for a decent long time.
They all kind of like sigh.
So, keep in mind the functions of your body, and I guess if you're insistent on it, what you can live without, but I would highly recommend, I don't know, take up scrimshaw or something.
What's scrimshaw?
Carving.
You can see they all kind of like start nodding to each other.
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, sure.
They're gonna leave. And
Ilan will open up a notebook and be like, how to explain the functions of the body without having to make your other people test it first. Like, what can I write down and give out that will be like, don't do these things to yourself?
noted. As you're starting up your shop again, Neza and Aoife, you two are continuing to learn the letters, right?
Yep.
Anything
doing
else
a
you
little-
are doing besides that?
I personally didn't have anything.
I think Aoife is definitely focusing on this so that she doesn't have to focus on everything else going on.
Fair. And as you are doing that and continuing your lesson, Boudica, what are you doing?
Boudica is kind of just sitting right now, kind of looking around, thinking.
Gotcha. And you can see Diana kind of comes past, and she kind of holds up two pictures. One is a picture that you think might be of a llama in a field. The other, who's to even say? There's a lot of red and browns in there. Which one is best?
I point to the picture of the llama.
Yay, dragon! And she's
Oh.
gonna leave.
Lovely, lovely llama dragon.
I now want to see a cross between a llama and a dragon.
Your wish is my command, Dalton. Next session, llama dragon boss.
Or you could go llama with wings and scale.
No, llama dragon. No, look at that. They got
Of course,
minis.
that's a thing that exists.
Awesome. Then, as you all are slowly completing your activities, Boudica, you are lost in thought. As the day kind of rounds out to a close, anything else you are trying to accomplish as sundown finds you? Or are you guys all heading to bed?
I will suggest to everyone, I don't think we should do it tonight, but I think at some point in the next few days we should go down into that well just to scope it out before we do anything else
I
regarding
agree.
it.
Did we want to have that conversation with Bear tonight?
We could. I was thinking maybe we look at look at the well before we talk to him.
Okay. Well then, good night.
Alright,
All right, are all of you heading to bed?
Oh, so yeah.
Okay. Then, as you all head to bed and another night of restful sleep finds you, all of you can take a complete rest. As the sun rises on the next day, the day is yours. What are you guys up to?
Say, Alana, I know you weren't here for the conversation, but also, at some point, I would like to try to wake up the Prophet. I think that now I have the ability to, with the Ascendant power and all that. And so I would like to do that at some point. Although I imagine doing so is going to cause quite a stir. So, first, at least, I would like to speak with her again. At some point in the middle of the night. If that's alright with you.
I mean, it's dangerous for sure. Almost especially because Tira and her friends are here now. I don't really have a good sense of what all they can do yet.
Apparently a lot.
I'm starting to catch that.
Did we mention that Tira's the leader of the Briarhearts now?
Oh, that's actually kind of sad. Um,
yeah.
well,
I understand that it's dangerous, but it's going to be dangerous no matter when we do it. And so I figure there's no point in waiting. For the conversation, at least. Of course, there's value in waiting to actually wake her up, but for the conversation, it's gonna be dangerous no matter what.
Your
go ahead.
your descendant power magic stuff you can do. It wouldn't let you make like a telepathic connection with her, would it? Something where you could speak to her without being seen approaching her?
I could try. I'll try that a little bit later today, maybe before we head out to the well. Or after. Either one.
Well, if you can do it from a distance, I would very much prefer that option.
What time did you guys want to go to the well?
ready whenever. If we wanted to be stealthy about going into the well, we could wait until nightfall, but I don't know if people are really going to mind us going into the well.
Is the well pictured on the map, or is it off map?
It is off map. It's towards.
It's up. It's up here, right?
It's to the northern part of Lords, yes.
Okay.
If I'm reading this right, this is an out of character question. If I'm reading the Ascendant power sheet right, attempting to establish this telepathic connection would be 5 successes needed.
Likely.
Gotcha.
Depends on how you're getting there, but seems about right.
Gotcha.
Did we want to try and have a conversation with Bear first, or were we explicitly trying to do this first?
I would prefer we did it first, but
Uh.
if you guys want to talk to Bear first, then I don't mind. I just think we should look at it before actually trying to do anything with the rock.
Do we have any reason to believe it's guarded?
I get the feeling Lords probably does not have the guards to spare for that. It might be that there's things in the. Actually, I think. Bear did, I think, tell us there were creatures down there, but I don't think it's guarded by anything human.
But presumably some things that are dangerous.
Probably, yes.
See, I was going to suggest we leave someone up top to keep an eye out, but if there's stuff that needs fighting down there, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Bear could be the one keeping an eye out.
Mm.
I don't know if he'd like that we're going to scope it out without bringing the keys down there. He seems like he wanted us to get this done.
I mean, we can ask, and I would hope that he wouldn't find us going to check it out first objectionable. That just seems sensible to me. And if he does, he might have a good reason for it, and we can find out what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, shall we go talk to him then?
I'm alright with that.
Alright then.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, so you guys are going to go find Bear?
Yeah.
You would find him in Rayleigh's Park this time of day, probably about 9 o'clock in the morning, as he's just about, seemingly picking some wild herbs and things. And he smiles as you guys arrive.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey, Bear.
How are you?
Doing all right. Um, what time is it right now?
8:53 a.m.
Want to go over to the house for some breakfast?
Ooh, I'd like that. Do you need any rosemary?
I don't believe we need any at the moment, but we can always find a place.
Okay.
And he will head back to the house with you guys for some breakfast
And nothing else.
and nothing else. Just a happy little guy heading back. Absolutely nothing suspicious here. But
Just some people inviting a friend to breakfast. What could be suspicious about that?
exactly. Yeah,
It's
he'll
not like we're looking to overthrow the bourgeoisie. There's nothing involved like that here.
No, nothing of the sort. Could never
What
be.
even is a proletariat?
Exactly.
I still
Exactly.
can't believe we hit the communist revolution so early.
White Russian is just a cocktail, right?
But as you all make your way back, Aspasia is cooking up some like breakfast meats, some eggs, and she's got some bread baking. Do we have another one for breakfast, dear?
Yeah, we do. You want me to help out finishing up, or?
I got it. I got it.
All right. Just offering.
I know. And she's just gonna look over. You can set an extra plate, though.
All right. Now go do that.
So you do so. Bear kind of goes in. He puts some herbs on the counter near Aspasia, and she'll thank him, and he'll go sit down at the table. And he'll kind of smile a bit as eventually Aspasia kind of serves everyone. And she kind of gives a look over to you, Alon, like, is this business? Or are her and Diana good to stay?
I'll do like the shaky hand thing, like kinda.
She'll nod. Hey, Diana, sweetheart. Do you want to help me pick some things out of the garden? And she nods. Be good to add into our breakfast. Here, I'll show you how to do it. And Aspasia will lead Diana out of the house for a bit.
She
And
knows not to expose her to the revolution.
at least
Too
not
young,
for now.
But she will understand soon.
You can see
She will learn.
exactly.
Oh, God. No.
Like that little kid from Les Mis, except she gets to live at the end.
Thank you for that qualifier.
God damn.
Yeah, you know that kid who dies? It's like your daughter.
Oh dear.
This is really good. Thanks, guys.
Of course. We had a, something to run past you.
Oh, go ahead.
I gesture.
Right. We want to check out the well before we try and get those keys or anything. So we were wondering if you would stand watch for us just in case we ran into a dangerous situation.
Oh, yeah, I could do that. You might want to be careful, though. There's some... It has a habit of attracting some of the angry Estelle creatures down there. But
Is the well, like, at the edge of town?
It's kind of at the center of the northern half.
How'd they get so far in the city?
Beats me. Maybe they dig.
Huh.
At least I know that there were some down there. I tried to check once, but I heard some weird noises and I left.
Fair enough.
Well, I can stand watch.
All right. And can we just decide right now that if whatever's down there ends up being real intense, we will just leave the well rather than try and fight it out?
Sure.
What's the threshold for something we can handle to really intense? Like, where does that? Where's that line drawn?
Um, the person among us who has the worst injury.
Okay. So if
Like
anyone gets
if
badly,
one of us is real bad off, we leave.
okay. All right. Yeah, I can work with that.
Both from a safety standpoint and also from the standpoint of it would be real weird for everybody else to see us walk down the street 1 minute and come back and one of us is barely able to walk.
Yeah, that would be pretty suspicious.
I mean, we've been fighting things since we got here, but if it happens out of nowhere and no one has any idea what the heck we were fighting, that might cause pause.
If a Boudica falls in the town and no one's around to see, did she make a sound? Who knows?
Oh, but she did shatter a hip. Ow.
Oh. Are you wanting to leave right now?
We can do it right away.
Okay.
Everyone's all right with that.
And he's just gonna like speed eat the rest of the breakfast.
Yep. Elon eats as fast too.
I mean, Aoife will kind of scarf down the rest of what she's got on her plate. Although I imagine it isn't much at this point.
Yeah, I imagine Neza is generally a slow eater, so she like has she eats about half for breakfast, and then once Aoife is done, Neza pushes her half left back over to Aoife.
And Aoife will happily gobble that down.
All right, then, with all your food consumed, you heading towards the well.
I'll tell Aspasy and Diana that I'm heading out for a little bit, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
You
Sounds.
might want to say longer than a minute. I think the well is like a couple hours walk to begin with.
Oh, right.
It's like an
Yeah.
hour.
Okay. I'll be gone for a little while. I'll just say that. But I'll be back soon. I I I don't know. Would by lunch be too soon?
Probably not. I mean, if you're fast.
I'll say probably before lunch, but not much long after that if not.
Gotcha. In that case, then.
And then depart.
All right. Can begin to head out towards the well, making it there right around 10 o'clock in the morning. And, at this point you can see that there are a few satyrs about, but mainly have kind of dispersed for their morning activities. You can see there's like one Briarheart maybe 3 or 4 blocks down, but again, this is a more sparsely populated part of the city. You see Bear kind of nods to it.
That's it. Down there is where the rock is supposedly being kept behind the door.
Right. Is the Briarheart looking at the well, or is it just kind of...
No,
Are they just kind of milling about?
they're just milling about. You hopping in?
Is it like in the middle of an open lot, or is there like trees, bushes?
It's in the middle of kind of like an open square, so like people can go and take water from the well. Although there are signs about, and you kind of did this campaign of don't drink water from that well,
Right. Yes.
so not many people are about.
Um.
Oh, I was just when no one's eyes are on me, I'll just polymorph into a spider with sticky legs and crawl down in there.
Is there like still a bucket and rope around to take water, or has that all been taken away also?
No, there's a bucket with rope to take water. It's just no one's using it.
Yeah. Um. I'm gonna real quick send the bucket down and bring some water up.
Okay. You can certainly
And-
do that.
Okay. And use my newly recovered analyzer
Yep.
to see if I can see any signs of what was going on. Like if there's just dysentery bacteria in here, or if there's like something else.
And as you're looking at it, there are signs of, bacteria, water. There are elevated amounts of virus in the water as well. And what you assumed to kind of be like this rust inside the water, which is also weird, like oxidized metal.
Yeah.
But that's mainly the content, so it's just kind of dirty water.
Yeah. I dump back in, and then I start lowering myself down the well,
Very fair.
slowly and carefully. Because I'm also not the youngest, and I will break a hip.
Boudica, Neza, are you two eventually descending down into the water as well?
Yes.
Okay. Bear's just kind of gonna give you guys a covert wave. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll wave a little spider leg at him.
Okay. Then, as each of you sploosh down into the water, it is cold, and it's kind of a tight squeeze for all of you down at the bottom. Eventually, though, you do see the opening, which is a few feet below the surface of the water, which has this underwater cave, perhaps, to it.
Being down here now, can I see like the source of the contamination?
Source? No.
Like, is the water down here stagnant, or does it seem to be coming from somewhere else, or is it just groundwater?
It seems to be just groundwater.
Okay, so it doesn't extend past like the walls of the well.
Doesn't look to, no.
Okay. Does the water go much deeper than the level of like the cave?
As you are looking down, you can't see the bottom of this well, so likely goes deeper.
Okay.
Do you
All
want
right.
me?
What?
I can turn into something that can breathe underwater and kind of swim through there and see how far that tunnel goes if you want.
I wouldn't recommend it. I still don't fully understand how disease and your powers work, but this is some very, very dirty water, and it might have some repercussions if you were to try and breathe it as a fish. Heck, for all I know, even as a fish, you could drown in that stuff.
I get the concern, but I lived outside for a majority of my life. I have drank some absolutely filthy water, and I'm still just fine.
Are you comfortable with possibly having dysentery?
I I mean, it's gross, but you got the stuff to treat it.
The stuff to treat it is drink a lot of water and kind of grin and bear it.
I'll be fine. I'm built different.
Okay. If that's how you want to play this.
I mean, it's that, or you guys or we try to swim through normally, but
Or we just go down the cave.
or I thought the cave is below the water level, I believe.
Is it?
It is, yes.
Oh. So, okay, so let me just get straight where we're kind of at here. We're at the bottom of the well, and there is like a. Is there a place to stand, or are we all still just kind of holding on to the sides of the well?
You're just holding on to the sides of the well or treading
Oh,
water
okay.
at this point.
Oh. Alright. Alright, sure, go ahead, I guess.
Alright, then I would like to polymorph into I will do a fish if that is all good.
Sure, any particular type?
Do I? We haven't seen anything living down here so far yet, right?
No, it's a well.
Fair, but it is a weird well.
Yes.
Nah, I'll just go with what are some of the local fish I've seen in like the waters around Lords?
You haven't really seen a lot of water around Lords.
Oh no, streams are
Do catfish. They're bottom feeders anyway.
I'll do a catfish.
Okay. Bloop. So you go into the water, and you're exploring the tunnel?
Yep.
Gotcha. As you kind of whip your tail and begin to go inside. I mean, it's fairly large, this cave entrance. But as you progress, it only goes on for about 10-15 feet before it comes up. And you can see like there's a surface of the water inside.
Gotcha. Can I see kind of what's past the surface of the water?
Are you poking your fish head out?
Sure.
All right. With fish vision, it's not going to be great, as it's also very dark in here. It seems to be kind of a cave that comes up from, the water's edge and seems to progress down. How far? Hard to say. Catfish eyes don't work so well on land.
That is very fair. Alright. And it kind of where the cave comes up from the water's edge, that it seems like there'd be enough room for like humans to stand and stuff. It wouldn't be a problem for the party to get through the water and over there.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Cool. Then I'm gonna go ahead and swim back to the gang. And I'll just kind of polymorph back into a person and relay. It goes for like 10 or 15 feet, and then there's a land again. We should be able to get over there just fine.
Whew. Is it a straight shot?
Pretty straight,
It's-
yeah.
Yeah. I'll go
Yeah,
for
alright.
one. Alright, and Aoife, as a person this time, will just swim through.
Okay. Are the rest of you following?
Uh,
Yes.
Yes, as Elon dives, he like puts his fingers to cover his ears. He constantly blows out through his nose, holds his breath, and has his eyes tightly shut, so as to prevent as many means of ingress as possible.
Okay. Fair enough.
And just like takes note of the direction they're going, sinks down and pushes off the wall.
Okay. Then, as you guys make it to the other side, pulling yourselves up, you exit out into this underground hallway. It is pitch black in here as you are underground and there are no active sources of light.
With
Could I-
Umbral adaptation. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Could I try to create a source of light with the Ascendant power? Something small.
Sure. Then, as you are attempting to weave that, make a mental check for me.
Gotcha. Let's see. That's one success.
Luckily, one success was all you needed because it's literally just putting out a little bit of light, and everything else is pretty much in order as you're being taken down a full one due to everything. And how long? Well, how long are you wanting to have this light go on for? Because if it's going to be an hour, you will fail.
I didn't have a specific duration in mind. I think it was more of a, we'll say probably about a minute, and then I'll recast if necessary.
Okay. Then, as you kind of focus, your body starts to shimmer as this small bead of light appears in your hands, giving this warm orange glow to the inside of this tunnel that snakes out forward for maybe another 50 feet, and then it kind of expands into this larger cavern.
We trying to go in further?
Yeah.
Also, how do we smell right now?
Bad.
Yeah, I
It's-
assumed.
I mean, I'll keep going.
Yeah, I don't mind leading the way since I've got this, and she'll gesture the light up.
All right.
Okay, then as you guys are progressing forward into this larger space, Neza, you do not need to keep that up for very long as the cavern opens up to reveal it has this kind of dull white glow as this bioluminescent moss hangs from long strands from the ceiling and the walls. On the inside of this place, while you do smell this kind of rancid water, there is also kind of like a lilac smell in the air as well as kind of progress forward. And the ground quickly goes from like dirt to almost like packed stone with clay in the middle, almost like this place had at one point been built. And then Boudica, as you were progressing, you are the kind of the first to see that at the end of this long chamber, there is a door kind of fitted into the actual back wall of this cavern.
How close is the door to us?
At this point, it's probably about 60, 70 feet away as you've been walking.
I think I'd like to try to get closer to the door.
Gotcha. And as you begin to approach, the door itself is about 15 feet tall and 10 feet wide, made out of this slate gray metallic substance. Could be some iron alloy or something like it. As you kind of approach, you can see that towards the bottom of the door, there are these circular kind of points of ingress within the door where perhaps like idols or keys might be slotted inside. Definitely places for like objects to be fit. And each place has this specific symbol tied to it. One you do recognize, a symbol of kind of like this twisting knot that can sometimes be found near Arnaud Bouchard's house, his family crest. And you think the others might be crests of other houses or long forgotten houses. But they
These
are.
must.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. This must be what the keys we need are for this door, maybe. I'm gonna knock on the door just to sort of get a sense of like the room that it's in front of.
Gotcha. And as you go up and you knock on the door, it kind of gives this loud, resounding echo through the interior of this chamber. The door itself seems fairly solid. Definitely not thin enough for you to just take to it with force and try to chip through. I mean, maybe you could try, but you would need literal decades and maybe some heavy-duty mining equipment to get it done, Boudica. Now, Aoife, as you hear the resounding echo, you also begin to hear movement along the inside of this cavern, as bits of rock begin to fall from the walls.
There's something moving in here. And as I say that to everyone, can I try and pinpoint, like, what the source of the noise is?
Sure, as you begin to look around, kind of on the wall to your right, you see maybe about 10 feet up this large winged creature with spikes on the body, this long tail and almost like beaked mouth filled with sharp teeth has begun to crawl down the side of the cavern wall as its eyes kind of look to you, and it gives the sound almost like a bugle, like a bugling elk. And as it gives this sound, Neza, you can see on another wall nearest to you, another one of these creatures comes out. And Alon, from behind, you hear the sound of beating wings as but a third of these strange creatures begin to make their way forward. I'd like all of you to roll for order, as you have been set upon by these strange beasts. Let's see. Aoife, what did you roll?
I got a 6 altogether.
6 altogether. Boudica?
I got a 10.
10. Very nice. Neza?
3.
Nice. Alon?
5.
5. Okay. Boudica, you are up first then.
I move here
Okay.
and I smack them.
They are 10 feet up.
They are 10 feet up. That is so cool for them. Oh, I have a whip. I'm gonna hit him with the whip. It's got a range of 10 feet.
Very nice.
And then I whipped him. Oh, that's disrespectful. 3 points of damage.
3 points, it will spend stamina points. Then as you crack that whip and it kind of scuttles to the side of the wall before kind of leaping off as it begins to flap in midair. And now you begin to see as this creature, like, feet begin to kick. It has these razor-like talons.
Cool. That's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay. It's going to be the Yithrax turns. And they're going to begin to swoop and dive. So we will kind of be going in order here. As first up, Boudica, one closest to you, will be attacking with its claws
Cringe.
for 6 points of normal slashing damage.
I will take that with my stamina points.
All right. Then going up to Elan for 12 points of normal slashing damage.
Stamina.
And last one swooping down at Aoife for another 12 points of normal slashing damage.
12, that will be stamina.
Gotcha. And then the creatures are going to swoop back up as far as they're able. One closest to Boudica is actually going to kind of move that way a bit and get about 10 feet or 5 feet higher. That will be their turns. Aoife, you're up.
Okay, so, this one right next to me is about 20 feet up, you said?
Correct.
Gotcha, well, I don't like that. I suppose I'm gonna use, my longbow to kind of pull that back and take an attack at this guy.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Lovely.
Can you remind me, do we get hero points for failed attacks?
You do. You get a hero point.
Gotcha. Just for fun, I'll use my background action and movement just to accelerate my blade for if they get a chance to, if I get a chance to go at them with it.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
Gotcha. Elan, you're up.
I'll start by the retreat detriment again.
You're not in their range.
Oh, okay, cool. In that case, I'll move there and shoot that one.
Okay.
Giving my background action stuff to myself and Aoife.
Very nice.
So you get +1 on your damage rating.
Thank you.
Yep. Given that Aoife's engaging with it, does that count as an ally for sake of rolling, or no?
No, and she's not really even engaging with it. Like, she's not in range of any of her weapons.
Okay.
Or melee weapons, I should say.
Alright. 1 success, which is 4 damage.
4 damage? Gotcha. In that case, yeah, it will burn stamina as it kind of ducks to the side in midair as the crossbow bolt goes wide.
Alright. That's everything I got, so.
Gotcha. Then, Naza, you're up.
Alright. I'm going to make a rock launch attack at this one
Okay.
that Aoife's near. So that is going to be 2 successes.
All right. How much damage?
6, I believe.
Okay. Burn
Yes.
last of its stamina points as it is just barely able to dodge the rock in the air as it goes kind of flying past and impacts the far kind of wall of the cavern.
And then I will give my background action to... I'll give it to Boudica, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Boudica, you're up.
Alrighty then. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is. No, I want to actually. There we go. Walking is 50 feet, right? Movement speed?
Yes. For you, I believe so.
Okay. Walk over here. I suppose I can throw my hatchet at it. That gives me a bigger range. I'll throw my hatchet at this guy.
All right.
Please don't be disrespectful again. Alright, 3. The damage on my hatchet is 2.
Okay, so 6 will burn stamina points as you chuck the hatchet and this creature kind of ducks and dives in the air.
At least I'm bothering him.
Yeah, you hear it kind of giving this chattering sound.
Alright, that's gonna be my turn.
All right. Then on your Thrax turns, 1 is going to be Boudica, 2 Neza, 3 Aoife. Let's see who they go after. Lovely. They all are going to dive bomb as one kind of gives this chirping sound as they are going to collectively just descend on Neza. So, let's see here. As they descend, first set of claw attacks against Neza. 6 points of slashing damage. Then another 6. And for the final, 12. So 24 points of normal slashing damage to you, Neza, as you are just absolutely dive bombed by these creatures.
Stamina points.
Very nice. Then they're all going to... This one can only retreat 10 feet back up to the air, but the rest are going to go 15 feet up. That will be their turns. Aoife, your go.
Gotcha. You said they were kind of actively swooping and diving. Is there a way I could try and time my attack for when they are low enough to the ground I could do melee against them?
You could delay your action, yeah.
Yeah, can I move up here and delay my action for when one is close enough I can actually whack it with the Broken Angel's Blade?
Sure. So, yep, delaying that action. Yeah. And your trigger is when it comes close enough to be hit by the Broken Angel's Blade, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
And, actually, never mind. No, I can do that. I'll go ahead and background action, use my, regain stamina points equivalent to my power score.
Okay.
Which I forget, you cannot regain what's given to you by, your armor, right? Only, your regular stamina pool?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, then that will be my turn.
All right. Then, Alon, you're up.
Alright, re-up Fighting Spirit on me and Aoife,
Okay.
and then take a shot at the same one.
Sounds good.
Still no ally bonus.
Correct.
Okay. 2 successes.
How do you want to do this?
Nice. I'll. I think Elan was aiming for its wing, and he just happens to hit it when the wing is down from flapping, and also hits it in the chest.
Very fair. As the crossbow bolt rips through, these aren't very hardy creatures, as one of them kind of falls from the sky and hits down next to you, Aoife.
That's my turn.
All right. Then, after Elan, Neza, you're up.
Alright, I will do another rock launch, this time at the one closest to Eva again,
Okay.
even though I think that's technically a different guy.
It is.
Let's see, and that'll be... I have not been rolling well tonight. Can I use a hero point to reroll one of those?
Sure.
God damn it. I'm not gonna keep pushing it. That is 2 successes for 6 damage.
6 damage. Okay. In...
In fairness, the highest number any of us have rolled this combat is 3.
Yep.
All I need is a 3 for what I'm trying to do. But that is 6 damage.
All right, then as you hurl a rock up, it, like, the creature doesn't see it coming as it's focused, now kind of moving towards Elan and the weapon that killed its friend. And then a rock impacts its chest, cracking some of its hollow bones as it gives a yelp. It lost a health block.
Nice. And then I will give my background action to Aoife.
Okay. Then, Boudica, you're up.
Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and move to this one that's 10 feet in the air, and I'll try to hit it with my whip. Do I get any bonus for... Are we technically flanking it?
Well, you can reach it. Unfortunately, Neza and Aoife cannot, so not really.
Okay, that's fair. Alright, so that is 3 times 3, so 9 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
I think I want to take the whip and have it so that it wraps around the legs as I like whip it up, and I just pull it down to the ground and slam it on the cave floor.
Gotcha. As you slam it on the cave floor, its bones were already broken from the rock, and as you slam it down hard, the rest of them just shatter. As it's like this creature's body turns into overcooked spaghetti.
Alright, that's the end of my turn.
Alright. Last creature's turn is going to give this kind of mournful bugle as it will descend down towards you and attempt to rip you apart, Boudica, with its claws.
That's so sick.
12 points of slashing damage to you,
I'm gonna take that with my stamina.
right? Then it's going to try and arc up higher into the air until it's like 30 feet up its max, as it kind of starts clutching onto the top of the cave wall, almost trying to blend in with the rest of the moss. Aoife, it is your turn.
Gotcha. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and longbow attack at it.
Okay.
Just 1 success, but with Naza's ability, I'll reroll 2 of those.
Okay.
Uh, 2 successes. Elon gave me his damage rating bonus, so that should be 8 damage.
Very nice. Then, as you fire in, the arrow sticks into the back of this creature as it gives a yelp as you take away one of its health blocks, as some of its dark green blood begins to drip down onto the floor.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't really have another use for my background action at the moment, so I'll go ahead and just accelerate my Angel's Blade again, just for fun.
All right. Then
And
next up, Alon.
Um, damage bonus to myself and yeah, let's give it to Neza. I don't know if I've ever given it to her before.
Fair enough.
You have not, because usually I can't hit.
Um, no bonuses still or
No bonuses still, yeah.
dang.
Good lord.
All right then,
Then,
I'm done.
yeah, as you are attempting to like locate it, it's hiding in that moss, and you fire, and as you do, the arrow or the really the bolt gets tied up in the hanging moss as your shot just goes a little bit wide of the mark. But that's Alon's turn. Neza, you're up.
This time, I'm gonna use my background ability on myself before I announce I'm gonna attack.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna attack with the rock launch. So that'll be, and let me re-roll 2 of those because of my ability. God damn! Oh wait, that works. Okay, 3 successes. That'll be 9 damage, and he's knocked prone.
Well, he's dead. How do you want to do this?
Damn it! That's alright. I imagine with this, Nathan just kind of like almost soccer kicks the rock up, and it shoots through. She's aiming for like the legs or the wings more specifically, but I imagine she misses and just shoots straight through his head instead.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, for in the future, know it all affects a creature other than you, because it's a creature that you can see. Usually. So.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I counted as a creature I could see, and I've used it on myself in the past.
Oh, I
which is
haven't
why I
caught
thought I
it.
could this time.
Sorry. Yeah.
Gotcha. Then I will keep that in mind for the future.
But with that, you fell the last of the creatures.
Can we leave now?
Yeah, I think we've collected the information we need, and I am very smelly.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, all right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. We can go.
All right. Are you all making your way out of the well then?
Yes.
Fair
Liza
enough.
is trying to commit all of the symbols on the door to memory before leaving.
Fair enough.
How many symbols were on there total?
4.
4. Okay. Thank you.
If there's, I thought there were a few more. If there's 4, then Liza will say, "Do you mind if we just sketch these out real quick, just so we can remember them? It'll only be a second.
Do it quickly.
Thank you." And then she'll try to sketch them out in her journal real quick.
Gotcha.
So there's a physical copy of it.
Then, as you do the first 3 sketches, one probably being of Arnaud Bouchard, 2 more that are kind of random scrawling lines. The 4th, though, as you take a closer look, you do recognize as it's a symbol that has been tied into the pattern of your own rune that is on your body.
Neza will, I think, pause for a second, make a mental note of that, and then sketch it down quickly, because she knows they have to leave.
Gotcha. Then, as you kind of get those sketches done, anything else you guys want to do down here?
Nope.
Okay,
The only thing I want to do down here is leave.
fair enough.
Yeah,
Then-
leaving.
Then you can begin to make your way out of the cave, through the water passage, then out into the well, and up to the very top once again, as Borellian is there waiting for you. How'd it go, guys?
We stink to high heaven. Let's get home.
Oh, okay.
It went well.
Well,
We
that's
found
good.
out. And all kind of in a quiet tone,
Let's
pausing
not just
whenever.
not talk about it in public.
Okay. It went. It went well. Let's talk about it at home.
Okay.
And as we walk, can I like just try to think to myself, everything that was in the well water that was making people sick, could that be the fault of creatures being down there?
Maybe.
Like from my knowledge,
I mean, yeah. If the
like
cre-
probably not the rust, but
I mean, if they're down there, you know, if there's like fecal waste or just they're swimming around in that water, then yeah, it could potentially make people sick.
and to my knowledge, the well didn't become contaminated until recently, or was it just not used?
From what you understand, it was only contaminated or only started producing outbreaks recently.
Okay.
But do you kind of make it back home? Borellian kind of like stops at the front door. Do you want me to come in?
Yeah, you can, man.
Okay. I go in and sit down on the couch.
Elon goes to change.
Fair enough. Are all of you changing out into
like-
less smelling clothes?
Yes.
Change and like dunk his head in some water or something.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Then you all quickly change. You can reassemble in time.
And I just will give a quick rundown of basically everything that they did and saw and experienced in the cave.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
We also, well, there was the door that I told you about had, I took a sketch of all those symbols, and she'll show it over. We're pretty sure that's where we're gonna need the keys.
That sounds about right. But and that depends if you even want to go for the keys, because I haven't been able to honestly think up a way to do it without potentially stealing them, as the aristocracy hasn't let them out of their sights in so long. I don't suppose they'll do it for us. So I mean, I guess there are two options. I mean, option one, maybe you could go to the Grey Gate and find Estelle. Or if you're able to find the Ascendant Garden and free Estelle of everything, will be fine, because she could come back here and help people. Or, because that could take a while, honestly. And the other option is stealing the keys and going up against the aristocracy, which is pretty dangerous, but it is more immediate.
Right.
So there are trade-offs. And look, I don't... You've already done so much. Don't think about throwing your lives away or getting in trouble with the aristocracy just on our account. Because I don't want you guys to
have anything bad happen to you or make enemies.
Well, I'm just hesitant about hurting anybody. I mean, I get that they've done, well, at least from my knowledge, Arno's done quite a lot poor and painful and horrible, but I feel like I don't know the other aristocrats enough to know whether they deserve such um, violence done upon their person. So
Why are
I would
you
prefer
gonna
if we
do
found an
violence?
alternative situation there.
Why are you
We
gonna do
also don't know
violence to them?
we also don't know how aware some of the nobles,
Absolutely.
the aristocracy might be, because coming from someone who was once in a place of privilege that came at the cost of others, I was not aware until I very much was.
Absolutely. The difficulty would be trying to broach that subject.
Exactly. That's
Mm.
tricky.
Yes. And Bear, the reason I said violence is that if we try to steal it and they catch us, which is entirely possible given that, as you said, they keep very close watch on it, I doubt they would just accept any sort of excuses there. And I don't want to be forced into that situation.
No, that makes sense.
Uh, but if we could try to find a workaround, um, as you said, another option would just be finding Estelle and bringing her back. But if I'm not mistaken, a lot of people have tried to do that over the years.
That's very true. Yeah.
Um, how far is the Great Gate, anyways?
Great Gate, it's pretty far south.
As far
So,
as days of travel, how far is it?
um, I don't know. I've never been. You would probably have a better estimate than me with how far south you might have gone.
Fair enough. Hmm.
My my best guess is it's at least 2 or 3 weeks.
Hmm. Um, and is there any knowledge as to what's beyond the gate?
The ocean, mountains, but it's been so long since people got past there.
Right. Hmm. Um. Also, just going back to the other option for just a second, if we even attempted to go the theft route, uh, if one of them were to go missing, I'm sure that the person who lost it wouldn't just keep quiet about it if it's a multi-person thing. So,
Probably.
yeah.
Unless they
If we
didn't
went,
know it was missing.
well, that's true. It's difficult.
Maybe we could make fakes and then swap the fake key with the real key so nobody knows that they were taken.
It's not a terrible idea.
That would require us to have prior knowledge of what the keys look like, so there would need to be some recon work in that regard.
Yeah, don't really know what shape these keys are.
Ooh,
What about Naomi's key? Nobody really knows where it is, but
that's true, but I have an idea as to how we might be able to convince them to let us see the keys. we could say it's some kind of um, something that you need for your research, Nisa. That you need to know what they look like so you can get a sketch. That way they'll be able to show us what they look like, maybe even show us the location of where they have them hidden. That second one's more of a stretch, but it's an idea.
I mean, I suppose Clement did tell us about the keys. So if they ask us how we know about it, we could just say that. However, I do worry that that would bring some unpleasantness down on Clement. I would hope not, but
We can come together and sort of come up with a flubbed story, one that doesn't make the aristocracy look so negative. You know, maybe more like you were heroes that sailed this power away that threatened the town, and we just want to see the keys that you used to do it.
I think that would still be a little suspicious. And we tried
Yes.
to see what the keys for years, but we were never granted access to that. I mean, we kind of know what they look like because of the indents in the door.
That's true. We do have that going for us.
um, just so I have like the image clear in my head, were the symbols that we drew on the door, were those symbols on the door next to keyholes, or were they indentations that looked like something could fit in?
They were indentations. Kind of, it
Okay.
was like it was a circular hole, and kind of within that circle was an indentation, kind of,
Okay.
kind of like teeth on a particular like key.
Sure. Okay. Um, where did we see Bouchard's before? Is that like just something he has everywhere on his house, or what?
It's his crest, so it's on some of his clothes and attire.
Hmm,
It's on a flag that flies above his manor.
gotcha. There's no like emblem above his door or there's not like, I don't know, the symbol's not along his fence outside his house or anything.
No, it's not anything that obvious.
Okay.
Or that prominent. Like, it's around, but it's just in a few specific areas.
Okay.
Maybe we could just ask Bouchard the history behind his crest, and maybe he'll bring up the key in some manner.
I mean, we could try that. I have a suspicion he'd be very protective of that information. However, I could be wrong. I,
You know, he might accidentally let something slip.
it's always possible.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, it would also be a bit strange if we all went up to his house and said, "Hey, tell us about your family crest."
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is where Neza comes in. Neza says, this is
Ah, yes, yes, yes,
I
yes.
have been going around asking people to participate in interviews,
That's very fair.
and he did agree back when we first met him.
You could call in the interview.
Absolutely.
That's kind of brilliant.
That does work.
Do you guys want to pose as my note takers, research helpers?
Well, I mean, he knows us, but
Well, I know, but as an excuse for why you're all there.
I suppose I can help take notes.
can as well.
I can just sit and look pretty.
Um, I mean, hopefully, if this is just a conversation, and even if it does go wrong, he'd probably, hopefully, just ask you to politely leave, but hopefully you wouldn't need all of us there with you to do this. I, I'm not against that if that would make you more comfortable, but
I don't mind going alone. I just thought you guys might want to be there. Maybe you can pick up on something that I didn't.
I mean, if we're just posing this as an interview and asking about the history of his family and the crest, then I mean, it's not like it's sensitive information at this point, and I mean, we kind of go everywhere together already, so I
Yeah.
don't think it'd be weird for us all to show up.
that's fair, I suppose.
You-
Alright, Naza, do you have a set of interview questions?
I can draft some. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow because we all need to shower.
Yeah, agreed.
But yeah, I can draft some tonight and be ready by tomorrow.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
I also. I was considering later tonight trying to open up that telepathic link to Naomi. I could
Alright.
ask her if she knows where her key went or where the other keys are. Is that alright with everyone?
Yeah?
Fine with me.
Yeah,
Okay.
do you want us to go with you, or are you going to be doing this from like the street, like somewhere where you can see her, or?
I'll probably try to do it from here in the house, but if it doesn't work, I'll go a little closer.
None of
Okay,
us
well-
have been able to do it from a distance. You might be able to do it since you're related and I guess connected to the Ascendant power more. But I think would probably have a better shot if you were closer to her.
Okay. I can go closer.
We can
Not,
just go to
don't worry, Alon.
we'll
Not
just go
that
together and pretend we're on a nighttime walk. We'll just kind of walk around the square, and you'll see if you can connect with her from there.
That's fair. I was also going to suggest maybe we stage a picnic in maybe Rayleigh's Park. And if that's still not close enough, we can walk a little closer.
Isn't that farther away a little bit? Or technically it's a bit closer, but
That's fair.
There's nothing saying we can't just take a quick stroll down Main Street and maybe sit down. Not next
Yeah.
to the Prophet's Burn, but
Are
just
there
along-
benches along the main street?
Not next to the Prophet's Burn.
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying we can still sit down somewhere else, like
What
nearby.
what are these buildings on the side of Ash Street? Are those houses?
On the side, I mean, yeah, those are houses.
Gotcha.
Although, given the map, they are about a mile away from the Prophet's Burn.
Damn. This Prophet's Burn is isolated.
I wonder.
I wonder why.
Yeah, we can try to take a stroll around Main Street. Or around the block, I should say.
Alright.
Alright, we can try that.
Then, as all of you go to shower, get ready, and prepare yourselves for your midnight walk to the Prophet's Burn, it is here where we will end the session for today. And all of you can take a level up.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Nice.
You. I thought that was going to be a starting area that you stumbled on. Those poor creatures didn't know what the fuck hit them.
Fucking beat the shit out of them, bro.
A stealth mission to go contact the prophet?
Right.
Ah,
Right.
Oh, right.
So, don't know if you're still doing that, but we pick up as the sun is beginning to set on the town of Lords. What are you guys up to the rest of the night?
I suppose if we're going with the plan before, we're just kind of strolling, just like kind of around the square, trying to get a good, I guess, probably eye line on the prophet.
Okay, what time are you... Well, firstly, are all of you guys going strolling? And what time are you heading out to, I guess, begin this stealth operation?
I think Boudica is gonna go for like jogging to make it less like, oh, we're just all happened to be on a stroll, but Boudica's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna jog to make it seem a little less suspicious.
Okay.
I think Aoife will just kind of walk with Neza, make it look casual. They would leave the time up to Neza, though. Or popular vote, I guess, however that shakes out.
Boudica will start her jog at sunset, so probably like
6 o'clock?
yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I asked this already, but are there like any benches around the area the burn is?
Yep, there are benches on the opposite side of the street that are around.
Okay.
There's not any benches on the side where the Prophet's Burn is, as people tend to not go there, but...
Fair enough.
Mhm.
I think that like a little bit before Eva and Neza go on their walk, Alon will go to one of the benches and just start writing in a journal, seemingly absent-mindedly.
Okay. Then I would like all of you to make spirit checks to try and not be suspicious.
Cool. And the Ring of Wisdom, that gives me an extra die on all my spirit checks.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I accidentally rolled that back.
I
No, I rolled that right.
No, you rolled that
Yeah, I rolled
backwards.
Yeah, I rolled that backwards.
It's alright.
4 successes for me on 4 dice.
Absolutely
me.
incredible. Okay.
Well, I rolled
I'm
a
gonna-
1 and a 4,
Mm-hmm.
so I think that's a 0 for
Yeah.
me actually.
I'm going to use a hero point to reroll one of those.
Gotcha.
1 success.
Okay. Then, as all of you are making your way around, Boudica, as you're jogging, there are a few Briarhearts around, and they are just kind of like practicing training. A few of them kind of give you a look like, why is this old woman out jogging past sunset? Like, a little bit weird.
I don't see how buff I am.
They don't pay a ton of mind to it. Alon kind of goes and sits on the opposite side of the street writing. They don't pay him too much mind, and Aoife and Neza, you seem to be blending right in. As at this point, as all of this is taking place, it is now firmly dark as the sun has set over Lords.
I guess once we're close enough, I will attempt to make the connection.
What is close enough for you?
Probably, I assume, because Ethan and I were walking around the. I don't know if you can see my cursor still, but around this block, right?
Oh, you're walking around there. Okay.
Like through down Main Street, up Oak, down Gold, down Ash,
Gotcha.
in that box.
Okay.
Is that what we were doing, Eva?
I think we were walking on the streets and not like
Yeah,
I
not
assumed on
in.
the streets and not actually in that square like you were circling.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, sorry, on the streets, not in the square.
Okay.
But I assume after we make like a lap or two, once we get back to probably right around here.
Where? Okay, there. Gotcha.
Mhm.
A few of them kind of give you some looks, Naza, as you keep on looping, and then a Briarheart or two sees Aoife, and they just kind of give like a friendly wave to you, Aoife.
I'm waving back.
Mm-hmm. The only reason why you are succeeding on this or are not instantly kind of being walked up to is because they're like, oh, that's Aoife. She's our friend.
That's fair.
Then, describe to me what you are trying to do.
I would like to open a telepathic connection with the prophet.
Okay. Then,
I believe we spoke last time and we agreed it would be about 5 successes necessary.
yep, that would be generally it.
I have a second question
Okay.
because I haven't addressed this yet, but my roleplay ability is to add an additional d6 to mental checks, but does that apply to the Ascendant power? Because it doesn't say it's a mental check, it just says it's a number of d6 to the mental score.
It is
So
considered a
is it
check.
something... Excellent. I have been cheating myself out of so many dice recently, because it's the same for my rock launch.
Oh god
I
damn.
thought it was worded that way
Your
specifically.
rock launch, if you're using it for a damage roll, is not a check.
Mhm.
It's a damage roll.
Great.
Yeah. Like
Never
It-
mind.
like
Well, still cool.
if you're using the Ascendant power to attack something, it's a damage roll. If you're using it like in a way to try and succeed on a check, it is a check.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. I would like to use 1 hero point, please.
Okay.
That's not helpful.
Then as you are right here, are you wanting to be a little bit more suspicious and obvious to make this check? Are you trying to create a connection that is maybe a little faulty? As this is kind of an area where with 4, you can give something up to try and get this to work.
I am okay with a faulty connection.
Okay. Then, as you look, you feel this other presence there. As Aoife, you notice Naza just like completely stops on the street, their eyes just looking at the prophet, kind of going a bit dull. What is your reaction to this?
I think they start to ask if she's alright and then probably kind of think about that and cut themselves off so that their speaking doesn't like distract her if she's successfully made the connection.
Okay. Naza, you find yourself standing in what is Lords, but a better version of Lords. The buildings are not as dilapidated. The sky has more sunlight. It seems to perhaps be in the summer here. And as you look ahead, you can see that there is a woman kind of standing in the middle of the square. And instead of being, covered in ash and soot and burns, it seems to just be a regular village square. Woman seems vaguely Kovarovian, however, with much tanner skin and kind of light brown chestnut hair. And strangely enough, she does heavily resemble you. And you can see a person kind of like cocks their head and like squints at you.
Hi. We don't have long because I'm not sure how long I can keep this up. My name's Neza. I think I might be a relative of yours. We've spoken before, once in the middle of the night, a while ago. I recently came into the Ascendant power, and with the current eminence of wisdom, my friends and I are working on setting up the Meroviglia to help. While the end is in sight, things are likely to get a lot worse before they get better. When the ritual is ready, we'll try to free you at nearly the same time, but first, we need to know if you know where your key to the stone under the well went, or where the other keys are. Can you help us?
I'm catching every other word. Stone under the well?
Keys, 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 keys.
Keys? Yes.
Where?
Keys are important. I gave my key to Zakarian Ferret, my eminence of patience then. Zakarian took the key to the Church of the Neverborn, but my eminences have told me the key was perhaps taken years ago. I feel its power somewhere within this city.
The keys have power?
Yes, the magic within them.
Is it traceable?
Perhaps.
How?
I am not in a position to attempt such a thing, nor was I able to do so when I had a body that was more full.
Okay. We're hopefully going to get you out of here soon. Just a little bit longer.
What are you going to do?
Meroviglia?
It's almost ready?
No. Well, maybe? We're trying.
Well, please find the keys and protect my devout.
We're trying.
Okay?
Thank you.
It's good to see distant family again.
It is. Again.
Yes?
What do you mean again?
I haven't seen my family in a long time, or anybody in my family.
It's good to see you too.
Why, are there more?
There are, but They're a long ways away.
Oh, I see.
Who's your family? The names?
The name, well, my father was named Jack. I don't know if you know Jack Ducasse.
No.
I see. Um, my mother's name was Melora. Melora Ducasse.
These names don't ring a bell, do they?
Not to you, not really.
I'm sorry, I still don't know that. My name is Kovac, the last name.
Ah, are you the branch that went to the Prime Ring?
What do you mean? Oh, yes, yes. Sorry, that was an out of character mistake. I mixed up Prime and Primordial. Yeah, we went to the Prime Ring.
I
Or at
see.
least that's where I'm from.
Yes. Wait. I think I have a cousin, distant one on the Prime Ring. Yes.
The Prime Ring.
Do you know a Dusan?
I do, that's my dad.
Ah, yes. You are from Kovarov.
Yeah, Kovarov.
Wonderful. Unfortunately, I did not keep in as much touch as I would have liked when I was free, but it's good to at least have some c- connection.
It is.
And at this point, we cut over to you, Aoife, as a slack-jawed Naza just continues to stare at the prophet. And at this point, like, a few Briarwoods are looking over and, like, kind of squinting. And a larger kind of dwarvish woman begins to make her way over. Aoife, what's going on with your friend?
Oh, hey, she's fine. She just had a little much to drink. She's just getting some air.
You can see, like, the woman kind of, like, cocks her head and, like, looks her up and down. And she just kind of, like, frowns. And this woman's name, by the way, is Siva. Does she need to be taken to your doctor, friend?
Am I sitting near enough to be hearing this?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, Elon's out here with us. Siva. I thank you for the concern, really, but we.
Doctor, I think she might be having a stroke.
What? I'm sorry. What? And he gets up and starts moving over.
And, like,
If we're positioned where Siva can't see me, I'm gonna try to make a just like an it's fine gesture to Elon.
hold on, what are you
He's-
doing?
He's still coming over.
Yeah.
Fair.
And, like, you see, like, the slack-jawed face, the blank eyes and stare.
First I like snap my fingers a couple times next to like her ear, see if she flinches.
Nothing.
I strike a match and hold it up in front of her, see if her eyes move.
Nothing.
Dilate anything.
Nothing. She's out to lunch.
Aoife, help me bring her back to the house.
Alright. Bye, Siva.
Tell me if she's alright.
Will do. Thank
Will
you.
and
Am I close enough to sort of
yeah,
see this?
you'd be
I
jogging.
come over and help.
Okay. You guys just starting to carry Naza back to the house?
Yep.
Okay. Then, as you begin to carry her, at this point, Naza, all at once, your connection snaps with Naomi as you are being walked away, carried by your friends.
Ah,
Oh, Naza, you're back.
Holy shit!
yeah. Are you okay?
I told you she was fine.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Just so
Oh.
we're clear, you had next to no brain activity.
That's
Huh.
normal for Naza.
Hey, says the fucking fox.
That species just don't say that.
Yeah, I was being teasing. You were just being mean.
How do you know I wasn't being teasing too?
Because that's speciesist.
Yeah, that only some things are okay to joke about.
What are you trying to suggest that your friend Naza? No, whoa, your friend Naza. No. Your friend Naza in your brain thinks that your friend Eva is less intelligent than a humanoid. Are you saying?
Oh, I thought that was a fact.
Oh no, that's speciesist. That's speciesist. You can't say that. You do not understand how big and juicy Aoife's brain is, okay?
Big and
Yeah, my
juicy
brain
and
is-
smooth.
No,
No, it's
You
so
can't-
wrinkly.
it is full of so many wrinkles. Like-
While they are having this conversation, Ilan is giving Naza a brain scan.
Understood.
So Elon can tell that I'm joking.
I think he's just preoccupied because you had like no brain activity genuinely for a moment.
No, I meant like you can tell from the brain.
That's not how that works.
Sure it is.
I don't even know what you're saying,
Different
I'm gonna be
parts of the
honest.
brain. Well, different parts of the brain light up in different circumstances. Not literally light, but you know what I mean.
I don't.
That it doesn't. It doesn't. The speaking part of the brain doesn't light up with. Oh man, over here it lights up when I'm lying.
That's not how that
That's
works.
not how that works.
Who's to say it's not how it works in Colin's world?
Not me.
Colin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Colin.
I
Really
didn't.
talking to God.
Unfortunately, I didn't redesign human biology just to have it look the same.
You're telling me you didn't remap the human brain?
I know.
Damn, talk about lazy.
I know. I'm so
Mhm.
lazy. God damn.
Honestly, copying from stuff that already exists. Make your own thing.
You're telling me you didn't remap the human brain and then also map brains for every possible fantasy creature?
I know. I'm such a loser.
You're telling me you didn't study fox biochemistry?
Well, I did study foxes for this campaign, a stupid amount. So, technically,
What's the typical internal body temperature of a fox?
typical internal body temperature. I think they run a little bit warmer than humans. So I'm gonna say it's like 101 degrees.
Fact check right now.
Genuinely, from what I can tell, is Naza's brain okay?
Yeah, it seems to have gotten to a working state. It doesn't seem to be like disturbed in any way that you can tell.
No damage.
Not that you can tell, no. It just seemed to be like for a second, she was just gone.
Naza, you just scared the crap out of me.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you about it when we get home, though.
When I checked her, was like her body still warm?
Yeah,
Was it just like she wasn't moving and was just like out?
her body was still warm. It was like it was basically on essential functions only.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
At this point, you guys have basically arrived back at the porch of your home.
Let's go inside.
All right.
Yep.
So you walk and go inside. Anything particular you are doing as you enter into the home?
So it was successful.
I open the door and walk inside.
Okay, yeah, I assume so.
I thought you said anything I was doing to enter the home, and I thought you meant like, do I crawl in through the window or something?
Anything you are doing when you enter the home.
Okay.
Do a Kool-Aid man smash
Closing the
through
door.
wall. Oh yeah!
Perhaps taking our shoes off, looking around the home,
Fair enough.
maybe sitting down even.
Check for the man in the walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if
I
you can-
forgot we asked him Amontillado that guy. So anyway, sit down. Say, okay, now what happened?
Well, it worked. Sorry. I'm still laughing at the stupid open the door. Um, it worked. I was able to talk to Naomi. She told me that at one point, well, I told her that we were preparing the Meraviglia, and asked her where her key was. She said that long ago she gave it to her current eminence of patience, who then took it to the church. But it was stolen years ago, and she says it's somewhere in the city. The keys apparently have some kind of power to them that, in theory, is able to be tracked, but it's really difficult to do. I wonder, we might be able to figure it out, though. Maybe, Boudica, if you and I and Bear all team up, the three of us putting our power together might be able to do it. Then we could figure out where the keys are, exactly.
That's worth a shot.
We also found out generally how we're related. My father is her cousin, which is pretty cool. Distant cousin, but still cool.
Yeah, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that you look so much like her when you're really not that closely related.
Yeah, it's wild.
A bit, yeah.
Out of curiosity, do you look very similar to your dad?
Do I look very similar to my dad?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Strong genes.
I guess so. Hey, maybe that's another thing from Estelle.
Still said y'all are related.
Sorry for going a little brain dead for a bit there.
I would appreciate if you not do that.
Next time I'll try giving you a warning. I don't know that I can control not doing it if we need to do that kind of telepathic thing again.
Well, now we know that it happens, and you seem fine after.
Yeah, I'm imagining. I wonder if it was something like some kind of astral projection almost, where the sorry, where the Spirit leaves the body, and the body is basically just a husk until it returns. Actually, that brings into question what happens if it doesn't return, and I don't like that at all.
Yeah, that part's a little bit scarier. But I mean, it seems like when your body is moved, or did it seem like Neza kind of came back to like when we started moving her, or like specifically when like the kind of um, eye contact type of thing was broken?
Wasn't even when eye contact was broken. It's just kind of when you got a certain distance away.
Distance? Okay. Well, at least we know if we move your body away, you'll be brought back to it. I think, unless you just happened to end your conversation when we moved you.
Oh, I was not done, but we got the what we came for.
Well, I'm sorry, but A, I was freaking out, and B, one of the Briarhearts saw you absolutely just depart your body and was also concerned.
Um, well, no, I'm not upset. I thank you again. I was just responding to Aoife when she asked if I was done, and thank you again for acting. So, what do we do next? Other than go to sleep.
I mean, we could do that interview with Bouchard tomorrow if you wanted, and that might give us a bit of an idea.
Potentially. I was wondering if we could try to track the location of the keys first. That way we know if it's even worth going to Bouchard or not.
Well, I thought we were going to Bouchard so we could potentially find the location of the keys.
I was gonna say, how do we
That's fair.
find? How else are we gonna trace keys?
I was considering maybe Boudica and Brilliant and I could try to put our use of the Ascendant power together to try to track it. Because apparently, like I said, they have some kind of magical energy that's able to be tracked, but very difficult to do so.
I would personally prefer if we tried the interview plan first.
Okay.
See what we can learn from it.
Yeah, I mean, doing the interview first makes sense that way. I mean, there are like what, 4 keys, and so the less you
Right.
have, the less you have to try to track, the better.
Okay. That's a good idea.
All right, so interview tomorrow, and then talk to Borellian about trying to locate any other keys.
I think that works.
All right, are you guys doing anything else tonight then? If not,
Sleep.
then yeah, all of you can take a complete rest. So you head to bed. Let's see. What are you guys doing tomorrow?
Oh, Aoife's gonna. Not Aoife. I'm not Aoife.
Hold on,
yet.
Caleb.
Hey,
Let me
Aoife.
just tell you what you're doing.
We'll just switch characters for the duration of the session. It'll be fine.
So Aoife's gonna get up.
I'll become
yeah?
Neza. It's gonna be great.
I'll become Boudica. First step, jump off cliff.
What the fuck? She would not do that.
Yeah, we all switch characters and then just yell at each other about how that's not what our character would do.
Come on, Colin. Body swap episode when?
Well, you have to go out into the world first.
We have to eat a specific mushroom at the same time.
You have to leave Lords.
Gotta go in the Tempest Wood and get cursed by the hags.
Oh.
Or alternatively, just trip balls like no one's business.
I didn't Caleb and I do that? Not the people, the characters.
No, I did do that, and I remember because Gloom had no memory of it. But the dude who tried to contact him in his dream while he was high as balls was super fucking pissed after.
Yeah, because we were together on watch, and I think we pointed out, like, I can't remember which one found the mushrooms, but we both ate them.
No, I don't think we ate them. I think it was skin contact.
Was it?
No, you ate them.
Oh, we ate them? Okay. That tracks. But yeah, no, I still think about that like every other day. Because that mental image is really funny to me. So yeah, let's go trip on mushrooms again.
Alright, so we're gonna go out into the woods and we're gonna find some mushrooms.
And whatever
Okay,
happens next
so-
is between us and God.
What are you doing, Boudica?
Boudica is going to get up and make some coffee. It's pretty early in the morning, and just sort of sit and look. Like
Okay.
She's lost in thought, but she's just sort of, sitting and looking.
Gotcha. Are you on like the front porch in the kitchen?
On the front porch, just
Okay.
watching everything go by.
Until like what time?
Probably until someone comes out to get her.
Would any of you come out to get her by like 8 o'clock, 8:30?
If
Probably,
we've
yeah.
got breakfast made, then yeah.
Gotcha. Like what time would you say?
Probably 8 o'clock, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Someone comes out to get you Boudica, and all of you can have some breakfast. About 8. Otherwise,
Alright, so
yeah.
what are we doing then? Naza, this was your original plan, I believe.
I guess probably in a few hours, because it doesn't seem like Bouchard likes to be woken up early. Do you all want to go, or do you want it to just be a few of us? I would prefer if we all go together for... I don't know. It's just nicer to be in a group.
Kinda feels like... I feel like we've had this conversation before, but it feels like all of us going would be overly suspicious for just an interview.
I thought, well, my view of it at least was that it wouldn't be that suspicious because we're all kind of attached at the hip anyway. I feel like people just kind of expect that of us.
And if I give all of you an extra, notebook and pen, you can act as, note takers and scribes.
I mean, I get that, but why do you need 3?
Every third word. No, I.
Izo was gonna only have 2, but one of us got lonely.
At the very least, I would like someone to go with me. I don't want to be in there alone.
Oh, no,
especially-
absolutely. You're not going in alone.
Well, I can go in with you. You can easily just say I decided to be your little research assistant. And
Sure.
if that doesn't work, just say I'm an old person and I'm lonely.
Oh. Boudica, you good?
Yes. In a way.
Okay.
At 8:20, you all begin to hear a knock at your front door.
I go to check.
It's Arnaud Bouchard.
Oh,
It's here.
hello.
Oh, darling.
was laughing
I don't
my
say that
ass
in real
off.
life. I don't say that.
No, when Jamie's
was
like, I don't think he's a morning person. It's fucking hilarious.
I was basing it off of the one time that we went to go talk to him in the morning, and he seemed really annoyed.
Well, wasn't that like 6 or 7 a.m. though?
Yeah.
Eh,
Hello, Elon. Could I trouble you for a conversation?
Certainly.
Very well. Shall we talk out here, inside? I don't want to
Yeah.
intrude.
You can come in if you'd like.
Thank you.
And Arno's just gonna kind of like teeter in. Are you bringing him to the kitchen?
I'll just bring him just inside.
Okay.
I was wanting to discuss with you certain Florian Van Rome. It has come to my attention that Mr. Van Rome might be engaging in some less savory activities.
How do you mean?
We have gotten some tips that Mr. Van Rome has been engaging in strange, unnatural experimentations. Some of the more wild claims talk about how he has been performing occult rituals of necromancy or something in that form. And, well, this is the gravest of them all, but the kidnapping of a young girl, potentially. Since you
Is
have...
anyone missing?
No, it's potentially a matter of trafficking.
Oh dear.
I know that you and your family or associates, your group, have been close to Mr. Van Rome, engaged with him multiple times. People have seen you about. I was wondering to get your opinion on these things, and if you had any cause to the validity or the outlawing of the statements.
Well, whenever we go into his house, he usually I can usually hear him shuffling about in the back. I just assumed he was private. Would you like me to talk to him, or?
Oh no. We will be talking to him, and if shuffling about, have you ever been able to hear anything or saw anything that might have tipped you to, might have made you question activities within his house?
Nothing specific. I kind of assumed he had a pet of some sort, but I don't know much beyond that.
Why would you assume he had a pet? To my knowledge, he does not have a pet.
I don't know. I always heard shuffling, and it wasn't always his.
Oh, I see. Yeah, very interesting. Please, come let me know if you are able to remember anything else, or if your associates perhaps know anything more. This is certainly stranger and stranger. If we had an individual of such a vile nature living amongst us, it would certainly disturb me to my core. But you would
Well,
be...
I can understand that point of view. Are you sure you don't want me to, like, ask him any questions or anything like that?
Oh, no, this, I think, might rise up to the level of an official investigation by the Council of Lords.
Oh, I was unaware you had a prison here.
Well, no, we would likely have to construct one, or there is a makeshift holding cell that we do have in the town hall, but that's usually if someone got a little too drunk from, yes, from the Germain's Tavern.
Fair enough.
Well,
Well, all right. If it becomes anything definitive, will you let me know?
I will. And thank you for your information and your candor. And he's going to reach into his pocket and he's going to hand you 1,000 lira.
I
Don't spend it all on one place. But I
Sure.
have heard that Germain has imported a very fine mead from the Brioan region. So, it's not a bad thing to spend your money on. Take care, Doctor, and continue what you're doing. I hear that you've been mending people in town.
I've been doing my job, yes.
Oh, good man, good man. And Arno's going to begin to wander out of the house.
Do
out
I
of
see
ca-
him?
Yeah,
Oh,
all of
sorry,
you.
you go first.
Go ahead.
Out of character, did he seem okay? He seemed like he was stuttering a lot more than normal. Does he physically look like ill, or does he seem fine? Or
You're in like the kitchen area. If you want to like all peek your head out, take a look at him, you can.
I mean, I'll do that. I have no shame.
All right, take a.
Sure, I don't have shame either.
All right, both of you can make physical checks.
Would
I'm not
wild
good at
strength
that.
apply?
Yes.
One success.
Whoa.
Also one success, which is not nearly as impressive.
I was gonna say more impressive for me because I roll one dice. Oh my god, what is impressive is the number of ones you rolled.
I just saw that.
Literal hexed, cursed even. Now, as you kind of look around the corner, he seems to be a little on edge. I mean, he's an old man. He doesn't seem to be like sick or anything, but he's definitely like a little antsy.
Gotcha.
As he's heading to the door, can Neza kind of intercept him?
Sure.
Hello.
Hi.
Did I wake you?
No, not at all. Do you mind if I walk you back? I know you're in a rush and I don't want to keep you, but I did have a question to ask.
Oh, of course. Please, thank you.
Of course. And Neza is going to turn and lock eyes with Boudica and make a face, and then leave.
Okay. Let's see. Arno is going to begin strolling kind of back generally towards his manor.
What can I help you with, my dear? Oh, do I need to get a different sash?
Oh, no, no. Well, when we first came to Lord's, if you'll recall, I was, talking to you very excitedly about my research project here. And I asked if you'd be willing to do an interview at some time, and you agreed. I was wondering if you would be willing to do that interview maybe sometime today?
The rest of today, I expect I will be very busy, my dear, but if you like, I could answer a few questions now, while I do have the time, and hopefully in the coming few days my schedule should clear up a bit.
Oh, then we can do. How would tomorrow work? I just want to make sure. It's probably going to be a longer interview. So I would. It shouldn't be longer than an hour or so. But, I'd want you to be somewhere where you're comfortable and you don't feel like restricted or rushed or anything.
I will send a courier sometime today, if I have time tomorrow. I don't know what my schedule might be like. Unfortunately, you're catching me at a very busy time.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on?
Well, this is, do you happen to
May I
know...
use... Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. May I use the gossip power to have him, I will say, reveal to me a secret that he knows?
Sure.
Thank you.
There are accusations against one Florian Van Rome, and the doctor, the scientist, unfortunately, might be dabbling in dark powers and even darker deeds.
Oh no.
Yes, I came by to ask Elan and honestly the rest of you about such a situation. Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Van Rome might be up to such things, or have you seen anything that might give us a clue in our investigation?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't tend to uh, venture inside his lab much. He's very secretive. Um,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to personally say.
Very well.
I will say I wouldn't be surprised.
Why do you say
I
this?
mean, well, he just seems odd is all. But I don't I don't have anything specific to point to.
I see, I see.
Does this count as following local societal conventions, manners, or rituals?
It does, yes.
Excellent, thank you. I will keep that in mind as I... Can I pick up something hidden about Bouchard?
Sure.
Maybe why he seems... If possible, I would like to target it at why he seems so on edge. But I understand if I don't get that
No,
power.
if you want to, in this circumstance, it's not hard to kind of target towards that. As you know, Arno, you feel like is genuinely disturbed by the allegations against Florian, as like he genuinely thinks that if there is a necromancer doing like strange experiments and kidnapping young girls, and he's living like down the road from that guy and other of his citizens, his people that he supposedly governs, are next to him, and Arno and the rest kind of support Florian, like he's like kind of panicking over that a bit, if he let it slip under his nose. And so he is like, do I have a necromancer in my city? So he's definitely extremely concerned. Not just for himself, but just for lords in general.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, even though you weren't able to give me much. Anything is certainly valuable. You have all seemingly caught on to more than I and others.
He did ask for something a little bit strange in our latest meeting with him. I can't quite remember what it was for, but he did want, well, he said he asked us to take this lightning rod essentially into the Tempest Woods and
Into the
charge
Tempest
it
Wood.
up. Right. As well as the sap of a spore bark of a particular kind of tree. A few ounces of sap from a sovereign moonwhaler tree,
I see.
as well as charging that lightning rod multiple times. I bring that up because while we were traveling down south, we came across a necromancer, we believe. He's not a problem anymore, but he used lightning to raise his creations, I believe.
If that is true, and he did in fact use lightning to raise his creations, oh. I will consult some of my records and my books. Daza, you have been invaluable. I will certainly give you an interview. As soon as I have a moment. I'm in your gratitude, my dear. Here you go. And he's going to reach into his pocket and give you 2,000 lira. Like I told Alon, don't spend it all in one place, but my deepest gratitudes to you, my dear.
Thank you.
Of course.
Good luck.
Thank you. I have a feeling it will be a long day today. And please watch yourself. And at this point, Arno and you have gotten to his manor, and he's going to kind of unlock his gate, give you a nod, and make his way inside. You heading back?
And I'll head back to the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Neza is away, are you guys doing anything else?
Elon is pacing nervously.
Okay.
Did you think Nazo wanted me to follow her?
Probably.
I don't know. This is hard to read.
I don't know. I am confused.
Yeah, I'm concerned. Florian was biggest help in trying to find a cure for what's going around. I hope nothing bad happens.
Well, we do have to remember that Bouchard is not exactly our friend right now, so maybe this is an innocent until proven guilty type of situation, you know?
I hope so. I tried to give him as little as I feasibly could without outright lying.
I think maybe we should have just lied by omission and said nothing. I don't like Florian, but I don't think he's like a necromancer. Well, I guess he's done a little necromancy, but he's not actually doing any kind of human trafficking, I don't think. And that Scarlet Sentinel guy likes him, so that seems to mean something.
Concept of trafficking hadn't even crossed my mind when you...
I mean, when I saw the girl, she looked healthy, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the girl I saw seems fine. She seems healthy, not distressed or in any danger.
I don't know. Plus, we went all the way down south to get that thing that protects you from the Latin, and if he gets... I have no idea what we're supposed to do with the stuff once we get it.
I don't know.
And at this point, Neza, you return back to the house.
Good news, he agreed to do the interview at some point, hopefully within the next few days. I asked for tomorrow, but we'll see.
That's good.
He asked you about Florian too?
A little bit.
Yeah. I don't really know how much I should say, so I just said basically as little as possible.
I did tell him about what Florian asked us to do, but that's about it. I did say I couldn't really point to anything specific about those allegations.
I'm just worried because if something ends up happening to him. He's the only reason I had any sort of start on trying to help Aspasia, so if something happens to him, I'll have to start from scratch.
Do we want to maybe talk to Florian?
I
Oh.
don't know that we should do that today.
Unf-
It's
unf-
there's
unfortunately,
only one left.
yeah. Unfortunately, I think that if we tried to do that, we'd be spotted going to talk to him, and then we'd be arrested too.
It is possible that if he is arrested for the allegations, because Eva did tell us about the girl in the basement, right? Like,
Attic, but
oh, sorry.
yeah.
First floor.
Okay. About the girl.
Yeah, Eva told you guys about the girl and the rabbit and everything. I don't think
Gotcha.
Eva withheld any of that.
Gotcha. I thought so, but I wanted to make sure.
Well, not intentionally withheld. If I forgot to say something, that's on me. But
I if if he does end up being arrested, which is honestly probably pretty likely because there's not a lot of defense that he has. I mean, if they go in, they're gonna see what he's got, the girl and the weird rabbit. But if he is arrested, it's possible we might be able to, at some point, break into the lab and borrow his notes on a cure for Aspasia.
Who do you think accused him?
I don't know.
Like, where'd it come from?
Who else would know about the girl and the rabbit?
How much you want to bet that when we were gone trying to get those supplies, he asked Eva's old friend to help him out with something?
It's possible. Who did we tell? I can't
Tell what?
about the girl and the rabbit other than us, like amongst us. I can't remember. Did we?
Did we tell anybody?
I don't think we told anyone.
I was gonna say, that's pretty heavy stuff. I don't think we told that to anybody.
But the Sentinel does know.
Presumably, yes. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he does.
Well, he does, but he wouldn't tell anyone. He had all that equipment from Florian. They seemed pretty tight.
That's true. I don't think he would specifically tell anyone, but I'm wondering if maybe he something happened and he decided he needed to shut Florian down or something.
That
Gonna say, there is the option that he basically got what he wanted from Florian. I have no idea. Unfortunately, I also don't think there's anything about it we can do today, because if we try to go and talk to him, then we'll be implicit. Or complicit. I don't know what the word is.
Complicit.
will be accused of fraternizing.
Yeah, that.
Being
And
accomplices.
noodling, even.
I don't know if that's the word.
That was an out of character joke.
Alright, so what else do we do?
We could always. We could try talking to the Sentinel at some point. We won't know until later today if Bouchard really is open for the interview tomorrow. He said he'd send a courier later today. But after we know, we can set a date to go talk with the Sentinel about this, maybe. He might know better than we do
I
about what's happening.
I think we should talk to him, but keep in mind that, well, he is a couple days away, so we'll need to. That'll be a couple days of travel. And also you have the Ascendant power now.
Oh, he won't like that.
Yeah,
No, we won't.
you might want to at least like cover up the marks or something if we go talk to him.
I can try.
Keep in mind, he tried to kill you because you look like
Oh,
Naomi.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Like, he full on tried to murder you.
He let us go because we said we weren't connected with the cult, but you are connected with the cult now.
That is a problem.
Just
But
I mean,
still, he's still probably one of the only places, or one of the best places to go regarding this.
yeah, I think just
Probably, but
cover
I
up
would.
marks. Be very careful what you say. Sorry, Alon, go on.
Nah, I was just gonna say. Sorry. Um, I was just gonna say, I don't know. I'm worried that he might be able to tell somehow. I don't know if how, or if he could, or if he would, but
If it was so easy to tell, he would have spotted Brilliant almost immediately.
that's fair.
That's true, yeah. Oh, but I think if we're because he's so far away, I think we should not wait for your courier. I think maybe you should ask Bear to watch or something, and if he sees the courier tell them that we'll be by later, because we don't really want to lose a whole day waiting until tomorrow to travel, if we're going to see the Sentinel.
Okay, I can agree to that. And that gives us a chance to update Bear on everything as well.
We're leaving again.
If we're talking to the Sentinel, I just think if we're doing this to try to save Florian or figure things out, that should be sooner rather than later.
So what are you guys up to?
Tracking down Bear.
Okay. He would be in his little hovel if you're going to go look for him.
What time of day is it?
It's about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Brilliant. Do you want to come over for some lunch?
Oh, yeah, what are we having?
I don't know yet. We'll make it when we get there.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And he's
Of
gonna
course.
follow you back.
When we get there, I guess I'll start making sandwiches.
Very nice.
Or I'll ask if, before I start making sandwiches, I'll ask if he has any preferences.
Oh,
Anything
beggars
you...
can't be choosers.
Well, yeah, but you're not a beggar.
I technically am.
At least in this moment.
Oh, the sandwich is good. Just whatever you guys were gonna have.
Okay. Okay, so we'll make sandwiches.
Gotcha.
So, we have updates.
Oh, okay.
First of all, the contact with Naomi was pretty successful.
It was?
She said that it was. She said that she originally gave her key to someone named Zakarian,
Mm-hmm.
an eminence of patience, who then took it to the Church of the Neverborn, but she said the key was taken away years ago, and she senses it's still somewhere here in Lords.
It's here?
She believes so, yeah.
You can see Bear looks like really excited.
This is great.
She also said that the keys have a magical energy that can be tracked, but it's pretty difficult to do. She never figured out how. I'm wondering if between the three of us, we could manage to figure it out if we put our power together.
Oh, yeah, I knew that they had an energy to them, but it's thought it was pretty small. We could give it a try.
Our plan, however, did get a little bit derailed just now. Originally, we were going to interview Bouchard, or stage an interview, um, where hopefully he would reveal to us, or at least maybe show us from a distance, his key. If not, that's okay. It was a long shot anyway. But that way we'd have a little bit less to track. We were going to do this maybe tomorrow, but then we learned that Florian is probably going to go down soon.
What? For what?
There are allegations of necromancy and child trafficking. I don't think either of them are entirely baseless, but the
Wait,
problem
what?
is
Oh dear.
we don't know who could have reported him. The only lead we have is that maybe the Scarlet Sentinel would know something. His base is a few days out of town, and we were probably going to go talk to him. we were gonna leave pretty much as soon as we can, right after lunch, likely. Um, so
I don't know
the
if that's a great idea, Neza.
why's that? Also, I assume this is happening kind of over the table at lunch.
Yeah.
If so, Elon's sitting in his chair and is looking pissed.
And please feel free to jump in whenever you want.
Nah, he's just sitting there and he's seething.
I mean,
Why isn't it a great idea?
the Sentinel doesn't like people from the devout, and
Yeah,
he hasn't been very nice.
we are we're hoping that Boudica and I can blend in until we get the information we need.
I don't know. I mean, think that I can. I don't blend in the best, but I just kind of cower when he comes by, and even then, he sometimes. I thought he was gonna kill me. I don't know what would happen with you guys if you go trying to search him out.
Well, we have met him before.
Yeah,
And
that
he
one
did.
time he tried to kill Neza.
Yeah.
He tried to
Um,
kill you? Oh, that's
Yep,
right.
I'm in the street.
You and Agnes?
we're friends now. We are friends now,
That's a
but it's
stretch.
because friendly.
Nay, so this seems really dumb.
Well, it's because he thought, well, he was looking for the eminence of wisdom, and since I looked like Naomi, he thought it might have been
Wait,
me.
he's trying. Oh no, he's trying to kill me.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Maybe I should change up where I sleep. Look, I know a lot of things because of my training, and I'm supposed to help guide a bit. If you're gonna do it, be careful, but if things are gonna start happening around here, I think Especia, to Agnes, and Tira, everybody else, I mean, even the aristocracy, I mean, I don't really like them that much, but they're in charge, and things are better when you guys are around here.
What do you mean things are gonna start happening?
Well, if Florian is gonna get taken, or something happens with him, and you're going to the Scarlet Sentinel about it, I'm assuming there is connection there.
The Scarlet Sentinel seems to be close with Florian. We were thinking if we were trying to figure out who could have known these things about Florian to report him, and the only person we could land on was the Sentinel.
Florian makes Sentinel's equipment for him.
Oh, okay.
We found that out when Alon was patching him up after he tried to kill us.
That was a
and
different time.
after he was found dead falling from a rooftop. You're right, I'm sorry, I did mix him up.
Not dead,
And-
almost dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean, almost dead.
Well, one
Sorry,
implies
I don't
We
where
know
this
we
ouch
know
came
what
from.
you mean. Bear doesn't know what you mean.
This is a
Anyway,
lot to keep track of, and I'm supposed to know
Sorry.
the things. It's okay. It's a
sorry,
good sandwich, though. It kind of all makes up for it.
Great.
Um,
Essentially, he gave us the location of his base and told us that we were welcome to stop by at some point.
Not the
Which is
location.
why-
He told us where
Oh.
to go to get his attention. His actual
And-
base.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and
Not
we'll
fair.
probably be bagged before he brings us at that to his actual base.
That is fair. Does anyone else want to start leading this discussion?
I mean, you can keep going
I
down.
think it's a generally bad idea.
Especially now that we have awakened the Ascendant power, I think we'd kind of be walking into a death trap.
I would agree.
He's going to probably put a bag over our heads and then take us to wherever ever we're going. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that while he's doing that, he, even by accident, looks underneath your sleeve.
Hmm.
Or, even by accident, uh, just the back of Boudica's shirt could be drooping a little low and he could see hers.
If you need help, I'd be more than willing to do what I could to help you figure out things back here. But I
The Sentinel did tell me that he kind of implied he wasn't the only one who had seen me go into Florian's. So it could be that some other party who saw me go into Florian's could have, I don't know, found out what I'd seen that way. Maybe that, I don't know.
okay. Then well, I walk around town all the time, so I wander over places and collect things. I could be a help if you're trying to investigate things here.
We are kind of curious what's going on near Florian's today. Although we know if we go and start trying to quietly observe, it's going to be suspicious.
Because Bouchard came to us to ask us questions about Florian. So if
Mhm.
we then went to try and check in on Florian, it'd be quite blatant.
What do you think is going to happen once? You mentioned that once Florian gets arrested, something is going to happen.
Well, the Scarlet Sentinel isn't exactly subtle when things happen, and honestly, you know, at the very least, they're probably gonna auction off the lab or go through things, and if necromancy happened there, there could be monsters inside, or I guess undead, but I kind of think of them as monsters. And if the Sentinel comes back and tries to bust Florian out, that might start a row.
Oh, goodness.
So I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but I think you all could have a calming presence if things do go a little topsy turvy.
Potentially.
I, if you want, I could wander over and keep an eye on Florian today. Tell you what's happening.
I would appreciate that, actually. If
Very
everyone else
much
is
so.
okay with it, yeah.
Alright.
Sure.
Maybe you guys just wait to leave tomorrow midday. Then, if things happen today or early tomorrow, you'll be around to help, but if things don't, then you can go. If you want to still. I'm with Alon on this. I don't like the idea of you going to see the Sentinel.
I do also think it's a bit of a bad idea, but I'm also in the camp that it's one of our only leads right now. But if we get more information, then we might not have to go.
Makes sense. Well, I'll help you guys however I can, whatever you guys need.
Thanks, Bear.
No problem, Alon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, if
We got nothing
You can
else.
take an extra sandwich to go if you want.
Oh, thank you so much. They're so good. And he's just
I
gonna
was gonna
take
offer
another.
that too.
I'll eat this while I'm watching the lab.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. If you can contact me via mental powers, the Ascendant Garden, then you can do that if you want. If you need
Maybe. I've never
anything.
tried to do it across that distance.
Me either. So, but with the Ascendant power, all things are possible.
So jot that down, yeah. That's out of character, I promise.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
Good luck to
Thanks,
you.
Bear. Good luck to you. Yeah.
Good luck.
And Bear is going to head out.
Should we offer him a room here at some point? We talked about it before, but never
Do we
came
have
up
a
with
spare
a
one?
great answer.
You don't have a spare necessarily. I mean, you could have him crash on the couch or like empty out like an attic or something.
We have an attic?
Uh huh.
Okay.
Do we have things in the attic?
No, you haven't furnished
You
this
don't
thing
have
at all.
things.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I just meant kind of, I know this house was owned before us, so I was wondering if, like, there were things up there we didn't know about.
No.
Is the floor
Is there a-
walkable, or is it
is
one of
this-
those weird... Sorry?
I was just gonna ask if there was an old, creepy, cracked mirror with an inscription along the edges.
No creepy inscription. The floor is walkable though. It might need
there-
some repairing
Awesome.
in some areas, but yeah.
Is there a box full of divorced dad rock vinyl?
Not to your knowledge. Someone might have enchanted it to be invisible.
An invisible crate of vinyl.
Portrait of Dorian Gray up there.
Roughly how much do you think we could estimate the repairs would cost?
Make a mental check.
I would love to make a mental check. That is one of my favorite things in the entire world to do. 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay. Then, looking at this, you expect that you could, like, to make it livable, probably like 1,500 to 2,500 lira to make it like really nice and refurbished, giving it more insulation, putting in furniture, anywhere between 8 to 10 for like the level that the rest of your house is in, which isn't a lot, to be quite honest, because you really haven't refurbished this house all that much since you've gotten it, but you know, like somewhere the range is basically 1,500 to 10,000 lira, and it's anywhere in between that you want to spend to get it livable.
Gotcha. Do we want to group fund or not? It's okay if not.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the number for making it livable?
1,500 to 2,500 for livable, like base, like just to like get it in a position where like water isn't leaking in through the roof, and like it's not gonna like have like no insulation, to get it to the level of like where your bedrooms are at, like 8 to 10,000 lira.
Well, I can't furnish it like our bedrooms, but if we split it 4 ways, I could chip it for that.
I can also chip in.
Yeah, sure.
So can I.
So are we splitting 1,500 4 ways, or what's the...
I can put in 1,500 on my own. Maybe we should aim for, I don't know, however much else you guys want to put in.
My cap is how much I can put in is probably 650.
Okay.
I'll also put in 650.
Yeah, sure.
Second, I'm doing the math on
3,450.
that.
3,450.
Thank you.
Wait, maybe we should ask Bear if he wants to move in first before we just start doing that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, we can split up the money now, just probably not actually, you know, paying someone to, or paying to get the materials to fix it up until we figure out if we are fixing it up.
Sure.
What are y'all fixing up? And you can see Aspasia has like walked in from like gardening outside.
We're looking into fixing up the attic.
Oh, that's nice.
Bear's still sleeping in a empty, abandoned house.
Oh, we thinking of giving him the attic.
We're tossing the idea around. What do you think of it?
I don't mind it. He seems like a nice fella.
It's decent folk.
Do we have
These
any?
are better than a blanket.
That's true. Is there any furniture up there?
Not to speak of, no.
Could I start building that furniture, darling?
Well, we haven't actually checked with him if he would like to yet. I mean, I'd imagine he would, but I don't want to make no assumptions for him.
Well, like always, don't go paying for furniture if I can just build it.
I won't.
All right.
We're just talking about how much we'd need to just make it livable up there. Patch all the holes.
How much were you thinking?
Between 15 and 2,500.
Okay. I think from what we talked about, it's a lot, but shouldn't be too bad.
And we're splitting it between us 4 ways, so
Oh, okay, yeah.
should work out. So we'll check with him, and if he agrees, we'll start trying to fix it up.
All right. Well, I'm going to go up and make sure Diana's still going about her lessons.
All right. How's
Just-
the garden?
It's going well. Roots are coming in
Right.
strong, and I think we're going to get a harvest soon.
Great. Good to know.
See you guys later.
See you, darling.
Bye, Aspasia.
She's going to head up to go check on Diana.
All right. What are we doing with the rest of the day then? Nothing.
I mean, I guess we can go hunt down Bear again and ask if he wants the attic. I guess
We
everything.
we sent him to go over to Florian's place because we'd be
Oh.
suspicious if we were near there.
Right, sorry, I forgot he went over to Florian's immediately. Right. Yeah, I guess since we're not going to the Sentinel, we're just hanging out today.
I go in the back and open up my practice, see if anyone drops by.
Roll a d6.
Okay. Two.
2? Okay. As you are, sitting in there, a mother and son will kind of walk in. Mother seems to be human, son maybe like half elven. Are you open today, Doctor?
Yes, I am. What can I help you with?
Can see she looks down, and like the son looks up at you. My tummy doesn't feel good, Doctor.
All right. Go in the back here. Take a look. See.
Right. Make a check to diagnose this kid.
Okay. Well, let's see. Sorry, one second. And go. 5 successes.
You're pretty sure he's got like the opening rounds of the flu.
Well, sorry, son, but it seems you have the flu.
What does that mean?
It's nothing too serious. Let me see what I can. Hmm. How are you feeling? Is your breathing okay? Your nose feel clogged? Anything like that?
His nose is a little bit clogged. Like stomach. He's got like the starting of a bit of a fever.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'll just I doubt I have like any like medication specifically for the flu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of instruct him and the mom on like, all right, well, you're gonna wanna be pushing fluid, so water, drink a decent amount of that. If you start feeling a bit more congested, I would recommend soup, both for eating and both for inhaling some steam fumes. Beyond that, good
You-
amount of rest.
You would
What?
also have like some herbs or two in the garden that you could potentially give just to help him sleep better, soothe the stomach if
sure.
you wanted.
Yeah, I'll go get some of those.
Gotcha.
And then I'm gonna get you some things. Just swallow these. They should help your stomach feel a little better, help you sleep, because you are going to need the rest to let your body heal itself.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not a problem. And I'll like grab the herbs and hand them over.
Gotcha. And you can see the mother is kind of like fishing into her purse. How much is it?
No, you don't owe me nothing.
Oh, you're very kind.
It's no problem. Just make sure, like I said, water, soup, rest.
Yeah, yes, doctor. Come on, Carl. And she's gonna like pull her son Carl out of your little shed. You can take a hero point for being a good doctor.
Not a very profitable doctor, but
Hey, I'm not the American medical system.
Well, technically, he's being paid by the Lady Alaire.
oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Never mind. I take that back.
Mm-hmm.
A very profitable doctor.
We have universal health care here, and
Yep.
the rich are
Sorry.
paying for the medical system.
I'm so sorry. I accidentally metamorphosized into a 45-year-old man named Dale. Sorry about that. It won't happen again.
Just a crazy
I
little
very
thing.
suddenly became a late-stage capitalist.
Damn it,
Although there is
Shannon.
nothing stopping you from putting out a tip jar.
Shannon ate
It's
a
like-
mushroom
it's-
and became Dale.
There's like,
Um,
you pull out like one of those like things that like ask for like the tips, and it's like, would you answer this quick survey for me, please?
Comment cards.
18%.
The option. I
Mm.
was gonna go. The options go 20, 25, 30.
I am now picturing like the Charlie Brown still of like therapy $1.
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd
Just-
you pay for?
Yeah. Just,
Anything else you guys are doing today?
Around 5 p.m. ish, I'd like to no, around 6. I'd like to try contacting Bear mentally
Okay.
across this enormous distance.
Gotcha.
I did have one quick thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my cauldron to make a healer's brew.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Then you can make a mental check for this.
Gotcha. Would it decrease the difficulty a little bit if I wanted to make it a very, very quick, not open-ended like it kind of was with Prophet, but like very quick connection?
Yeah, if you're just trying to send like an instant message, is like that type of quick.
Yeah, essentially she wanted to just blink over any updates.
Okay. Then if you're going, then the duration would decrease to seconds then.
Okay. Let's see. Would I count as experienced for this?
You're not
no?
experienced for this, no.
Okay, but I'm not inexperienced.
Correct.
Awesome. Let's see. That sucks. 2 successes.
2 successes. As you attempt to make that link, kind of firing it out, what was your success total that you needed?
I'm guessing around 4.
Let's see here. It would
Unnatural is plus, so 2 base, unnatural would be 3. I said small size of a human, but it might be large, which is size of a city block.
no, because it's size of the human, because you're just targeting bear.
Okay, so then small makes it 3. Second doesn't do anything. Or sorry, small makes it... Yeah, 3. Sorry. I don't know where I got the extra 1 from.
3. Then, yeah. You can kind of...
Oh, wait.
Hmm?
Sorry, I'm gonna recalculate really quickly. So that was 2 for base, 1 unnatural, which makes it 3 total. 3 total still for small. Seconds is still 0, decreasing by 1 for devout.
You're considering
Which
yourself
is-
devout now.
I thought that was the question that we answered at the obelisk.
No, because afterward I asked you if you were devout. And you're like, I don't think I'm devout yet.
Understood.
But if
Then
you
yes,
think
3 it is.
No, but if you think that you are, like, are you committed to worshiping the Ascendant power? Like, as a character?
Neza is committed to practicing it and attempting to do the best that she can to do Estelle's will. Worship is a strong word, but that might just be because of my own, like, association with it. Like, she's not going around going, like, daily thinking, man, I love the Ascendant power, but more like she is committed to practicing it and being as good a servant as she can be. if that counts as worshipping.
So I'm going to open it up to the rest of the party. With that definition, do you guys think that you would consider Neza a worshiper of the Ascendant power?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, worship doesn't have to be, loud and in your face.
Yeah, what you have described, I would probably describe as worship, because um, I would say most people who I think have like a faith, they're not like that's not their thought process every day. It's like, man, I love my God. It's more like, what
That's
do
fair.
Mhm.
I got the Catholic guilt in there.
Yeah,
No, it's understandable.
I was my initial thought process is that with that description you are most certainly devout and worshiping. I wanted to make sure. It's like, is my
Okay.
definition of worship very different?
Nah,
No, I
just
think mine is.
I think it's a world thing. I think that Catholicism,
Catholicism, it's always Catholicism at the
it's
end.
Catholicism.
It is. Because, like, for the first, oh god, I don't know, maybe 8. I'm sorry, not 8. The first, like, 13 or so years of my life raised in the Catholic Church, we used worship to mean absolute and complete devotion of one's entire being to a power. And literally, at one point, a CCD teacher said, if you don't think of Jesus every time you close your eyes, you're doing something wrong.
Oh,
Oh,
So
well,
Yeah,
that's
see,
some
I think
religious guilt.
see, okay, so you see, I think that's not devotion, that's
Nope.
extremism.
Yep, that's dogma.
that's
There's a
fair.
difference. There's a difference there. There's a line that has been crossed.
Yeah. But yes, with that then, as you fire the message over, Bear kind of chimes back, "Oh, you made it work. That's really cool. Yep. No updates. I left to go check on Agnes and get some food, but I'm heading back there now. Well, a bunch of people did get over to the lab for a time, and they were talking to Florian. I think Arno and Lucille and Ocean were all there, so I think he got questioned for maybe an hour or two.
I'm sorry, you were cutting in and out for me, Colin. Can you? I only caught like every other word.
Basically, he was watching, and they talked to Bear for maybe an hour, but you know,
Gotcha. But Florian's still there, from what we know.
he went to go check on Agnes and get some food, but otherwise, he didn't see Florian leave.
Gotcha. Can I shoot back again?
Sure.
Thank you. If you want to come back by the house, we do have a question for you. It's a little easier to ask in person.
Oh, okay.
And it's dinner time.
Oh, what's for dinner?
I don't know yet. It smells good, though. Has Aspasia started cooking? Because otherwise that's psychopathic to say. Or has anyone? I just ask because she's usually the one doing it.
She's beginning to like make a stew, it seems, but you're not smelling anything yet.
I'm not sure, but it looks good.
You are sure it's stew.
I am sure it is made of food.
Okay.
I know that Mama Aspasia can't go wrong.
Gotcha. Then, Bear will make his way over, and probably about 7 o'clock arrive for dinner.
Oh, what did you have to ask me?
Well, we had a bit of a question for you.
Okay.
See, we aren't really using the attic for anything. And from my understanding, you're still camping out in that house next door. We were wondering if perhaps if you would like, you'd like to sleep here for time being.
Uh, yeah, I would love that. If it wouldn't draw any unnecessary attention to you guys or it would be a burden, I pull my weight around the house.
You're fine, Bear. You don't have to put any undue pressure on yourself.
Do you need rent?
Oh, no.
Okay, I'll still do the chores and everything. I I would really like a house.
Well, it's not quite ready yet, but now that you have said yes, we will get right to work on making it ready for you, huh?
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Now come on, let's get some food in you.
Oh, okay.
And he's just gonna start wolfing down the stew. And anything else you guys are doing tonight?
Um, Ilana's drafting some letters.
Okay. Very interesting. Where are you drafting those letters?
Um, Probably his bedroom.
Very nice. And Aoife, you doing anything tonight?
I don't think Aoife has anything in specific they're doing. I
Okay.
think they're just kind of lounging around the house. They might go for, I don't know, a walk in the evening. Maybe actually, yeah, I guess Aoife might go for a walk and just kind of see if they see Siva around.
Okay. Um, we'll get back to that then. Neza or Boudica, are you two doing anything?
Nisa is also going to be writing a letter because I think that her most recent interaction with the prophet spurred her to be like, oh shit, my family. And even though, well, even though message birds have been getting shot down, she's going to try to write anyway.
Gotcha.
If Boudica has any pink yarn left, she's gonna be starting to crochet a little figure with the pink yarn.
Okay, we'll get back to you. Then, where are you heading in general, Aoife?
I suppose starting off with just kind of walking like around Main Street. That was kind of where we ran into her before, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, just kind of strolling around, seeing if she happens to be on patrol there again.
gotcha. As you are walking around Main Street, you actually don't see Siva, but what you do see is Agnes on a bench just crying.
Agnes, you okay?
Um, Aoife, is that you?
Yeah. Hey.
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm fine. No, I don't know.
You don't seem fine. Do you want to talk about it?
Maybe. I.
Just
How
kinda
long
sit.
do you have to talk?
I'll sit down next to her and just say, as long as you need. I'm not going anywhere else tonight.
Thank you. And at this point, we cut back over to you, Boudica. As are you like in the living room, kind of knitting?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay. Then, as you are in there, you hear kind of this slight knocking, not on the front door, but the back door.
We will go investigate.
Right? Are you opening the back door?
Yeah.
As you open the back door, you can see this small girl. Um, Looks to be maybe 8 to 10 years old. She's got kind of short brown hair. She is carrying this oversized bag on her back, and in her hand she's got a letter. Hello, is this where Mr. Alon lives?
Yes, yes, it is. What is your name, sweetie? Where are your parents?
My dad is dead. I
Oh,
don't know where my mom's missing.
okay. Come inside, sweetie.
I Mr. Van Rome gave me this letter for Mr. Lon. My name's Chloe.
Hi, Chloe. Here, you. Why don't you come inside? Is that all right?
And she just kind of nods.
Okay, come inside.
And she'll kind of like tentatively step inside.
I'll like go and fetch her a bowl of stew if we have any left over, and
Hmm.
just get her sat down and fed.
She doesn't eat. Like, she's just kind of like looking around.
So, what's uh, you all right? Where did you come from?
I came from Mr. Van Rome's home.
Oh, do you know why he sent you here?
He told me to trust Mr. Alon, and he was a good man. He told me he was a doctor like him.
Mr. Alon is a very good man.
He wanted me to give this letter to him. She kind of like holds up a letter, and it says like on the outside, for Alon Screetie's eyes only.
All right, you wait here, and I'll go get Mr. Alon. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm gonna go looking for Alon.
All right. I believe you would find him in his room.
Yeah.
Alon, there is
Yeah.
a young girl named Chloe here for you from Mr. Van Rome, Florian. You know,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Um,
she's got a note for you.
Elon gets up and speeds down the stairs.
Okay. And you find this young girl kind of waiting in the kitchen.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I'm Elon.
That's good. I was sent to look for you.
All right. What can I help you with?
I don't know exactly. Mr. Van Rome wanted me to give you this. And it seems to be like a sizable like envelope that's kind of like stuffed along.
All right. I'll take it and I'll open it.
All right. As you open it, first thing that's in here, like there is a letter for you.
I read it.
All right. Would you like me to send it to you privately, or would you just like me to read it out for you?
Send it privately.
Okay. Then I will shoot you a DM of what the letter itself says. And as you sit and read the letter, it is here where we will end the session for today, and all of you can take a level up.
Oh boy.
Woo,
What
level
to-
up.
What to do, what to do.
You'll never
Hey, guys.
guess where I put it. Spirit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, what do you guys think? Should I be stronger or smarter?
Smarter.
Smarter.
Join me, be smarter. I'm putting mine in mental as well.
I have not decided where I'm putting mine yet.
Man, I am really going for this jack of all trades thing.
Where we begin is on the bench as Aoife. What are you doing as Agnes is kind of looking at you?
Right, well. Like I said, I have all the time in the world right now, if and when you're ready to talk about it. And I think she'll kind of hold an arm out for Agnes to kind of potentially lean into her if she'd like.
I think Agnes would do that. She just kind of leans into you. I just feel like I'm messing everything up. Tira's just... She's moving so fast, and, she is full of energy, and wild, and very forward. It's just... I don't know if we are a good match or not.
I can't say if you guys are a good match or not, but I know that she seemed very happy, and I don't think she'd be upset with you if you just told her that you're not ready to move that fast. I mean, she's met lots of people. She knows everyone's different.
Yes, but it's more than that. I mean, she's always wanting to go out and, and do so many things, but is also boisterous and, I don't know, just, she's very different. I liked that she's around, but also it's strange. And I feel bad as well because, Neza's back too, and I don't know, Aoife.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I basically grew up with Tira. I know very well how she can be. Um, not from a romantic sense, but in general, I know what she's like. Um, I don't know. I would just be forward and see how things played out. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not more help. I'd honestly,
No, you are being very helpful. I feel like sometimes I just don't want to be alone, and it's just difficult. But, you know, Tira has introduced me to some of the Briarhearts, and they are nice people. I've been training with them a bit since all of you left. And it's been nice. But,
That's good.
yeah.
You know, maybe you can ask her if you guys can just do something, quiet together. Not necessarily doing something together, but just being in each other's presence. That way, you're not alone, but you're also not getting overwhelmed.
Maybe. That's good advice. Thank you, Aoife. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You can see Agnes kind of like begins to like sit up from your shoulder. Why didn't all of you think that I... No, I just... Neza said that all of you didn't think it was a good idea that I come with you. I guess I'm just wondering why. Did you not think I was capable enough?
Everything's been. Quinn was more capable than anyone else here, and they died because of us. I think we know. We managed together all right, but it's difficult bringing someone else in, not not knowing if they'll make it back. And we were going a long ways. I mean, you saw how long we were gone.
Yes. I don't know. I traveled often. I mean, before all of you arrived, I went out with the hobgoblins. I know these roads. But I can see that you're right. I'm not Quinn. It's... I do miss you guys while you are away, though.
Yeah, we miss you too.
I'm apologize for how the strain I've put on you, Aoife. It's not fair.
You're fine. It's really not your fault. I haven't been easy either, and I'm still. I admit I was still, maybe am still kind of working through some things, and I wasn't the happiest that Neza also invited you without asking us first. I do apologize for that. That wasn't your fault at all. That was something that should have been a discussion with Neza and not taken out on you.
Thank you. And you can see Agnes just kind of smiles. Do you want to just have some coffee and talk?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
And you can see Agnes is going to kind of stand up and nod over to her shop, which is, just a little ways away.
I'll go ahead and stand and follow her.
Gotcha. Then, as that is happening, Alan, as you have finished reading the letter, what are you doing?
Well, I think I stare at it in stunned silence for a few seconds. I fold it back up and stuff it and what came with it into my pouch or something.
Okay.
Darling, can you wait here for just one moment, okay? I will be right back.
Okay.
Where's Aspasia?
Aspasia at this moment is kind of upstairs, like getting ready for bed.
I go upstairs.
Okay. You head upstairs and Aspasia kind of turns around. Hi, darling.
Okay, so emergency.
And she kind of looks around and like goes to the like nightstand next to your bed where she keeps it like a big Bowie knife.
Not that kind of emergency.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, so, turns out Florian's been arrested.
What? Florian's been arrested?
Yeah. And he was taking care of a little girl, and he sent her here.
You see Aspasia's eyes go wide. All right. I heard something about kidnapping. Do we have a kidnapped child with us?
She's not kidnapped.
Okay.
However, she is shaken.
All right.
So, just... Yeah.
What if we give her our room tonight? I'm sure we can make do on a couch.
Sounds fine. Yeah.
All right. I'll start getting this ready.
All right.
Where's she now?
Oh, she's in the kitchen.
All right.
But she doesn't seem to want to eat anything.
That's a morning problem, I think. Especially if she's been through the ringer.
Yeah. I'll go down there and I'll bring her up in a couple minutes, okay?
All right.
Whew. And I go back down the stairs.
All right. Boudica, what are you doing during all this? You are muted, Shannon.
My apologies. I'm just keeping my eye on the child.
Gotcha. She's just kind of like looking at you and then like slowly looking around the room. And then she kind of like goes to like her side bag, like if she's going to reach for something, and then looks to you and stops and then puts her hands back on her knees.
You can get whatever you want to get, honey. It's all good.
She just shakes her head.
Are you sure there isn't anything I can get for you? You don't want any water?
Water would be nice, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to go get her a glass of water.
Okay. Do that, and if you give it to her, she'll just slowly begin to sip it. And as she's sipping on the water, Alon, you can return.
Oh, there. Sorry I had to rush off like that. Chloe?
Yes?
Alright. Well, as you sort of know already, I'm Alon. This here's Boudica.
Hello.
Hi.
We're making up a bedroom for you, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna
Thank
be okay.
All right. Is Mr. Van Rome gonna be okay?
Well, I don't rightly know, honey, but I'll look into it as much as I can tomorrow morning, okay? Tonight we need to take care of you.
Okay, thank you. I
Of
promise I
course.
won't be any trouble.
Hey, it's okay. You don't have to worry about yourself none.
She just like nods and looks down at her feet.
Hey, come on now. Gonna be okay.
And she just kind of like looks back up and nods. Okay.
I see, Boudica's already gotten you some food and water. Is there anything else I can get you, or you just like to be in the room we had made up for you?
You can see like she acts like she's about to talk, and it's like she just kind of freezes up.
Uh, Alon will kind of kneel down so he's at her level. Hey, it's alright. Anything you need, just ask.
I'm good, thank you.
If you're sure.
I am, Doctor.
Alright. But you can call me Alon, alright?
Okay, Alon.
Alright. Come on now. And I'll lead her upstairs.
All right. You kind of lead her up, going, and I'm assuming opening the door. Aspasia has like remade the bed, and kind of fluffed everything up, and she'll come over to Chloe. Hi, darling. My name's Aspasia. I'm Alon's wife. This room is yours for tonight, and honestly, however long you need, darling. And you can see like Chloe just nods, and Aspasia is just gonna like help her up into bed, putting her bag like to the side of the bed, and basically just like tucking her in, being as motherly as she can.
Mm-hmm.
Afterward, Aspasia just kind of like gives a nod and then looks back to you. All right, darling. I guess we should be going now.
Suppose we should. Try to get some rest, alright, Chloe?
And she just gives like a nod.
Alright. I step out.
All right. Then you step out, and Aspasia kind of gives you a look like, oh dear.
Yeah, we and everybody else have a conversation to have.
I think so. Do you want to go get Naza, and I'll see where Aoife is?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find her. And I go looking for Naza.
All right. And Naza, where are you right now? What'd you say?
She's in her room, writing letters to her father.
Okay.
Well, family as a whole.
Gotcha.
Knock, knock, knock.
Oh, 1 second. And she'll. There's like the rustling of papers, and then she'll open the door. Hey, Lon.
Hey, can you come downstairs real quick? I need to talk to you all about something.
Of course, is everything okay?
No.
Oh, okay. And she'll just kind of head downstairs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and a lot will follow.
As you get down there, Aspasia kind of comes up to you. I don't think Aoife's in this house. I can go try and
Darn it.
look for her.
Yeah, it'd probably be best if we're all here for this.
All right, all of you, I think, are the best bet in case something goes wrong here. So I'll go, and she's probably about town, right?
I assume so.
Okay. And Aspasia will head out. Aoife, how long would you spend with Agnes kind of drinking coffee and just hanging out.
Uh, it probably depends. Maybe kind of after starting the coffee, um, maybe like in to look at what time is it about now when we started?
It'd be about 8 o'clock at night.
8 o'clock. Probably, probably about an hour, maybe like an hour 15.
Gotcha. Then yeah, about 9:15, as you are like there inside the shop, Agnes kind of smiles. Wow, you've been around to so many places. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, they've been they've been interesting. I think I like Lord's the best so far though.
It's
It's
okay.
interesting.
You don't need to lie. I know what this place is.
I mean, it can be rough, but everywhere is, and it's probably more unique in little ways than everywhere else I've been.
Really?
Yeah, the primordial ring in general is really, really cool. I liked the prime ring, but it's nice to see more.
I guess so. I guess I just have gotten used to the same old routes and treks and trails. But it is a pretty nice place. I sometimes forget. And she just kind of like smiles and continues to sip her coffee. By the way, what do you like to eat? I mean, I know that Elan and Especia, they get chocolate, and, Neza likes baked foods, but I don't know. Do you prefer human food?
I I don't really know if I'd say I'd prefer anything. I mean, meat's probably the best. Sweets are nice, but they tend to start hurting my stomach after a while. Um, yeah, no, I'll eat most things put in front of me though, as long as it's not like sour.
Oh, okay. Can I ask maybe? I don't know if this is a weird question, but will you eat raw meat anymore?
So out of character, Aoife has definitely tried it in their human form. How would that have gone?
I mean, it would have, like, probably in that particular instance, you wouldn't have gotten sick from it, but it would taste like, again, raw meat.
Transforming into a human advances your palate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I honestly, I've kind of started to like cooked meat more. Not too cooked though. Like, I still like it a little bloody, but
Yes. It's can't be like a boot. It's disgusting.
Mhm.
And it's just, and at that moment, Aspasia kind of like opens the door. Hi, Aoife. Hi, Agnes. Aoife, we gotta go.
Okay.
Come on, Hut 2, Hut 2.
Bye, Agnes.
Let's see, Agnes is just looking around. Is something... No, everything's fine. Come on, Aoife.
I'm just gonna give Agnes kind of the helpless look and say I'll see you around.
Okay, bye. Slam, as Aspasia closes the door. We got a small situation. And by small, I mean large. It's small in size, but quite large in implication.
What are you talking about?
A second child, maybe? Come on.
S- Uh, okay. Anything else you can tell me?
No, not really. She's asleep in Minalan's bed, and she's from Florian.
Oh, I would know her name is Chloe, right? I think she said that to me.
Yeah.
Chloe, what's Chloe doing here?
Alright, I have questions for you. So we are just going to hold on tight to this until we get back. And then smash cut as Aspasia and Aoife are brought into general living room. I'm assuming this is where you guys are having the conversation.
Yes. Okay, so now that everyone's here, a few things. So, first of all, everyone please stay quiet because she is trying to sleep upstairs. Florian sent Chloe here because, well, frankly, he was probably arrested. However, beyond that, he sent with her a few things, including his notes on the cure he's looking for, one of the keys for the door, and, a little information about Chloe I was not expecting.
What was that information?
He's a demigod.
She is?
I repeat, demigod.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, what?
Sorry, I went half into Snook voice.
So apparently she is the daughter of one of the goddesses of the Nyx, a being known as the Maiden.
Oh.
This might be a bad time to interrupt the conversation, but should we get Borellian in on this?
Let's hold off on that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So, as I'm sure you can understand, I'm having a minor freakout.
To be clear,
I tried to hold it in really hard while I was in front of her, but right now I am freaking out.
Okay, why? Does he have a demigod with him?
Apparently, the Maiden, again, a literal goddess, has been infected with the disease and is now not herself. I have no idea what that means, but I find it quite concerning. And apparently, Florian, for whatever reason, is a friend of this goddess and is babysitting for her while she tries to figure out the cure.
Okay, and now we're babysitting a demigod.
That is correct, yes. Also, another point to add to this, apparently, Eva, the rabbit thing,
Mr. Scrumples, yeah.
yeah, apparently she did that. Florian didn't do that.
Oh. Oh.
So, yeah, there's that. Little bit beyond that, apparently, the reason Florian has a key is because 3 years ago, the Scarlet Sentinel gave it to him with instructions that he was to guard it with his life and never let it fall into anyone else's hands. Because according to the Scarlet Sentinel, the door must never be opened, and I will sort of show the letter and show that it is bolded and underlined. So there's that. Um. So, just so everything is out in the open and everyone is aware of what's happening, that is the situation we currently find ourselves in.
Just out of character to clarify, Aoife would have zero idea who the maiden is, right?
Make a mental check for me.
Mental. Okay. Zero successes.
Nah, you'd have no clue.
I mean, the maiden might be more of a local knowledge thing. I'm from the Dark Ring, and the Nyx are kind of my nation's, I'll say it politely and say neighbors, and they worship her. So, there you go.
Okay. Well, if a literal goddess is infected by this disease, I mean, is this cure really going to be able to help a goddess?
To be frank, I have zero clue. However, I feel it is. I feel I have two extremely high priority responsibilities right now, and that is to try and to make sure that no harm comes to that girl upstairs.
Right.
Um, I listen. I know that outside the Dark Ring, necromancy is seen with a very negative eye. I just want to say that while it is also not seen great in the Dark Ring outside of a few certain countries, necromancers are just people. Like, there's a treaty in one of the cities where I live that necromancers come and go there freely. It's not. And my brother, he's a professor of magic. The place he works, they study necromancy. It's. I understand that people around here, though, would have differing opinions. And according to Florian, she doesn't have full control of her abilities yet. She may have made the rabbit on accident. But whatever the case, as far as I'm concerned, she's just a little girl who needs help.
I agree with you 100%. I would not have thought for a second of turning her in.
Appreciate that. However, oh boy. Well, I now have in my possession a piece of paper with coordinates on it that lead to a goddess who's going through something. I honestly have no idea what that means. However, if other people with the disease are any indication, well, not people, creatures, because it hasn't affected people in this way yet, as far as I'm aware, she's aggressive, which sounds bad.
Right, so I have a feeling I assume the coordinates are for when we have the cure. If
I
we...
would assume so, yes. So, yeah, I guess, I guess I'm getting to do some reading. And I start flipping through the book of notes that Florian sent.
Gotcha. Then is
How much of it can I make heads or tails of?
oh, this is some advanced shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is high level artificing combined with incredibly detailed formulae for not only like chemical processes but arcane processes. And make a mental check for me at benefit 1 to see if you can even know everything that is going on here.
Okay. Um. 4 successes.
4 successes, yeah, that's actually generally what you needed. Not only is there chemical work here and artificing work, but there are conversions back and forth between all 3 types of magic: primordial, high, and low magic, on incredibly intricate levels. And if this is the condensed version, Alon, Florian Van Rome has been likely working on this for years. And you begin to see, like, he is a very, like, good doctor. But not only just a doctor, but an artificer, a magician, even. Like, this is some radical stuff. But you're
So
able to generally make heads and tails of it.
When you say conversions, do you mean like he's taking primordial magic effects and making them low magic? Or high magic?
In a way, yes. That is exactly what I'm saying. He is taking magic that first starts as primordial magic, and then converting it to low magic.
Oh, hell.
And the same with all the different types of magic. And by the end, it looks like what he's basically trying to do is create this fusion effect where he is firing 3 types of magic at this particular virus. And based on these formulations, there is a heavy arcane component here, and it basically is Florian trying to split the metaphorical atom by, like, breaking apart separate types of magic into the good types and the bad types. The bad types being anything that has to do with the virus connected to a person.
And he's doing this at the viral level?
He's doing
At that small a scale?
correct. This is nothing short of a miracle, Alon.
I think Elon started reading, and as he's reading, he's starting to sweat and slightly hyperventilate.
Yeah, you, like, Florian Van Rome, like, originally you're like, God, this guy, kind of a dork, or, kind of mean, whatever. But no, this is someone who is at the top of his field. And a person where if this maiden really is a god, yeah, you'd come to him. And he also has many different general underlying notes about, like, this virus as well, as it seems to, based on what he has written down, not act in accordance with anything possessed by low, higher primordial magic.
Wait, like a 4th form of magic?
Correct.
Oh, dear God. All of them. Every single one.
And what do you mean by all of them, every single one?
All the gods. Oh, dear, all of them.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Well, um... Well, this is gonna take some doing. I sort of shut the book. So, apparently, Florian Van Rome is the smartest person I have ever met in my entire life. And is inventing a fourth form of magic to cure this disease.
How does one even do that?
Hmm. I just read it and I couldn't even tell you. He's somehow able to, or figuring out how to be able to split magic into its component parts, as well as transform every type of magic into all the other ones. And he's doing it at the minuscule scale of a viral infection.
It's kind of crazy.
If I didn't see the math in front of me right now, I would say it was literally impossible.
And is he expecting us to keep working on this?
That would be correct.
How does he expect us to?
He said in the letter that he trusts me more than anybody short of the Sentinel, and if I had to guess, I doubt the Sentinel has much medical experience.
Right. Should we go talk to the Sentinel? I know it's dangerous, but considering all of this,
Well, first of all, I don't think we can go tonight.
not tonight. No,
We can't risk going out in the dark anymore.
I agree. I
I,
I meant in the future. Yeah.
I would agree. We should at least talk to him. However, I am concerned. How much of this did he tell the Sentinel? He says, at least implies, that he trusts the Sentinel more than he trusts me, but doesn't necessarily mean he shared everything. And I will also say I'm not sure exactly how long he's been in Lords, but it's been at least 3 years of work. And guess we're picking it up.
So when we visit, what do we do about Chloe? Are we leaving her here? I don't know. If people know that there was a child in Florian's home and they don't find a child there, that could get really bad for us if they find her here. Especially if we're not here to prevent that.
Suppose Oh boy. Um well, let's think this through. Do I Do we have any idea when Bouchard came by? He said that there was like a cell that they would stick people into when the need arose. Where did he say that was? Did he say the town hall?
Town hall, yep.
Okay. It's possible I can try and see Florian, but even then, I doubt they would leave me alone with him so I could ask him some questions. Ah, goodness. Hmm. Um, Also, looking through Florian's notes, just practically speaking, what kind of equipment would I need to actually make good on any of these ideas?
Um, from what you can see with 4 successes, it looks like some general chemistry equipment, beakers, burners, things of that nature.
Okay, I think I have most of that already.
Um, you need a sizable amount of electricity, in the magnitude of hundreds of thousands of watts, um, pass through a very particular alloy of metal that is, equal parts silver, iron, and tin, and
Yeah.
basically, as well, like, apart from the other alchemical ingredients that are there, some of which, are a little rare, but, could be found at a shop or, just generally around. Um, like, there are some things, like certain apparatuses that you saw in Florian's, like, workshop that you just simply would not have access to. Um, Apart from those, though, like, the notes have been condensed in a few ways. Like, you wouldn't be able to make a perfect formula, but you could get 90% there, you think?
Uh-huh.
As
But I
like
would need to try and fill the blanks in.
it generally, yes.
Hmm.
And, this is, well, the formula itself, like the filling in the blanks have been done by Florian, except, like, it's not as strong of a formulation. It's what he assumed you could get done with minimal equipment,
Oh,
basically without
yeah.
any of his custom artificing that he has.
Right. Well, okay, okay. All right. Electricity. Does it say in the notes what the we were going to get sap? What that's for?
Well, like he said, the sap is for, like, the drawing of actual lightning, as you're going to need a lightning rod to be struck many, many, many times over.
Okay. Hmm. Just from a standpoint of that's the how to generate the amount of electricity needed here.
Yeah. If you can figure out a way to generate the electricity of anywhere between 12 to 18 lightning strikes, then that is another way to go about it.
Fair enough.
But basically, you just need lots of electricity. And
Yeah.
from what you can make out, the electricity is basically supposed to run different sources of high primordial and low magic together, basically combining them into this one semi-stable solution. It should be
Okay.
noted that if this solution is set on fire, it is about 100 times more destructive than dynamite.
Okay.
So
But it does make it into a solution. This isn't like a machine I need to sit somebody in.
no, yeah, it is like an actual serum that can be consumed
Okay.
if you do all the bits and bobs right.
Right. Well, okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be a lot. Um,
So Alon, as Alon is looking over the notes, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Boudica is not a woman of science. So what Boudica's gonna do is Boudica's gonna bring a kind of crocheting vibe to the function that everyone finds quite cozy and approachable.
Very nice. We love to see it.
Alon, while you're looking that over, may I see the key?
oh, yeah, I suppose. Can I show it to her?
Yeah, it
Yeah, just
is.
show it.
Yeah, it's this small circular thing made out of this slate gray metal. It almost looks like a wax sealer, if you've ever seen one of those, except evidently not made for wax, made to be a key to open a door.
Neza, maybe we should not tell Bear about any of this yet. I think if the Scarlet Sentinel is that concerned about what's on the other side of that door, maybe we should hear him out before we do anything further.
I think that as Ilan is looking over the notes, he does sort of, not looking up, but sort of just saying, last time I asked him about why he was so against all this, he was very, he avoided the question. If I could get a straight answer, I would appreciate that.
I think he'd. Well, I hope he'd be more willing to give a straight answer, finding out that Florian entrusted us with all this.
That would be my hope.
Just we can decide what to do after Neza, but if you can just avoid telling Bear until we've had a chance to speak to the Sentinel.
I'll do what I can.
Can you just say you won't tell him?
I won't tell Bear.
Thank you.
I am still concerned about actually trying to meet with the Sentinel because of Neza and Boudica having the marks on them. Oh boy.
Seems like it might be best if Neza and I are not present when you go to meet him.
That might be more suspicious if you guys aren't with us, though.
Well, in defense, he did try to kill Neza last time he met her, so in fairness, it could be taken as reasonable caution.
And I am so old, and after this last adventure, there's too much excitement. I needed to rest my old bones, because I'm so old, sad, and tired.
Call me a coward.
I'm.
Okay.
Why?
Pardon?
To excuse why I'm not there.
I.
It's a long journey, isn't it?
2 days, yeah.
That's my other concern, is that just two of us traveling alone for 2 days is. That's going to be a little harder. Not a little, decently harder if we run into anything. I don't really know if it's. Actually, do we know kind of what dangers are like between us and the meeting point?
I mean, your friend Tyr had destroyed that hobgoblin camp, so probably a little safer than it used to be.
And it's also now pretty well traveled by the miners who are working for Pascal.
Oh, I thought it was in the other direction.
That, no. If you. It is generally. The meeting point is like around there.
Oh, I thought it was over here.
No. No, it's south. Technically, kind of in that more general direction.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess that's safe enough for just two of us to go. If you guys are really comfortable staying back.
Sure.
We can help out with some local problems.
Maybe I can get that interview with Bouchard.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we'll still be here to defend if anybody finds out about Chloe.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. So, are we starting in the morning then?
Fine with that?
Alright, so to be clear, in the morning, half of the party is setting out to go and try and find the Sentinel, and half is staying.
That appears to be what we're doing.
Gotcha.
Also, these sort of herbal ingredients for the cure that I can see. You said I could just purchase those, but are they also something that I could find theoretically?
Fine, yeah, and they're not only herbal, like they are also alchemical. Like part of it is like finely ground silver, as like one part of it. There are higher amounts of potassium that are needed for this cure and a few other things. Also, a ground up piece of ruby. Like there's a lot of like kind of weird ingredients, but yeah, you can technically find some of the stuff on the path.
Okay. All right.
Right then, are you guys heading to bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
One
Oh,
last
so
question, Alon.
yeah.
Do you suppose it's safe for you to bring the key to the Sentinel?
I would
I mean-
imagine not. No.
It just came to mind.
Why would we want to bring the key to the Sentinel?
We don't, but that's why I was saying maybe you should consider leaving it with us. I mean, it
Yeah.
is kind of my family, so I don't mind holding on to it.
Fair enough. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Alright.
Thank you.
Alright.
All right, is that all for tonight?
Think so, yeah.
Gotcha. Then all of you can take a complete rest as the sun will begin to rise on the next day. And as it begins to rise, who is up first in the morning and what are you doing?
Probably me.
Okay.
And reading.
Fair. Very fair. Is there any particular information that you're trying to gain?
I guess at this stage and what he's given me,
Mm-hmm.
does it seem like it could benefit any further from either further exploration, experimentation, or study, or does it seem like he's given me instructions and wants me to fill them out?
These seem more like instructions.
Okay.
Like a lot of the underlying stuff he's not written out. It's basically like, here's this really complex physics formula to get you to the moon. I don't have enough time to teach you calculus A through D. But if here are basically the fundamental principles you have to know, solve for X.
Gotcha.
Now, there's a lot of stuff even here where there's like gray areas, things that you kind of have to piece together on your own. Like it's definitely a heavy lift, but theoretically doable.
Got it.
And it's only because you had even like 4 successes that you could make out even some of the implications of what these formulas mean.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, you're rolling with the big guns right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, who's up next then?
Probably Boudica. She'd probably be going downstairs and crocheting once again.
Gotcha. Can you roll a d6 then for me?
D6 to see what will this determine of my life. That I'm a good craftswoman or that I suck? I suck.
You hear another knock at the door?
As you are getting out of bed, you're kind of walking down the hallway, and you look, and there's something in the middle of the hallway, Boudica. It is a rabbit. And as the rabbit kind of hops and then looks at you, you realize some of the rabbit's ribs are showing. And then you realize this rabbit is not breathing, but it is moving.
Hey, Mr. Scrumples.
Now that's quite a funky fella right there. That's also above my pay grade. I'm going to go crochet.
Ignoring that.
Anyways,
That's someone else's problem. Bye.
that's future Boudica's problem. Present Boudica just wants to do her thing.
I'm gonna give you a hero point for that, Shannon. That's great. The I don't get paid enough for this shit reaction.
Cool. anyways.
It's like, damn. Well, crazy stuff happens in this house all the time.
OMG, babe, that's crazy. Anyways, back to the yarn.
Gotcha. And who's up next?
Probably Neza.
Right, what time do you think you're getting up, Naza?
An average time, so probably 8:30ish. So a little bit later than maybe expected.
Okay,
But around 8 or 8:30.
then roll a d6 for me.
Will do. Six.
6. Then, as you are wandering, making your way out, what's your reaction to seeing Chloe like running out of her room and going, "Oh, Mr. Scrumples, no!" And she picks up this clearly undead rabbit in front of you. And then she kind of like stops and like looks at you.
Hi, I'm Neza. I don't think we met yet. Are you Chloe?
Yeah, I am.
Hi.
It's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you too. I heard a lot about you.
Oh,
Mr. Van Rome tells us you're really smart.
Thank you. Um, I try to be. You know, Mr. Van Rome taught me a lot.
Do you want some breakfast?
She kind of gives like this slow nod. Yes, please.
Let's go. And you can even take your friend.
Oh, okay. His name's Mr. Scrumples.
That's a great name. I think Neza, at first, her priority was, like, making sure the child is okay and not freaked out. And then, as soon as she was kind of reminded of the rabbit, she is now less okay.
Oh, joy.
But she's still trying to keep it cool.
Gotcha. Then Chloe will wander down with you into the kitchen.
Maybe we can make some pancakes. I wonder if we have any chocolate chips to put in them.
Oh,
Have you ever had a pancake cupcake?
she just kind of shakes her head.
Would you like to try one?
She nods.
Alright, give me a little bit to bake them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And Neza will go make pancake cupcakes, which are just regular pancakes, but baked in a cupcake tin.
Okay.
I have made them before, they're very good.
Oh, okay. That sentence did not make sense.
No, it didn't. I don't remember the real word for them, but they're pancakes baked in a cupcake like tin, and that's also what Neza made for when we made like bite-sized pancakes. That's also what she would have made for Clement.
Okay. Then, as you're doing all this, Chloe is just kind of standing nearby, just like absorbing everything that you're doing. Like, she's just paying attention to everything.
I suppose Neza's inner teacher will kind of take over and she'll start explaining what she's doing. She's not necessarily letting her help, but she is explaining.
Oh, do we have any baking powder?
Do we have baking powder?
Yeah, you probably would.
We should. Here, it should be right around here somewhere. She'll go searching for it.
If you add just 2 little teaspoons of it, it should increase the fluffiness of the pancakes by 23%.
Wow. Let's try that out. And she will do as instructed.
They are very fluffy pancakes when they're done.
Excellent. Wow, that's really impressive. What made you think of that?
Well, the way that the baking powder interacts with the flour and the heat when everything begins baking, I assumed that 2 teaspoons would be the perfect amount for the right amount of rise while also getting the pancakes done all the way through and not having any excess uncooked flour.
That's a good point. We really gotta avoid it, having any of that uncooked flour. Because it doesn't taste very good, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to go get Mr. Alon and Mrs. Aspasia? And Miss Boudica and Aoife, if you can.
Okay.
I'm
Just to let
sitting
them
right
know.
here, Nisa.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were in the living room, genuinely.
I honestly have been assuming this entire time that the living room and the kitchen are like right next to each other.
They are, yeah.
I am also right here then.
Yeah, I
Aspasia
assumed it was
also,
kind of an
yeah.
open air thing.
Aspasia also pokes her head in.
Okay, that's
I'm
fair.
also right here.
Okay. Um, Elon, do you think, the other guest would want some? And she's gonna kind of, like, stare.
Bear's not living here yet. We
No,
haven't made
no.
the room ready yet.
Can I... Uh, Nasa's just gonna pull him out into the hallway real quick, kind of out of the earshot of Chloe.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're introducing her to Diana yet.
Oh,
Is she
I was assuming we were.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to do that without, your permission.
Uh, give me 5 seconds.
Okay.
And I go over to Aspasia.
Aspasia just kind of is like talking to Chloe, just generally being like a good host, and then she looks over to you and stands up and kind of walks over. Yes?
Shall we, and I kind of look up to upstairs. Shall I bring Diana down and meet her?
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Yeah, alright.
Here, do you want to be the one to stay with Chloe, or do you want to be the one to go get Diana?
I'll go get Diana.
All right.
And I head upstairs.
Okay. You can see Diana is just getting ready to come downstairs, and she kind of smiles. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Diana. So, we have a guest over.
Mm-hmm. The birds told me.
Those birds always talking, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
A man also
what?
got arrested last night.
Sorry, what?
Mm-hmm.
No, can you say that again, please?
Oh, a man got arrested last night.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Anyway, would you like to come downstairs and meet her?
Okay.
Come on now. Hey, really quickly. You remember, how your uncle used to talk about the different types of magic and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, our guest happens to be skilled in one of those areas of magic.
I'm skilled in an area of magic.
Yes, you are. Yes, you very much are. However, you two are skilled in different areas of magic.
That's so cool.
Psst. Well, I'm glad you think so. So for example, do you recall at all, do you recall at all Uncle Amir talking about something called necromancy?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she knows how to do. Now, I
Is
will
she
say,
from Quiz?
she is not from Quiz.
Okay. Ooh.
She is not from Quiz.
Okay.
She's very lovely. However, she just kind of, from what I understand, her powers just sort of happen and she can't quite control it yet. So just, be polite, as I've always taught you.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
And see, Diana's just going to kind of follow you.
Bring her downstairs.
And like, immediately Diana goes and she begins introducing herself to Chloe. And you just begin to see like a small smile creep over Chloe's face, especially as the two girls begin to bond over their shared love of Mr. Scrumples. As the little undead rabbit begins to bounce along kind of the top of the table for a second.
Daze is leaving the room.
He's a spunky little guy, I see.
I made him myself.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I made this myself. I'm gonna show a crocheted rabbit.
That's so cool.
It can't jump around though, and I'm just gonna sort of like toss it from my hand. It's gonna like thump on the ground and not move.
Chloe's going to like draw an arcane glyph in the air, and you watch as like the small little rabbit begins to animate and hop around. She kind of starts wiggling her fingers.
Now Mr. Scrumples can have a friend.
That's so true. Thank you.
Problem.
Elon's eyes widen for half a second and then go back to standard, and then in his head he's thinking, oh boy, there are layers here.
Yep. Yeah. But at this point, Nace, are you coming back into the room to serve the pancakes? Or
I
the cup
think-
pancakes?
After a second, she would kind of just take a deep breath and then hope it was over and go back in.
You
And
have
she
to
would...
step over the undead rabbit that has been taken off the table. It's now just hopping around.
Oh, it's moving.
Does she also see the crochet puppetry?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I imagine when she sees that, she is kind of going into like crisis mode, but in a good way. Not in like a good way. She's going into this is the worst thing, but if I just ignore it and I press on and do what I'm supposed to, it'll be over sooner. And so she will go serve the pancakes and eat them and leave.
Okay. And, the entire time you can see, like, Chloe is just absolutely digging in to the pancakes. These are really good. Thank you.
Of course. Hey, they're made better with your help.
Thanks. Do you know how long I'll be staying with you guys?
Well, we're not quite sure yet, hon. However, me and Aoife here, we're gonna go out of town for a little bit, see if we can find someone who can possibly help Florian out. But, that's gonna take some time, and even then, we're not sure how much will come of it. So, just for the time being, make yourself at home.
Okay.
Just, yeah. Of course, help yourself to anything we got. You are our guest. You deserve to be treated such.
You're very kind. Thank you.
It is absolutely no problem, my dear.
You can see Chloe just kind of breaks this small smile. And she'll continue
Milan sort of smiles back and then starts eating some of these pan cup things.
Mm-hmm. The pan cups.
Pancake
Yes.
muffins! That's what they were called!
Puffins.
Puffins.
I think it's probably at this point that Aoife would have come around downstairs.
Gotcha. What would be your reaction as you see this little undead rabbit scampering through the living room, Aoife?
Probably relief. I think they assumed it had been, like, killed when Florian got arrested.
What is dead may never die.
True, but, well, the body had been repossessed, I should say.
A repo show, but for
Yeah, I was gonna
corpses.
say. The bank came and took the corpse.
Exactly.
A necromancer's worst nightmare.
You gotta be careful, they'll take your bones.
You better pay your taxes or else I'm taking your gallbladder.
This provides a new meaning to arm and a leg. Nyak, nyak, nyak.
Exactly.
God, what's that one opera with like a cult following?
Oh, Repo Genetic Opera.
Yeah, that one.
I haven't actually seen it, but I know it exists.
I tried watching it. It was a little boring for me, but it was cool.
Cool but boring.
Yep.
But yeah,
That's me, Boudica Burn.
Cool but boring.
Cool but boring.
I think Aoife was probably, like, surprised seeing the rabbit for half a second, just because that's not usually in the house. But then she's like, oh, good, Mr. Scrumple's made it out alive. To herself.
Alive.
Alive.
Quote unquote alive. And then they just go and get a plate of food.
Gotcha.
He's back in the ring.
Yeah, back in the ring. There we go.
Then, as you walk in, are you sitting down at the table and starting to eat?
Yep.
You can see, like, after a while, Chloe looks to you and then kind of squints and smiles. Oh, it's you again.
Oh, so you can tell.
And she nods. You have a high, I don't know if it's high or primordial magic exactly.
No idea.
Okay. Oh, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you again.
Chloe just gives like a small smile.
And my name's Aoife, but honestly, I don't mind if you keep calling me Twinklefoot. Whatever suits you.
I'll call you by your name, Aoife.
Okay.
And thank you for letting me stay in your home.
Yeah, of course. We'll get you, we'll get you all sorted out soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
You,
oh, go ahead.
you sleep all right? Your room we made up comfortable and all that?
It was very comfortable. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a very nice bed.
It's good.
I can sleep on the couch though, if you want. I know it's someone's bedroom.
No, gods no. Keep the bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, thank you. My sometimes when me and my mom were traveling, we just slept on couches, so I'm kind of used to it.
No point in doing it if you don't have to.
Well, it's polite. That's what my mom said. Don't need to force people out of their beds.
You're not forcing anybody. It was given up electively.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
And, as breakfast will begin winding down, Aspasia will offer to take like Chloe upstairs and show her some books and things, and Diana want to like do so as well, show Chloe her dolls and things. As the three of them begin to leave, four of you are left alone at the table.
3 of you.
Three.
The why 3?
Neza has gone somewhere else as soon as she was done eating.
Oh, okay. I was actually gonna ask Neza a favor, but she's not here. Neza, are you around anywhere?
She'll wander back in. Yeah, what's up?
I ask you a favor.
Okay.
Since you're going to try and do the whole interview thing anyways, would you mind sending these for me? And I hand her a stack of a few letters.
Of course. I don't mind.
Thanks.
Who are they for?
My family.
I wrote some too.
Yeah. I tried to sort of explain. Don't know if it's gonna help all that much, but I can hope, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
It's yeah, it's kind of been eating at me, but apparently the only message they've gotten from me in a long period of time was a letter to my sister asking her to send me salt.
And then no follow-up.
And then no follow-up. Goodness. But whatever he charges you to send those, I'll pay you back. Just drop them off if you would.
Okay. I can do that.
Thanks, Neza.
While you're at the Sentinel, can you ask him if he knows anything about those letters that have been shot down?
Oh, yeah, I can ask. For sure.
Thank you.
Do we know much about that, or was it just that there were some people that were shooting birds down?
You just know.
Tira... Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Neza did share that Tira claimed it was cult members, but Bear refutes that.
Any indication whether it was incoming mail and outgoing, or just one or the other? I mean, I guess if it was both, then none of Agnes's requests for supply would have made it through.
I think you ended up getting your salt, didn't you?
It didn't actually get resolved now that I think about it.
Well, you were going to get the salt, and then Quinn died.
I ordered salt, and then some stuff happened,
Right.
if you recall.
Right.
So, yeah. But anyway, so are we trying to do this then?
I'm ready. Whenever.
All right. I look to Boudica and the currently unoccupied body of Neza. Sorry for leaving you both in the lurch like this.
It's all good. We'll survive.
Sure you will.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. I'm gonna head upstairs and say goodbye to everybody, and then I'll be ready if you are, Eva.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll be down here.
All right. I head upstairs for a minute.
Gotcha. Head upstairs. Aspasia, Diana, and Chloe are all in Diana's room.
I pull Aspasia aside.
Okay. She goes outside.
All right. Me and Aoife are gonna go try to find the Sentinel and see what we can glean from his information.
Seems like a good idea. I'll hold down the fort here and see if I can start trying to settle this girl in.
Good idea. He needs to. Too much stress isn't good for that young body.
Yeah. And, I started talking to her. I think she might be really smart.
I have a feeling
Maybe
that's probably true.
I'll try to do a few lessons with her and just try and get her into a normal routine and try to see honestly what's going on with this necromancy stuff.
Good idea. All right. We'll be gone a few days. Be back as soon as possible, okay?
Alright, love you. Get back soon.
Love you too. And I sort of call to the girls. All right, well, me and Eve are heading out for a bit. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Diana will run up and give your leg a big hug.
I sort of lean down and hug her back.
And Chloe will just kind of give a smile and say, good luck.
Thank you. And remember, you are a guest. Enjoy yourself. Much as you can.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Be back soon. And he departs.
Okay.
Yep, following after him.
Gotcha. You guys are heading to the rendezvous location then, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Right. That's going to be about 3 days away of, travel. So you are going to be generally heading to that spot. In general, not going to be a very eventful time of travel for you guys. However, is there anything you would like to do amongst the two of you as you are making your way southward?
As we go, I'm not gonna stop our travel to search, but as we go, I want to try and keep an eye out to see if I can spot any of the necessary ingredients I was given.
All right, make a physical check then for me.
And
Physical.
if Alon expresses what he's looking for, Aoife will also help look for that.
Oh yeah, Alon will say.
Then both you can make physical checks, or one of you can make a physical check at benefit 2.
What's your physical?
Got a score of 6. Unless I can add wild strength to it, then I would be rolling 7 dice.
I also have a. Well, actually, no. My score is 5. So why don't you go ahead with the benefit?
Gotcha. And is wild strength applicable?
It is, yes.
Gotcha. And then benefit 2, that is greater than what number?
2.
Greater than 2.
Greater than 2. Thank you. 4 successes.
4 successes. Then you're able to snag, pretty much almost every item that Alon is generally looking for as you are progressing south. There are still a handful of more rarer items that you cannot find, but
Like the alloys and the gems.
yeah, those are the type of things, and one special herb here and there. But for right now, just in this 3 days, you're doing pretty darn well. Anything else you guys are doing during your traveling? If not, then going back to Neza and Boudica, are you two doing anything kind of in this 3-day window when you are left alone in Lords together?
I think Boudica is spending all the time that she can with Diana and Chloe.
Gotcha. Chloe would be kind of overjoyed then, as she is constantly just like asking questions, like wanting to talk. Basically, you gather this child is starved for interaction. So anything that you can give her, she's very interested in.
I give her so much interaction. I give her my wizened life experiences. I give her more crochet things to animate, such as hat, bag, coaster.
And
I
Chloe,
want to see what an animated coaster looks like.
oh,
He
Boudica,
just scoots around the toaster, or around on the counter, just like following the drink.
oh, no, Boudica, what it does is, like, you start to figure out very quickly, Chloe has a pretty good understanding of, like, general, like, low magic makeup. And as you kind of put the coaster down, she kind of looks up at you. This is for drinks?
Yeah, it's to keep them from damaging wooden surfaces with the condensation.
Oh, okay. And like she'll kind of like look around it, and like you can see like the tip of her right index finger kind of starts to glow this deep violet, and she will start inscribing some general runes on the actual coaster, and you watch as it begins to like float and gives this low hum as it starts to like float like near your shoulder, Boudica.
I'll set a cup on it.
You set the cup on it, and instantly all condensation on the cup is kind of flung off at like 360 degrees, just dunk.
Oh right, oh nice. You got to patent this, kid.
I should?
Yes, they're gonna love this.
Okay. I can do it on more coasters.
I will make more coasters for her to do that too. I think I'll make some themed coasters. I'll make some coasters that can like wrap up and look like a little bouquet. I'll do like a bee themed coaster, just like coasters with different themes, to see what she'll do with them.
She'll try and she'll be working hard on trying to give each coaster its own unique theme. Like if there's a bee coaster, she would try to add like this low like bee buzzing as like a drink is set up on the coaster.
Yes, this is good.
And you know, she'll just be happily going about with Mr. Scrumfles and like just being a happy kid about the house, playing with Diana, who like from what you can tell the two of them are getting on pretty well. I mean, Diana can talk to animals, Chloe can resurrect them. Like match made in heaven. They're two young kids that haven't had a lot of, you know, other kids to interact with, so they're kind of like tied to the hip. And probably on the second day, Chloe will kind of come up to you, Neza. Hi.
Hi.
Do you have anything that you want me to enchant? I've been doing a bunch of coasters for Miss Boudica.
That's so cool. Can you show me some of them?
Oh, sure. And you can see she kind of like leaves and runs to get the bee one. She has like this little cup, and she puts on it. And you hear this bzzz as she kind of
That's
floats it
so
over to you.
fun. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you learn how to do that?
My dad taught me some of the basics.
Well, it's really nice.
Yeah. And my mom, she helped me get a little better at it before she left.
That is really nice. Sure, I can try to find something for you to animate. Nasa's gonna grab like a scrap piece of paper and draw a stick figure on it. Is this something you know how to do? Or does it have to be like a physical 3D object?
I haven't done something like this before. I could try and figure it out, though.
It's always nice to test yourself, push the limits, learn something new. Within reason.
Yeah. Within reason. Thank you, Miss Nasa.
Of course, if you want any more drawings, I can do something.
This is good for right now.
Yeah, start small.
And, she is going to happily kind of skip away with her new project.
Nasa is thanking God that she didn't bring the rabbit this time.
And as you're doing that, the rabbit hops by your door.
Ah! She then, I think, has a very short existential crisis on if that drawing is animated, does it count as undead? Was it ever alive to begin with? Is it now alive? What are the implications of bringing sentience to an inanimate object?
Different
Does it
campaign,
know?
Jamie. Different campaign.
Quintus
If-
2.0.
if you shear a sheep, the sheep is still alive, and you make the wool into yarn, and then you make the yarn into something, and then you animate that. The original sheep is still alive, but now its fur is also alive.
But now, like, and since it's a 2D character, does it experience the world differently? Can it perceive us, or did we just create it into this empty void with nothing around it? Does he need friends? Is he a he?
I do just
We-
want to say this is literally an SCP.
Yeah, this consumes her afternoon.
Like,
Yeah,
this is
we
an
are-
existing SCP.
We are just making SCPs here. Like, you can just imagine, like, SCP-2169. The coasters.
One of them buzzes for some reason.
These coasters are like coasters that are crocheted, except they're not like regular coasters. They float about 1 inch above the ground.
Yeah, tracks.
They seem to crave water vapor.
And also, one of them killed my dog, Jeffrey. So they are class Euclid.
Not Jeffrey.
At some
They have
point,
done absolutely nothing to us ever. However, one of them smacked me in the face once. Euclid. Sorry, Jamie, go ahead.
no worries. At some point, Neza is also wanting to attempt that interview with Bouchard.
Okay. Then,
Please go to his house for it.
Of course, we're going to his house. There is no way what she hopes to accomplish can't be done at our house.
how would you deal with Bear? As he would probably come around on, like, the third day.
Hey, do you want some food?
Oh, sure.
I just made pancake muffins again because Chloe seemed to really enjoy them last time. Speaking of, you have to promise not to tell anyone else about a guest we have.
Okay, sure.
Here you go. And she'll give him some of the muffins.
And as he gets them, he'll kind of ask about Chloe and try and get like general details, not trying to push, but just like, huh?
I have been instructed not to say anything, and therefore I won't.
Oh, okay.
It's not that I don't trust you, but I did make a promise. However,
Oh.
as soon as Aoife and Elon get back from their current outing, promise ends. So if you just wait about 36 hours,
You don't have to tell me anything. I'm just good.
we'll see. I'm on my way out, actually, though, to do that interview with Bouchard.
Oh, that's good.
Mhm.
I was just wanting to tell you I think they might have arrested Mr. Van Rome.
We heard. Um, we are currently dealing with some of the fallout of that.
Okay. Wait, is
Once
is Chloe a kid from I won't say anything, I promise.
I won't say anything either because I promised not to.
Mum's the word. Do you want me to go and keep watching the house?
If you want to, but I think at this point, what's done is done. Although more intel wouldn't ever hurt.
Well, I'm not exactly employed, so
That's fair. And I'm sorry, we've had to kind of put a pause on um, some of the other stuff.
that's all right. You know, just life as usual, I guess.
Yeah,
All right, catch you later.
see you soon.
And he'll head off, probably just to go keep an eye on the Van Rome laboratory, just in case. He doesn't have anything else to do.
That's fair. The like when a teacher says they can't tell you how to get away with the rules or with breaking the rules. I
I
followed
guess.
instructions.
I suppose, yes.
Yeah, I'm taking Alon's letters, turning up to Mr. Bouchard.
Okay. Very nice. And we'll get to that next session as we cut back to Aoife and Alon as you get to the rendezvous point. It is kind of like this large hill, few miles away from what appears to be like a thriving casino. And it seems to have like lights and like a general flair to it, like a 5 or 6 story tall building that kind of stands out, like in this general area. However,
All right, there was that casino guy that came to that party. Huh.
I forgot I was muted, but I was actually saying almost word for word the same thing.
Oh. We both said it at the same time.
however, after waiting there until dusk, basically, you hear kind of the crunching of leaves behind you. And kind of turning around, you see that the Scarlet Sentinel has approached. You're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk.
What's going on?
Well, Florian's been taken into custody.
He's what?
In custody.
What happened?
Well, somehow, somebody, I have no idea who, told Mr. Arnaud Bouchard that Florian was practicing necromancy and committing child trafficking.
And see the sentinel kind of looks down, and you think, Aoife, you might hear like this like low breathy curse. That's not good.
Before I tell you more, how much did Florian tell you about what he's doing?
I know a lot. How much did he tell you?
A lot. Stuff that I would personally argue is a bit above my pay grade. But a lot.
Yeah. Did he tell you who we're both working for?
Does it start with an M?
There's a T before it.
Oh,
But yeah.
then yeah. And I also know well, I know a little bit about the young girl currently living in my house.
Is that so?
I want to be exceedingly clear here. I will protect her with my life.
So will I.
And beyond that, I have instructions from Florian that I am going to attempt to make good on. It's a lot. I'm a doctor and I'm a good one, but this is beyond.
Do you have some of the notes?
I do, yes.
And see, the sentinel kind of extends a hand.
I I show.
See, they kind of look it over. No, yeah. Florian sent me some backups for this. I think we can get it done. We just need, honestly, the right electricity.
Yeah.
Gosh, we were so
That-
close. We were so close.
There's a bit of a plan for the electricity that I'm gonna try to figure out, but we've also been putting together some of the ingredients required.
It's good.
Again, this is a lot, but I'm doing what I can.
I know. Thank you. Thank you for patching me up too. The stitches they held up well.
Good. Uh, but yeah, so we're doing what we can. We're working hard. But I know that I don't know the extent of your and Florian's deal or your relationship, but he's in a spot and you deserve to know.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course.
Is he alive?
As far as I know, yes.
I gotta break him out then.
Had a feeling you were going to say that.
Well, he's saved me more times than I can count.
It's very fair. Uh,
Maybe it, if we could relate to him somehow to fake an illness or something, then Bouchard might call on you, Ilan, as the only doctor around. That might be an opportunity to sneak him somewhere else.
might work.
You're taking care of the girl?
Yeah.
I can't take care of her. It's too much of a risk. That girl
Yeah.
needs to stay safe. Don't need to.
Like I said, as long as she's in my house, I will protect her with all I got.
Then any suspicion needs to be kept off of you. Although I would probably say that, I'll give you a day, maybe once you get back, depending. Because I gotta break Florian out before they get to him.
What? Are you expecting interrogation?
I'm expecting assassination.
Oh.
Look, the aristocracy they're tools, but, they probably wouldn't execute him without a trial. It's that damn cult I'm worried about.
A cult? I was under the impression that the aristocracy and the cult hate each other.
Yeah, but no one hates me and Florian more than that cult. Nor
Yep.
us them.
Listen. The last time I asked this question, you didn't give me a straight answer. I would like to ask for one this time. What is it about the cult?
The cults, we think, they worship this ascendant power. They claim that it is Estelle. I'm not convinced. Neither is Florian. With the little revolution they tried to lead a few years ago, based on all accounts, not good. And some of the magic that's been thrown my way by some of their members. Nah. I don't like what they're up to.
Any guesses as to what their worshipping is?
No clue. But here's the thing. It's powerful enough to warp this entire landscape. It turns creatures mad. If that's Estelle, we're in big trouble. And it is here where we will end our session for today. As
Yippee,
all of
yet
you-
another very normal. Sorry.
Yeah. As all of you can take a level up.
Yay.
I'm
Oh,
putting my
never.
level up straight into cult activities. I'm standing by my decision.
Your decision to join a cult.
You will never
I'm
guess.
standing by it.
You will never
I was
guess where
gonna
was
say,
going.
so far.
Oh no, it's your recap. You dug this hole. Lie in it.
No. I meant like in character. I yeah, Agnes was having a lot of relationship problems. She felt Tara was moving too fast, and was just she felt like their personalities maybe weren't the best because they didn't like the same downtime activities, and so Aoife was like, she was crying on a bench, and Aoife came by. We had that conversation. We know that, and then Aoife's advice was essentially have a conversation, talk about it like an adult, and she agreed to try. So that's how that's going.
A general summary, but yes.
Yeah.
All right. Then, where we will pick up is with...
Oh yeah, and I have the key.
Yes, and you have the key. So, Elan and Aoife, is there anything you want to do or talk about more with the Sentinel before trying to head back to Lord's?
So, do you have a general plan of how you're gonna try and get him out?
I don't exactly know what the situation is back there exactly. Probably come up with
Oh,
something on the fly.
I'll be honest, I don't entirely know either. I remember them mention a holding cell in the not town square,
Town hall.
town hall. But they also mentioned they might have to construct something else, so I honestly have no idea.
Gotcha. In that case, I'll probably try and do it at night, get him out, and then get him back to my base.
Yeah. Uh, I mean,
Just be careful. The new leader of the Briarhearts, she's not really someone you'll want to cross paths with.
And see the Scarlet Sentinel kind of cocks their head to the side, and their face is hidden by a mask, but you probably guess they're a little interested. Anything you can tell me about them?
Well, she's powerful. She's an old friend of mine, actually. The hobgoblin camps, she cleared them out like that. She and her friends.
What do you mean cleared them out?
she cleared out the northern camp.
Hmm.
Apparently, they've also cleaned up a lot of the roads around here.
I see. Interesting. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, and if there's any way we can help you, just if you find a way to contact us, we'll help you get Florian out.
Again, if what you're doing is keeping Chloe safe and trying to get a cure made, I want to keep your hands clean of this as much as I can.
All right.
The
Um,
most important thing is getting done Florian's research as best we can as a failsafe. If I can get Florian out cleanly, I can contact you all and perhaps we can talk back at my place.
all right, we'll keep a lookout. Also, I did have a question.
Go for it.
I only know of the maiden vaguely from reputation of a neighboring nation back home on my home ring. I don't know much about her in particular. But Florian said that she was acting not herself. Is she being hyper aggressive like the animals that get the disease, or something else going on?
Hyperaggression, I guess, would categorize it, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's stowed away down south in I guess, a barrier, but hyperaggression is there, just a general rage.
Is she physically attacking things? Is she restrained? What's happening?
Well, from what I know, she's got free reign inside this bubble. Nothing goes into it, so she's not physically attacking things. But I have yet to go in there, and neither has Florian.
Fair enough. All right. As soon as we have the time, I will try to head over to the Tempest Wood to collect some of these ingredients.
It's probably a good idea. The sooner we can get this done, the better.
Right.
Take care of yourselves.
You too.
Yeah, you too, and be careful. This really should getting Florian out really should not be a solo mission.
I'll be fine.
Suit yourself.
Smoke bomb, they're gone.
Okay. That's a way to leave a conversation, I suppose.
Proves his point a little, I guess.
I suppose it does. Shall we head back?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Alright.
Okay. Then it's probably going to be about 3 days for you two to get back. So, during that time, Boudica and Neza, what are you guys going to be up to?
I mean, Neza's main thing is prepping for the interview and attempting to like figure out some questions as well as maybe like some questions that might have an excuse to kind of be guiding her towards like locations of the key. Now that we know it looks somewhat like a wax stamp, something like that.
Gotcha. Are you trying?
Boudica.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Boudica is just babysitting.
Fair enough. Then, so you're babysitting with Diana and Chloe. Chloe is generally progressing in her studies, getting to know Diana and you more, and is becoming more comfortable. I should ask though, Neza, are you wanting to get this interview done while Elan and Aoife are away?
I think she might wait until like the day they get back, or are supposed to get back, sorry. So she'll probably go try to schedule it with Bouchard, like maybe a day or two before they're supposed to get back, and then hopefully with the date of it being the day that they get back.
Yeah, that would be probably the 42nd of Hafe would be the scheduled interview date then, probably at noon. Is that good?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right. Then, Boudica, you're just chilling and hanging out with everyone as the days slowly roll past. Right? I'm assuming that's a yes. Can nobody hear me?
I can
Sorry,
hear you.
what?
So I'm just talking to Shannon, but getting no response. So I didn't know if people couldn't hear me.
Sorry.
Well, we'll say Boudica is just chilling then.
Yeah, Boudica is just chilling and babysitting.
All right. Then noon on Hafe comes around for you, Neza.
All right, and she will head over to Bouchard's.
Gotcha.
Specifically, before she goes, she is stashing. She's going to wrap up the key in like. She's first going to put it in like a bag, like a small like what is it, cloth pouch, and then put that pouch into a bigger pouch and keep going until it's like 5 pouches deep, and then put that into a larger bag and then put it under her desk.
Okay, so you're hiding the key.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I was thinking about asking Bear to hold on to it and not saying what it was, but I think that might break his heart. So instead, she'll just put it there.
I mean, he's pretty chill with everything you do, so it can go either way.
That's fair.
But
I'm also worried about Aoife killing me.
now that is a rabid fox. Who knows what it's gonna do?
Have you
That
seen the
concern is
bone?
valid.
So she will stash it there
All right,
for now.
gotcha. Then you can begin approaching the Bouchard Manor, and as you approach, you can see that Arno is waiting outside in one of his nicest three-piece suits and kind of gives you a smile.
Ah, welcome, Neza. I apologize for the length it took to organize this interview.
Oh, it's no problem at all. I appreciate you meeting with me, really, at all. I know you're very busy.
Yes, it has been certainly a very busy few weeks. But please, I have the foyer all settled. Can I interest you in tea or some pastries?
Personally, I think I'm okay. But if you want to eat, be my guest.
No, I tend not to. But always polite, as my mother used to say. Please, right this way.
He will begin to lead you into his house.
And she'll follow.
Gotcha. Then
Is he wearing a sash?
he's not wearing a sash.
Okay.
Blasphemy. Okay.
He's on his off hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Noted. Alright. Okay. And so yeah, Neza will follow.
All right. Then, as you follow, you go inside the manor. It's got these kind of light teal walls on the inside. And, mostly it is decorated with like these marble sculptures that are around, some like landscape paintings that are generally of the lands around lords. But as you continue to go and look through, you see some pictures of, think, Arno through the years. You see him and what appears to be a woman in their maybe mid-20s, progressing all the way up until the age that Arno is now. As he kind of leads you up to the second floor, past some like libraries, some offices, what appears to be a room that just contains like this full grand piano, and brings you into like this small cozy sitting room by a fireplace that has currently like been stoked and has a little fire going.
Please, sit down.
And she will. Does he also sit?
Yes, he will sit as well.
Okay. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's been certainly a long few days, but I'm looking at this as something of a good reset. Look at the past and an affirmation of the future.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I'm also very excited. This is my first, I know I've been here for a while, but it's actually my first formal interview that I get to do. We've just been so busy.
The town of Lords seems to do that to people. I remember when I was a younger man, I've been running around this place for many decades. But that is just the way of things. Constantly busy.
Gotcha. And Neza at this point has started pulling out her notebook and starts jotting things down. And by the way, please don't be freaked out about my like writing. I promise I'm listening. I'm making a lot of notes that way I can try to recompile all this together later.
Very well. Very well. Uh, I could attempt to get you some more quills or ink if you need them.
I've come stocked with a lot of backups, and I think Nasa genuinely did probably pulling like 4 or 5 bottles out, which I imagine is the whole house's store. So sorry, by the way, Boudica. um, but she is just in case, I run out of quill or I run out of ink for the first one, and then if I spill one, I have another, and then a backup for that one too if something happens, and then if I run out of that one, I've got another one
Uh,
just in case.
yes, preparation. Very important.
Mm. So let's just start real nice and easy. What can you tell me about yourself as a person?
Well, I wear many hats here in the town of Lords. Currently, I am the longest tenured on the aristocracy of Lords. I have held this position for the last 37 years. So, continuity. I tend to many of the public functions here in Lords, like the defense of the city, managing of the housing, although not the maintenance, as that is handled by the Lady Alaire, postal system, economic planning, many other things. And when I can, partake in literature or walking about this fine town and taking in its splendid natural beauty. You see, that's the thing that I think people miss about Lords. It's natural beauty. It is a place that, well, on the map we don't seem to have a lot. Once you come here and you see the trees, you see the rolling hills, and even the ceaseless south, it has this stern, brutalist type of beauty to it.
I see. And I do think it's really pretty. This is honestly one of the most beautiful places I think I've seen.
Indubitably, yes.
What's your favorite part of the city, do you think?
Oh, my favorite part. Well, I remember when Rayleigh's Park was just but a little dream, and, well, a dream that was overgrown and tangled, but over the years it was refined, and Lady Alaire put much work into it when she first took her seat on the Council of Lords. But even after all this time, there is a certain beauty to the western gate at sunset. The colors in the sky, and just the general atmosphere looking over Clement's Wall. And, sometimes you get to look down and you get to see Julie's herb garden, especially in the spring, in bloom. So, those places, or a good library with books, or even my seat in the town hall. I've made quite the impression in that seat over the years.
I imagine. Well, so you mentioned a lot about the Lady Alaire putting some work into Rayleigh's Park, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said she also handles some of the housing. What else does... So, I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about what the aristocracy does. Can you tell me more about their, role in the city?
Of course, of course. Well, the aristocracy's job is to handle all the government workings. We operate the same as a mayor, or I suppose a dictator, if you know of such things. Or you're from Kovarov, right? So they have a czar there. So we handle all the functions of the branches, and
maintaining order in the city, helping to tend to the people, managing policy, just keeping everything in line. A long tradition that stretches back to when Estelle departed the City of Lords, and that tradition has remained as the council became this aristocracy as the noble members took it upon their shoulders to keep safe the people of this city. But, the council has grown and contracted, and we've brought in new blood, of course, over time, and, well, now we are just simply the best people in the area to help protect our city that we all care so deeply about.
Why is that?
Well, we all come into it with a pedigree, a knowledge of the city, also possession of a certain amount of wealth that we contribute and give to the city, paying our way into have the privilege of keeping this city safe, and just a large support system that has been built over the years for the true protection and safekeeping of lords.
When you say protection and safekeeping, what does that mean to you? Because I know a lot of people have different opinions on what protection and safekeeping, and especially once we bring the term well-being into it.
Oh, yes.
But what does protection mean to you?
Well, protection is, of course, the safety of the body and the mind of our citizens, of things like the hobgoblin threat, or the witches to the west, or even the undead that occasionally might wander up. It is our job to make sure the people can live fruitful and happy lives without fear of their personage or their lives being ended. And then the protection and the safekeeping of lords itself. We believe in the aristocracy of the return of Estelle. It's in the oath that we take as we are elevated into the aristocracy, and the preservation of this town that has stood for so long, and just the safekeeping of it. I think one of my proudest moments was the safekeeping of lords in the defeat of the cult that once, just a few years ago, attempted to take this city from these people, and we were able to beat them back, kick them out of the city, and in one fell swoop, just an action for a safekeeping of all that Lords is. I think you misspelled that word right there.
Oh my god, I was talking and muted, sorry. I see. Oh, thank you. And she'll kind of scribble it out and fix it, and then kind of readjust so her notebook is kind of so she can see it and not him.
Okay.
I think I'm definitely gonna. So I've heard a lot about that night of the cult, and I'm definitely gonna return back to that a little bit later to ask, just a little bit more about it. But for now, let's try to stay at least a little bit more in like a straight line of questioning.
Oh, of course, my dear. Apologies. This old
No.
mind of mine, my dear Veronica used to always tell me, "I know, stay on track, or else we'll be spinning in circles for hours." I can still hear her nagging.
You had a wife?
I did. Yes. I did.
If it's not pressing too much, can you tell me about her?
Oh, Veronica she was my sweetheart when I was young. We both grew up here in Lords. Her family, a native family that had moved in a few generations prior, and we fell in love when we were young, married, and through it all, we were able to have a life here. And through thick and thin, we carved out our living here in the city. And she was a woman of subtle kindness. You know, I understand that sometimes my mind gets away from me, and it's the pressures of a job, the weight of so many sashes. It can be a lot at times. But she was always there to remind me of why we do what we do. She would invite people over for dinner parties, and I try to invite people over for parties, but I just don't have the same chutzpah that Veronica did. And it is just the way it goes. But she was a good, kind woman. I sometimes said that she was the real seat of the aristocracy. But behind every person in one of these positions is another that helps and supports and gives input, and it's always necessary. But yes, she was my dove for our nearly 50 years of marriage.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
Oh, well, she passed comfortably, and when you reach an age like mine, it is a thing that happens to us all, quite honestly.
When you say behind every person of the aristocracy, do you truly believe that every other member of the council has someone like that?
At the moment, I don't think so. At least not for the Lady Alaire. Well, I believe her person was Quinn, but that confidant has gone, and though I've tried to extend a hand and the community as well, the Lady Alaire has always been a private individual, but at least, I guess for me as well, it's less of a confidant these days. But things change, yes. Lucille, she will sometimes talk to Rouge, and I suppose that's how some gossip gets out here and there, but that's the way these things work, I suppose.
I guess so.
But we all, I suppose, wish to be better people than we are, and you think after these bones got old and this hair got white that I could have figured it out more by now, but life keeps on a-changin'. You never know what the next mountain is to climb, and or can you prepare for it. You might think it's a rock climbing trip, when in actuality, it's a kayaking one.
What's your mountain right now?
Oh, right now it's this Florian. case, it is certainly a shock to have a member of the community be found a necromancer. And especially with the Ceaseless being more full of undead now, apparently, I, we are trying to prevent this from turning into a witch hunt. Because, quite honestly, I would like to hope that Florian was acting alone, but we still must do our due diligence. It is a tough balance to find.
I mean, I imagine so. It. No, yeah, I am from Kovarov, which is not exactly the most friendly towards necromancy, as I don't imagine a lot of places are, but I can understand the concern.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's always a concern, necromancy. Um, a problem that must always be tamped down from time to time, but our forefathers and forebearers have dealt with it, and so must we.
I see. It's a. You say it's a problem very often? Or.
Well, with the university, the South, a constant worry.
I see. And that reminds me, can you. I noticed that there's not a lot of. Oh, sorry, before I say that out loud, Colin, have I seen schools around in Lords?
There's like one school that is around. It is close to the Lady Alaire's estate, but that's probably the only one that you actually saw.
Gotcha. And does it, just from a glance, did it look kind of like our equivalent of like a one-room schoolhouse K-12? Or,
Pretty much, yeah.
okay. Speaking of, I noticed that, now I'm not sure if this is your role or not, since you mentioned wearing a lot of sashes, but not everyone. Um, but I did notice there seems to be just only one school for the whole town.
Yes.
Well, I'm just curious if you could tell me a little bit more about you and I guess the aristocracy as a whole, your stance on education then, while we're on the topic.
Well, of course, education is important. But it's the children that attend school here are quite honestly fewer and farther between. There, of course, we attempt to provide for the needs of the children, but mostly we view that apprenticeship programs, calling upon people to take up old businesses and traditions, works just as well. Of course, basics of reading and writing are important, but with life as it is here in Lords, the practical things usually are pushed first and foremost. And just being able to find competent teachers is a difficulty.
I see. And who is the teacher for right now?
For right now, quite honestly, it's not really anybody to my knowledge.
I see. And so, I know you said only a very few kids actually use the school, but does that mean they just go to an empty building?
Well, if there are children that wish to study, I will usually try and hire a person to have a general lesson plan, provide care, and work with families to find a location where they can begin some type of apprenticeship when they are of age. Apprenticeships do not start before the age of 13 here in Lords by law, but if there is a bigger influx of children, it is a problem that we will have to concern ourselves with. Mostly these past few years, it has been dealt with the protection of the city, the timber knights, the hobgoblins, many shortages. Once the carpentry shop collapsed. I know it was kind of funny. Part of it collapsed in, so we had to pull together and get chopping with some trees and put it back up. But with the way Lords is headed, and I do have a good feeling in my bones on it, I think that education will hopefully be a priority soon once more people start learning what a good and safe place our town is. And maybe we'll have 2 schools soon, or 3, or even more.
Well, that would be very cool. You mentioned feeling good about where Lords is headed. Where do you think it's headed?
Oh, I think it's headed towards a self-sufficient town in the primordial ring, a place for people to come and get away from it all. Embrace the natural beauty and the traditions that we have here, the community, keeping us relatively small, and eventually, with Tira and her recent work, we'll drive back the hobgoblin menace, and we might even take our boot to those necromancers, and if things go well, this is a long-term goal of ours, but the Lady Lair and the Lady Moreau and we have been putting our heads together, and we think that just squirreling some gold away year after year from the finances, maybe in 2 or 3 decades' time, we could hire out a local mercenary company and army and clear out the ceaseless, or even take the fight to the witches that live in the wood. And then we would be golden, hot dog it!
I see. And you mentioned being the master of economic planning. Can you tell me a little bit more in detail about your plan? Because you mentioned a lot of goals, but I'll be honest, I'm not one for this kind of big picture planning, so I don't quite see the paths leading to these goals yet.
Oh, of course. Well, the first thing that you have to understand is that economic planning is about the allocation of resources to solve problems. And while we have very limited resources, we have a near infinite number of problems. So it's all about prioritizing which problems we solve and making sure we don't backslide. Like, of course, one of the main things here in Lords is we don't have enough trade or an exchange of gold to be able to use that currency, so we have the lira. But that also requires us to keep a tight control on the money supply and the rates to make sure that inflation does not continue to increase, or when it does increase, to have a fairly stable rate and not deflate the value of the currency. And with everything, now that we have the mine back open, it allows us to continue our export and our trade. And currently we were hoping that the investment in Florian Van Rome would pay off in an attraction to Lords for more potential scientists and inventors. That was obviously a botched idea, But at the moment as well, it's making sure that we can get a more stable food supply and farm the lands outside of our small walls in the city. It's also about getting the satyrs to work and being able to make sure employment is on the rise. Currently, we're sitting at a 17% unemployment rate, which is bad, to be sure, but only about a year and a half ago, that rate was up to 32%. So we've almost cut it. So it's we're doing well in that regard, and at the moment it is just making sure that we have the basics of the economy down, which is increasing our exports to the local city of Belnez and to Prez and all the way down, and making sure that we can provide for our own very basic needs, which we haven't yet been able to do. Currently, we are setting forth a new economic plan under the Lady Lair to revamp the housing within the city, as with the new access outside, we are thinking that we could take satyrs and other people and put them to work as lumberjacks as well. Give options other than just the mine or in workshops or things of that nature. And if we can start harvesting the natural forests around, that would likely drive the Timber Knights away, give the Hobgoblins fewer places to hide, allow us to have an influx of funds into the city, and continue the public works that we've also been trying to start with individuals like, of course, the good Dr. Alan, and just making sure that Lords stay functioning economy once again. And Arno Bouchard gives you the largest smile you've ever seen on him.
I have a question before I can figure out how Neza would respond. How normalized is slave labor?
On the Primordial Ring?
Specifically in Kovrov, where she grew up.
So, they're not slaves if they're not considered people. So, like, it's not something that is often talked about, but, like, the tiefling population or the elf population would be paid, like, a slave wage, basically, a lot of the time just to get a job, or, many things on that part, like, if you are a convicted criminal, like, basically selling yourself to the government for 5 to 10 years, part of a punishment for such labor. So it's, in the eyes of the Kovrovians, it's not technically slavery, but to everyone else, you're going right up to the edge.
Gotcha. And is that something that they might have touched on in some of her more progressive classes at the university, or no?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how she's responding to the implication that the satyrs are going to be forcibly put to work. I think she will, at the moment, she will smile back at Bouchard, but quickly return her focus to the questions that she's got laid out in front of her. You seem to have it all figured out.
Well, we are trying our best, but again, new mountains pop up all the time.
Of course. And I know you've been here for a long time, so I'm gonna actually kind of switch gears a little bit, if that's all right with you.
Of course.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the history of the aristocracy? As the longest running member, I'm sure you've seen it. You said, expand and condense.
Yes. The aristocracy originally started out with 9 members, voting members, when Estelle was here, and after Estelle left, the members continued on in their positions, expecting her return. Eventually, the positions tried to become democratically elected, but there just weren't enough potential candidates, so it became a inherited position, which was then opened up due to a series of reforms about 100 years later after that, and now it's a position that is obtained through merit and with the consent of other members of the aristocracy for the protection of lords. We wear a lot of hats that would usually be distributed to other members of the aristocracy in years past, but with all that is going on, we've had to all assume more roles.
I see. And I've noticed his crest somewhere in the house.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that looks like a house crest over there. Do all of the aristocracy have one?
Oh, yes, this is a crest that was currently inherited by one of the older families of the aristocracy, but for some of the main members, you take upon you a crest, especially if you're the more senior members. Technically, for me, I would be chairman of the aristocracy if these were normal times. Technically, I am, but yes. Nope, but that is a crest I have taken, although the Lady Alaire has not taken an old crest, nor did other members. One of other members did not take such crests, but for the most part, it doesn't matter much. But I try to keep the traditions alive.
So is tradition important to you?
It is. It is. I think that is what keeps lords lords.
What are some traditions from lords that you can tell me about?
Oh, well, the harvesting festival and carnival is a joy every year. Come the first true snows of winter, we gather for a collective party. It used to be considered a bonfire, but that tradition has needed to be altered a bit. But we gather and we tell stories in the main town hall. The traditions that are around the induction of new members of the aristocracy are continued reverence of Estelle and belief in her over years and traditions. There are many things that make the people of Lords who they are, and the less visible ones, like a steadhardiness to not give up, not leave our beloved town when others might. It is what makes us unique.
See, thank you. Here, just give me a second to finish writing down my notes and I'll keep going with those questions. That's also out of character.
Okay.
Okay. So I do want to. I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I did promise to return to the night that you, I believe you put it, beating back the cult. Can you tell me a little bit more about your experience that night? What was it like?
That was, I suppose, that night was the culmination of something that had been building for a long time. The Lady Ducasse had taken up as the leader of this new cult. She was a part of the aristocracy. and a dangerous woman who wanted to destroy Lords itself. Her ideas would have left Lords a ghost town. She made blasphemous, heretical, yeah, absolutely, indubitably heretical and false claims about worshipping a force that claimed to be Estelle, but no. It is my job to help make sure the people stay safe from wandering charlatans like the Lady Ducasse, who was clearly using dark magic, wanted to break down Lords itself, and she made demands of building temple, food, weapons. And I told her, no, we will not do this. The town of Lords will not succumb to these demands. I'm not the strong, confident man you see today. I had to reach deep within myself. And after that happened, with the cult still continuing activities, me, and the Lord Alaire at the time, and Lady Moreau, and we all came together and, well, we made sure that we would deal with the cult quickly in the night, taking the Lady Ducasse from the bed and arresting many of the other ringleaders of the cult who had been using dark magic. We had one shot at it. Only one shot. And I will say I was scared. So scared that night that if we failed, the wrath that could have been unleashed on all of us. But it went off without a hitch. I like to think the light of Estelle was shining upon us that night. And by morning, as the fires were dying, we'd won. We had protected Lords. The only thing we wanted to do. And he just gives like this silent nod to himself. Like he's proud of what happened.
Indes is still writing down some notes before speaking, which is also half out of character, because I am too. So, if said Lady Ducasse was kind of the driving force of this, how did she get on the aristocracy in the first place? If you mentioned that it needs to be approved by other aristocracy members, right?
Yes, she is the Ducasse family. The line stretches back towards the Council of Lords. Stretches back hundreds of years. She was able to get the position from her father, who held it previously, and his father before him, and then I believe his mother, and the line just stretches back and back and back.
I see.
A once well-respected family that unfortunately fell away.
Mentioned that you said her ideas could turn Lords into a ghost town. What ideas are we talking about? The reason I'm focusing on this a little bit more than others is because this is kind of the crux of my research question, which was really what happened to Lords. As you mentioned, all the economic troubles that you're facing and all the threats from all sides, and it feels like it can be. This is just. It feels like it can be, at least in part, traced back to the infighting that this caused.
It was certainly a large impact, yes. Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry. And he pulls out a
Oh,
handkerchief and just kind of like dabs his forehead a bit.
of course. You mentioned that I believe you said Lady Ducas's ideas would turn Lords into a ghost town.
Oh yes, ghost town. Yes,
Right. What were some of those ideas?
she wanted to. She wanted to break down the old temples and statues to Estelle. Wanted a coalescing of food and other materials for sacrifices to this strange power that she worshipped, and I believe eventually she had the idea to uproot everyone in the town of Lords and march them to go find Estelle in the garden, and it totally impractical. Would have gotten hundreds killed in the attempt, would have truly left Lords isolated and alone, and people would have, some would have returned back after the failed attempt, and oh, Lords would have died out in a generation. It's not to mention the dark nature of everything that she was doing. It's just vile. It was a vile act. A truly, the cult was seeking to steal Lords right from under our nose. And as long as I live, the cult will never have a foothold in this town. Ever. And that's a promise.
You seem very passionate about this, and I can definitely imagine why. It must have been deeply impacting.
It was. It was. A formative event, I suppose.
I have another question. This one is a little bit more off topic, but I feel like it's equally as pressing. I'm sure that you heard from Tira about some of the time dilation that we didn't even know about.
Yes.
From what I can tell, it is far greater in Lords than it otherwise would be on the Primordial Ring. Can you imagine any reason why that might be?
I've been pounding the table ever since we heard word of this, that it's likely the cult, or necromancers, or perhaps even the witches, hoping that the magic fails, but I always think it's the cult. Between me and you.
Of course.
They were thrown out of this city, and they might just be trying to wait for people like myself to just die out. But who knows?
Very interesting. And she's gonna keep sketching stuff down. I see. So, I do want to turn back to. You mentioned an oath that all of the aristocracy have to take when they're sworn in. Can you tell me that oath? Or at least the tenets of it. I understand if you can't talk about it openly.
On my honor, I will protect the safety, integrity, and honor of the town of Lords. I will work tirelessly for its people, for its community, and for its welfare. As a member of the aristocracy, I will stop at nothing to uphold the city that I so dearly beloved. May Estelle guide me.
You've got that memorized.
We all have to.
And so, what does an induction ceremony usually look like?
You'd have to be inducted.
Okay. Now, I understand there are some things not even the people of the town can know.
Yes.
Is there, and now, I just want to emphasize one more time, though, that everything that we're talking about here is going to be pretty much completely confidential. If you ask me to redact something from my notes, I'll redact it. It won't go in the final paper. And when it is in the final paper, pseudonyms will be used. No one that, as well as what we call composite cases. So we might take some of your words and some of, I don't know, another person's words and tie them kind of together, make them like a fake person that told us these things, but really it's a bunch of people put together. So that way your identities will be protected. The reason I'm stressing this is because if you ever decide you want to tell me something you feel like should be known, but you don't want tied back to you, I can assure you that it would not be tied back to you. That being said, I do want to start digging a little bit deeper. Is there something that you've been dealing with lately, or that has happened in the past that you can't really tell the people of Lords about?
You can see, kind of thinks for a moment.
Can I also use the gossip power to get him to tell me a secret?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, if things here and there. The Lady Moreau, she deals with our finances and investments that keep the town of Lords afloat. We are holders in over 39 different companies across 2 rings and have our individuals trade here and there. But some of our businesses have gone under recently, and the money flow just isn't the same. I am worried. I want to get Lords open to as many people as possible so we don't need to be so dependent on the Lady Moreau. And I don't know. I've given literally all I have. And this is true. My coffers are empty. I have nothing left to my name but a few thousand lira. And, of course, the gold reserves that the city has, but those were cut into quite significantly. Honestly, the gold that all of you brought when you arrived, and the gold that Tira and the others brought, that has helped us tremendously, just paying off interest, keeping supplies open. That's why I hope for a brighter future. Because Doctor One, I don't wish to imagine.
Is there any reason you can think of why they might have gone under?
Businesses do that. I trust the Lady Moreau implicitly. I'm hesitant to order a look at some of the records, but I'll likely do it just to make sure of everything, but perhaps we've lost our touch. Perhaps we just made bad business deals. Perhaps we're just in it now. But that's what happens, I suppose. But don't worry, every bit of gold and records, contracts, things, they're all kept in my vault here in the mansion, safe and sound. So at the very least, we will always have something for the people here.
It really does sound like you prioritize the people of Lords.
That's why I went into the dunk tank. I was honestly a little tickled by it. I'd never been asked to be a part of a dunk tank before. But when you are here so long and you've had the money I had, and at this point, didn't have anyone to leave it to. I am just puddling around as best I can with however long my thread has to go. Although it's not fraying yet, I still have a good few decades in me. You wish you were feeling as good as I do when you get this old.
You certainly seem spry.
Yes. Although I must admit I am getting rather a bit tired.
Oh, of course, we can start wrapping up. Did you mean tired in this moment or tired existentially?
Yes.
I see. I just have a few easier questions to kind of guide us out of the interview. When you mention you mentioned wearing a lot of sashes, and I've seen you do that quite literally. Is there any kind of special significance the sashes have for you?
They're my posts of office. They help to show people that their aristocracy is working for them.
See? And I notice you're not wearing one right now. Is there any particular reason for that?
I'm not fulfilling one of my duties.
I see. And she'll kind of start sketching stuff down. And I was wondering, well, first of all, I just have a last kind of broad question, but is there anything that, we've gone through this whole conversation. I hope you have a pretty good idea by now what my research is looking at. Is there anything that you can think of that you think is important for me to know, or that you want people maybe reading the final product to know, but that I haven't asked about yet? You haven't gotten a chance to share?
That Lords is a great community, and that if people come, we will always open our arms wide. And for that's been true of satyrs and travelers and everyone else. And anyone who wishes to travel to Lords and to help make this place better, you are participating in a town that deserves it, and a people that do. That's what I would say.
I see. And I just have one last question. Is there, and you're obviously, of course, free to say no, but is there something like physical that I could take back with me to show my professors? Kind of, I don't know if they're gonna believe me that I actually got to speak to with the aristocracy, the chairman of the aristocracy, even. Do you have something maybe with like your crest insignia?
Oh, reaches into a pocket and pulls out like a nice like handkerchief with his insignia on it. It hasn't been used, but
Okay, I was about to ask if it was used.
would this do, my dear?
It could. Um,
Here,
I would
I
also, if you
I
had
have
anything.
a spare postman sash. Just and he kind of feels around and then kind of reaches in to a pocket and pulls out this blue and white sash.
That would work. If you also, I could also use anything like, I don't know, like a wax stamp or a sketch, something that I can like use to put maybe on copies of the paper as well. So that kind of, that way we're not relying on my own terrible artistic talent.
I I could go to my office and get you a stamp, sure.
That works.
He'll kind of wander off. Are you just waiting for him to get back?
She will remain in her seat, kind of casing the room, but yes, she's waiting for him to come back.
All right. Wait, kind of case the room. The fire is almost dead now. You got here at noon. It's about 5 o'clock now.
Oh my god.
You've been here for a few hours, and he comes back with a kind of wooden like seal, and used for like stamping down like wax on a letter. He kind of hands it over to you. There you are.
Thank you. I know it's getting late now. I didn't mean to stay this long, but thank you so much for your participation.
Of course.
If there's any like questions you have about the project or anything that you remember that you kind of want to share with me later, well, you know where to find us.
Very well. Very well. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you again. I'm sorry, would you mind showing me the way out? I'm not used to. I don't think I've been in your house before, so I don't feel confident wandering.
Oh, of course. Right this way. And he will begin to escort you out of the house, kind of to the front door, and opens the gate for you, gives you a bow.
Thank you so much.
Of
I hope you
course.
have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will go home.
All right. And as you're arriving home, I'm guessing Aoife and Alon, you are going straight back home when you arrive in Lords, correct?
Absolutely.
Imagine so, yeah.
Then you probably see Neza returning back home as you are parking the wagon outside.
Hello, Naza.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Where you been?
I got that interview done. I have a lot of notes.
Excellent.
And I also got something else that I can share inside.
Great. How'd the interview go? Was it fascinating?
It was. It was very fascinating. He seems to be truly believe that what he's doing is for the good of lords, and he I'll tell you all about it, in more detail later, but in summary, he really does wear a lot of hats. He's not exaggerating.
Sashes.
Oh, sashes too.
Eh. Alright, let's head inside.
She'll head inside.
Yep.
How did it go for you guys?
Oh, a lot of days travel for a short conversation, but it went okay.
Yeah, we didn't get, you know, like blinded or taken to a secondary location or anything. You just met us on a hilltop.
Well, that's good.
I also did some herb collecting on the route, so that was also useful.
It's great. Are we inside by this point?
Yes.
I did end up getting. Oh, first, can I go check to make sure? I'll be right back. And can I go check to make sure the key is still there?
It is still there, yes.
She will put it back on her person.
Okay.
And then she'll come.
Boudica would probably see that everyone is back too at this point.
Oh, hi, Boudica.
Hello. Hello. I have been having the most wonderful time, and I'll probably like show a floating coaster. Several floating coasters.
How many of those are there?
Like a dozen.
So many.
Okay.
Bajillion,
Well,
even.
we're gonna need to find an empty drawer that has a lock on it in case anyone ever wants to come inside of here. But, okay.
Telling me not everyone will appreciate having their drinks float.
I'm not saying people wouldn't appreciate it. I'm saying people would question it.
Fine, I guess. You could just say it's from my crazy weird old grandma powers, from my weird grandma brain or whatever, but yeah, sure, we can do your thing where we hide everything fun.
I mean, I know that you're older than I am, but I'm still a little up there, and I haven't gotten any powers from being old yet.
Well, how old are you?
Middle age, probably like 45. Well, actually, no, probably near. I guess it depends on where we're judging time from.
How old do you think I am?
I genuinely have no idea.
126.
136.
Oh, that was close.
Wow, that was close guess.
That was a very close guess.
I think you may have. I think we've had this conversation before. I don't remember if you actually said a number though.
It sounds familiar, yeah.
You did actually say it before. Way back in session 5.
Yeah. And we were like, wait, how old are you, Boudica? And then Boudica's like, I'm over a century older. And you're like, huh?
Is it the century mark? Is that when you start getting superpowers?
Maybe. And as I say that, I'm gonna like flex my muscles so it looks like I'm doing that with my mind, but in reality, I'm doing that with my body, bro. So,
No. Yeah.
how
Go
was
ahead.
the interview, Neza?
It went very well. I found out that Lords is in extremely dire economic condition, but we knew that already.
Yeah.
I also ended up getting, and she'll pull out the wooden, like, wax stamp. I know it's not a key, but it is at least printed like one. While it might not have the magic behind it, we might be able to figure out something to simulate the magic behind it.
Maybe something in Florian's laboratory with all that magic he's been cooking up, perhaps?
Maybe.
In the at the door, how big was the sort of keyhole?
I mean, it's not overly large. Like, it is, again, like the size
Like
of the key.
Like, okay, well, even then, is it like smaller than a human hand? What are we
Yeah,
talking?
yeah, it's like it is the size of like a stamper or a seal.
Oh, okay.
Which is why Neza asked for one, because that's what the other key looked like.
I'm still not sure we want to open the door just yet. Not until we know more about it.
Yeah, I'm curious what the heck is in there. What? It's
They said it was the stone.
stone,
That
right?
Lords was founded around, that the aristocracy chained up, however long ago. It was
Supposedly.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add that supposedly I believe it brought on dreams to the people around it.
It was Bear's theory that if we unlock the stone, it will return Estelle's grace to the lords.
Right. Right. Wonder what it is, like in a practical sense.
I don't know, but I know I'm just nervous because the Sentinel seems to really think it should stay away, and the so far he really does seem to be very invested in keeping Lord safe.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge. Just from a standpoint of, I, the best way I can think to phrase it is detecting whether or not something is a lie is different from detecting whether or not something is true. You get what I mean?
Right.
Um, it could be that they all believe that whatever's down there will bring nothing but ruin, and it might not be true. It could be that that is true, and they are perfectly reasonable for having that suspicion. I have zero idea, I'll be honest. Kind of hard to gauge, especially when pretty much everyone we talked to was very, um,
They're very black and white about it.
very specific in their belief, whether it be one or the other in that arena.
Yeah, I just think it won't hurt to keep it locked away a bit longer, but opening it would cause something to happen very quickly.
Right. No, I
Hmm.
agree with that.
Um,
But I do
eh,
think. Oh, sorry. You go
no,
ahead.
no, no, go ahead. Absolutely, you first.
I was gonna say, I do think that we should at least. We've been. Bear's been nothing but helpful recent, like, for a whole time that we've been here. He's never had any ill will, and also never really outright pushed us to do anything. He did kind of guide us towards the church, but he didn't ever say, you have to go there. I do feel like it would be better to at least let him know that we found a key. And maybe he can, I don't know. I don't know. But it feels wrong not having him in the loop of what something he asked us if we were willing to do, and we agreed to at least keep an eye out.
I could be convinced of that. Yeah. Uh, I was gonna ask, did you learn anything else interesting while you were interviewing Bashard?
I learned a lot about the history of the city. Um, I learned about his wife.
Oh,
I learned he's very, very, very dedicated to what he calls the safety and, well, protection of lords, which he defined as safety of body and mind of the citizens. Um, he is, again, very dedicated to that. He's very strong in his beliefs, which is admirable. I mean, he we talked about the night that the night of
right.
the
Yeah.
and he kind of gave his side of the story. He said that Naomi had been he said that leading up to it, she had been spouting these dangerous ideas that would turn Lords into a ghost town. Those were his words, ghost town, and dangerous ideas. Um,
Was he
but
specific on that one?
I did ask for a follow up. He wasn't very specific, but he said the ideas were to break down old temples and statues and coalesce food and materials as a sacrifice to the Ascendant power. He didn't use the words Ascendant power, but he did
Right.
refer to it. Um, and then eventually she wanted to, he said, uproot the whole town and go to find Estelle in the garden. I did not ask him to elaborate on that part because I feel like that would have been pushing it a little far.
Yeah, that's fair. And from a practicality standpoint, I can kind of see where he's coming from. Just like,
Agreed.
if you're struggling financially, sacrificing your food and supplies is a hard sell. Let's put it that way.
It is, but I'm wondering if it was, if that's really how it happened, or if it's kind of a twisting,
That is very fair. It could go either way.
and whether that twisting is intentional or not, or partially intentional or partially not, it's like what you were saying about it's difficult to tell whether something is true versus it being a lie.
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of shades of gray there in between.
Hmm.
Um, let's see, she's kind of just pulling out her notes and looking them over. He seems uh to be optimistic about Lord's future though. He wants to expand the housing market outside the walls. He wants to put some of the satyrs to work outside the walls as lumberjacks. Um, let's see. He thinks that although he did share with me a few fears about Lord's like currency well-being, it he is optimistic for the future, he says. He has a strong plan too, and she's flipping through her notes just like I am. He said that one of the a really great quote I got from him was, while we have very limited resources, we have nearly unlimited problems. He said that they use lira because they don't have very much gold, and so they have to very tightly control the flow of lira to help combat inflation from getting too high. Although with the mine open, that's leading to more exports. They were hoping that Florian would pay off, but unfortunately, he called that a bad investment. Right
What?
now, oh sorry.
No, sorry. I was just. What do you mean by Florian paying off?
He was hoping that it would turn into basically he made it sound like he wanted Florian to turn into a reason for people to visit Lords.
Hmm.
Um, right now he's prioritizing food supplies and farming. Um, like he said, there's trouble getting the satyrs to work, but he thinks he can get them to do that as lumberjacks outside the city. Um, Unemployment's down almost half from a few years previous. Uh, they don't have a great education system, at least not formal education. They do have apprenticeships, which in this, when they're not doing as well, you do kind of have to focus on the practical, which is also what he said. Um, but that's the highlights. I also got, like I said, a long history of the aristocracy as well.
Hmm. Well, sense I'm getting is that while I don't agree with everything he's doing or has done, given the surrounding situation, I can understand.
Right.
Uh,
He says that he feels like Lords is headed to be a self-sufficient town. He, we're, he says they're beating the hobgoblins, then they might move down onto the necromancers in the south. Um, he said that the aristocracy's been saving up to maybe go for an outside hire with mercenaries to either go for maybe the witches or just straight to the cult, he said.
uh, hmm.
He's also, uh, I'm not sure, because he also said, though, that the aristocracy is currently based on merit, and so he feels a little bit out of touch.
Merit, I thought you had to pay to get in.
Oh, you do? He explained that away by, and she's flipping through her notes again.
I'm sorry, I'm making you backtrack.
I have 5 pages right now. he explained that away by saying that their merit is because, well, they come in with, he used the words pedigree. They come in with wealth, the knowledge of the city, and the drive. That's how he explained away the merit part. And to a certain point, I guess I can understand the. Now, usually, merit, in my opinion, means the actual personality and personal ability. But in this case, since Lords is doing very poorly with their actual money situation, I can see how he might construe merit as having the money, since that is currently something that is desperately needed.
Yeah, I guess I see it.
Not
Mm.
that I necessarily agree
Yeah,
that they should be the main governing power based solely on wealth, but it is. I can understand where he got the idea.
yeah. Hmm. All right. Well. So quickly going back to the conversation, however short it was, that Eva and I had with the Scarlet Sentinel. Well, first off, and I feel like this should come as no surprise, he intends on breaking Florian out. The method there is still unclear. We tried to sort of caution him and even tried to give away that it could be done subtly, but he seems he's. Well, I should say, done without people knowing he was involved. But I honestly have no idea what's going on in that man's head right now. Also, apparently, with as far as the maiden goes, and sort of the state of her, she is currently trapped within a bubble of some sort, and while she is exhibiting or has exhibited the standard hyperaggression of those infected with, or the animals that have been infected. There's nothing but her within the bubble, so it's kind of hard to gauge what her current temperament is. And that's the sort
Is
of.
Chloe around to hear that?
I would hope not.
Make a
I hope
physical
not
check.
too. Oh,
God damn it.
because I imagine as Elon is starting to talk about this, Naze is like looking around, kind of just. She's not great at physical, so I suppose she's not looking too hard, but.
She's looking. She just has her
She-
glasses off.
She's doing a quick cursory glance and doesn't see a small body, so she's like, alright, might as well be good.
What's the roll?
Sorry.
Neza got a 0, I got a 1.
Right.
Okay. In that case, then, yeah, don't see anything. Doesn't appear to be there.
Given Florian's research, I am still confident that we can help her. It's gonna be difficult to get those last couple ingredients, but I think we can do it.
I think at least, um, to get some of that electricity, there is potentially that weapon Pascal told me about, that's outside the Tempest Wood.
Right.
That'll
Uh,
probably be easier than going into the wood.
sure. What was that again?
That was, I believe, um, that is a good question. I do remember he told us it was out there. Oh, it's Exlore, I believe. It's a lightning bolt in the form of a weapon. There's some kind of vault out there.
Say vault?
Correct, yes.
Hmm.
Made by some ancient mage.
Of course. Hmm. Well, all right. How do we want to sort of handle this?
Uh,
Well, I mean, first of all, with as far as Bear's concerned, again, I could be convinced that we should tell him. Again, you're right. He's been nothing but good to us.
he has been nothing but good to us, but he does still. I mean, he's that eminence of wisdom.
Oh.
He does,
Sure.
have things he wants, and I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
it may be kind of like teasing him to like mention we have the key, but mention, oh, we don't know what we're gonna do with it yet.
Well, it's.
Well, if it helps, we still need, I think, 2 other keys. And
I thought
to figure out,
3.
yeah, 3, but
Oh, right.
trying,
Bouchard's
trying to
stamp.
convert,
Yeah.
yeah, 2.5 then.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
We're.
we
Well.
should-
Go ahead.
Sorry. Maybe we should wait on that decision. Like, maybe we should wait to tell him about the keys once we know what we're gonna do with them.
Well, I guess that's a decision we're making at the moment. Is when to tell him. I find that, well, if nothing else, Beryllion is possessed by extreme patience. So I don't think, and like Naza said, one way or the other, we're still not in a position to act quite yet. No matter what the sort of consensus ends up being.
Additionally, he's, as well as being possessed by intense patience, he's very, very loyal. I feel like if we filled him in on a little bit more of what was happening, he could be a very good resource on protecting Chloe when we're not here. After all, I don't really want Aspasia to have to take on that burden alone if we ever have to go somewhere like to the Tempest Woods.
Yeah. I
I feel like we shouldn't tell him about Chloe. I can agree to mentioning the key to him, but I feel like we should really, really be keeping Chloe under wraps.
Why was that? This is not me being accusatory, I'm just asking you to tell me.
No, I know. I just with her power, she is in a lot of danger, and you know, Florian sent her to us, and
Right.
I just feel like she will be safer the fewer people know about her.
Hmm. Yeah, get that too.
Another one of my concerns, though, is that because she's so powerful, it might attract even more powerful enemies, adversaries, maybe, people that are looking for her. And while we do seem to have the Sentinel on our side, he can't be here at all times to help.
Sure.
And I'd mean this in the kindest way possible, but Bear said it himself too. He doesn't have a lot to do during the day.
Eh,
Wherever out of town, it would be great if we had somebody who was also capable. I'm not saying that SPCA isn't, but multiple people that are very capable to be
I'm
able
gonna
to
say
take on
no.
any threat.
I'm gonna say don't knock Aspasia's
No, she scares me.
capability.
She scares me very much.
Good.
But two is always better than one.
That's true.
And there was still the matter of, now I understand that's probably out of the question now that Chloe's here, but there was the question of whether or not to let him live in the house.
Well,
And if he does, he's gonna run into Chloe eventually.
that is true. Well, for one thing, stripping back all the other layers, there is a man who has been nothing but good to us who lives in an abandoned house next door to ours, and we offered him a room. I don't feel comfortable rescinding that offer.
I mean, what if we don't rescind it, but just tell him the repairs on the attic are taking just a bit longer? Can we at least go over to find Exlor and have, the Aspasia can take care of Chloe just for these couple days, and then we make this decision when we come back. See how everything has fared when we're gone for a couple days.
What's the travel time like? Colin.
You don't really know. Probably about a week. But, like, you don't know exactly where this Eklor vault even is.
A week
Right.
there or a week round trip?
Like, you
Well,
you
took
guess,
us-
like, if it's near the edge of the Tempest Wood, like, it could be, like, it's at least going to be 4 or 5 days to get to the edge, because you saw the Tempest Wood once, basically, when you went to the Church of the Neverborn and, like, the very edge. But where exactly Pascal's little vault is, I don't know.
Right. Still a little hard to gauge. And at some point in the near future, the Sentinel's going to try to break Florian out of whatever holding area they've got him in.
And and if he comes here to collect Chloe and sees Bear
I
try
don't.
and
He's
protect
not
him.
gonna come.
I
He
don't
did say
think.
that Chloe was safest here, and
Yeah, I
wanted
don't
to
think
leave
that's
us
his intention.
Okay, that's good.
However, that's not to say that he doesn't try to stop by. I doubt he will. He's very much the mission-minded type, from what I can make.
Well,
So
I think he did say he'd try to contact us after he got Florian out.
he would try to contact us. That could mean he'd send a letter. It could mean he comes knocking on our door to tell us something. It could mean he just poofs out of thin air and is hovering over us in our sleep. I honestly have no idea with that guy. I guess that is another point to consider. Is by telling Bear about Chloe, would we also be possibly endangering his well-being? I feel it's entirely possible.
I think.
I mean,
maybe... Sorry, you go ahead.
we could very well be, honestly, because Florian does not like him, and I assume the Sentinel probably doesn't much either. based on the
Almost
flowers
certainly.
coming out of his eye. So either of them might have the visceral reaction seeing Bear with Chloe.
That's true. That's kind of what I was worried about.
Yeah.
I can agree to your plan, Etho, where we tell him after we get back. I feel like if we do follow that plan, we should tell him about the key and progress on the other's keys before we go. Then we come back and let him know about Chloe. And additionally, though, telling him doesn't have to mean telling him everything. If we could just, he trusts us a lot, at least as far as I can tell. If we just say that she's a child that we are taking care of and needs to be kept very secret. She's very important, but we can't exactly share why. I'm sure that he'd respect that and keep the secret with his life.
Exactly. I think
I can agree to that plan.
Yeah, there is information that we have gathered that is really need to know basis when it comes to certain people that we know, especially since we're kind of towing the line with a few things here. I'm sure you'd agree with. So let's.
Yeah, you're right. But I can. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you first.
I was just gonna say I can agree to telling him about the key now, as long as we agree to put a hold on telling him about Chloe, at least until we get back. At least. I still would like to assess the situation when we get back and not just immediately tell him. Just
I
because we
agree.
don't know where things are going to be at in a week.
Yeah.
Naza?
I can agree to that.
Alright, sounds like we have a plan.
I'll try getting him to come over here. I'm always looking for an excuse to practice that telepathy thing.
Fair enough. Hang on. Yeah, can it wait till morning, though?
I suppose
Yeah,
so.
just sitting here. It's kind of got me beat. Did this all day.
It can. You guys have had a long day already.
And ew, I haven't conducted many interviews in the past, but it's exhausting.
Oh, it can be. I'm definitely all tired out socially, but I don't mind the work that I do.
Oh no, I understand that totally, but tired's tired. um Ilan will go to check on the girls.
They are asleep at this point, but
Okay.
yeah.
Is Chloe still set up in Ilana Aspasia's room?
Uh, Chloe's been set up in Diana's room since she is going to
Oh.
be more long-term stay, but Aspasia basically built her a bed while you guys
Nice.
were gone, which for Aspasia it was like a day project,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
making it up, put it in there.
Mhm.
If you were to talk to her, the girls wanted a bunk bed, but with their propensity for potential trouble and making things float, Aspasia didn't want a potential floating bunk bed. So,
Well, we have to worry that we have to look out for the fact that they might try to make the bed float and make a bunk bed.
yeah, pretty much. So,
Boy. All right.
yeah, but she's in
Nice.
there.
All right. Um. Yeah. After he checks on them, make sure everything's good in there, he'll head to bed.
Gotcha. And are the rest of you heading to bed then?
I think so.
Okay. And as you head to bed, do you want to quickly get done, you guys calling up Bear in the morning?
Um.
Or do you want some time to get yourselves in order for the Bear conversation for
Yeah.
next week?
Yeah. I'd prefer that personally.
Okay. In that case, as all of you take a complete rest, it is here we will end the session. And we will pick up next week with all that happens.
That interview was
Level up?
fascinating.
It was.
That
I
was
do
really
just
cool.
want to say that was really fascinating.
Also, congrats on you did make it an hour.
Yeah, yeah.
I did, and I had a lot more questions, but
Well,
Bashar
apparently
indicated he was tired.
Well, apparently in world you went 5 hours. So
Insane.
As we pick back up in the City of Lords, it's about 10 a.m. in the morning, and the day is yours to do whatever you like.
I guess we gotta talk to Bear.
Yes,
Yeah,
we should
alright.
do that. Let's invite him over for coffee.
Let's not invite him over. Let's meet him somewhere outside the house.
Okay.
Just because we're not telling him about Chloe yet. So it might be a little weird if he comes in and there's a child in here. An extra child.
This is true. This is true.
Maybe you can just convince them that Diana's running back and forth really quickly. It's a new power.
Is that Aspasia?
No, that's Colin.
Can it be?
Sure. Why don't you just convince Bear that Diana's running back and forth very quickly?
I think that's a great idea.
That's a
gaslight him.
joke.
We can just gaslight him anytime he asks about a child. We can be like, "What child? You're seeing things, dude." But I don't want to do that because Bear is my friend, and I don't want to employ psychological warfare on my buddy. We can meet him outside.
Yeah, I mean, what's the weather outside like?
So it's towards the end of fall. It's a little bit overcast as all the trees have begun to shed their leaves. But, it's not raining or precipitating or anything.
Yeah, it's a nice enough day. We can just invite him on a walk around town.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can all, maybe we can ask him to show us how he gathers some of the wild berries that he does. Or just the walk, that's fine too.
I mean, I'll eat some berries. Yeah, whatever works.
Whatever works. Sounds like the best policy right now. Let's go and meet him.
All right, so are you guys going to go find Bear?
Yep.
Yep.
Gotcha. You'd find him around a very small fire that he's got in his regular little hovel. He'll kind of smile at you guys as you approach.
Oh, good morning, fellas.
Morning, Bear.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing well this morning. How about yourself?
Oh, I can't complain. Oh, do you need any help with anything? I don't really have a lot planned these days, 'cause, well, everything's starting to slow down a bit with the weather and things like that.
We actually did want to talk to you about something. Do you want to go on a walk with us?
Oh, yeah, okay.
And he'll get up and, yeah, like a little reluctantly, he kind of shimmies out of his heavier blanket. But, he kind of gives you a smile and will begin to walk. Is Aoife there? I should ask.
Oh yeah, no, I was joking. She
Okay.
is invited. I just meant
Good, I
to
wanted
if
to
we did the
clarify.
berry fest.
I mean, nothing is stopping me from skimming out the top while we pick the berries. I will be eating berries.
If you're here, I don't intend to ask about berries. That's mostly a joke, I promise.
Uh-huh. Yes, Aoife is there. They would have gone with, regardless of whether or not they were explicitly invited.
Okay, I assume so. So, as you all are walking around, Bear kind of like looks to you as you're walking, kind of expectantly.
So, we found. I don't know that I have permission to say how, but we found Naomi's key.
Oh, that's great.
And I have something from Bouchard that's not a key, but we might be able to use it to counterfeit one. It's roughly the same shape that the key should be. It just doesn't have the magic behind it.
That might make things rather difficult. I mean, we could try, but I don't know if it would work. But we should give it a go, nevertheless. It never hurts to try. Plus, with a bunch of smart people like us putting our heads together, I bet we could make a pretty good counterfeit.
Exactly. We can try our best.
What is the magic in the keys anyway? Do you happen to know?
Nope. I've
If
never held one.
Neza is going to look over at Aoife almost, like, pleadingly.
I don't know what you want from me.
Here, and she'll kind of making sure nobody else is around. Where are we at this point?
Where are you walking to? I should ask. Are you just around?
Secluded area. Yeah.
You wanting to be like at Rayleigh's Park?
Sure.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
That should be good.
I like hanging in Release Park.
I want
Yeah,
to
it's nice.
go there today anyway.
Then that's
Then-
where you are.
Making sure that no one else is around, Neza will kind of very, very carefully pull out Naomi's key and offer it over to Bear for a second.
Whoa. Can I touch it?
Of course. I would like it back at some point.
Oh, no, yeah, of course. Where did you find this?
And he kind of like grabs it. very gently, like he is very unsure. He doesn't want to break it or something.
Neza will look over to Aoife.
Uh, we the ware's not really important. We just found it.
Oh, okay. And he's just gonna look it over, kind of look around. Maybe we could use the Ascendant power to get some more info out of this thing. You guys
We can
want to give it
try.
a shot?
Sure. Boudica, have you ever tried to use the Ascendant power since we came back from the obelisk?
Not yet. I'm more of a punchin' person, as you know, but suppose there's some way I can try to use it.
I bet my parents wish I could say the same.
Huh. Yeah, it's
Well, you know, I've kind of been treated like a witch, and Neza kind of has powers like a witch, and Boudica looks like a witch, so we're a real coven. I'm sorry, there was a joke. I'm sorry.
Neza is laughing.
You can see Bear like genuinely looks to you as like, oh god. I was trying to be funny.
Never.
I'm so sorry. And I look
No,
like
it
the
was
witch.
funny.
Oh,
It
I'm
really
joshing-
was.
I'm joshing with you, bro.
oh, okay, sorry. I just.
I'm a
Ooh.
It was Josh.
I'm cool and hip, okay? It's cool.
Oh, okay. Just I didn't know
Cool
if that
and hip
was.
that I'm old and lonely and sad.
I'm no, you're not sad. You
How
are
would you
old.
know?
And that the cruel hands of time have done this to me, and I'm gonna flex my muscles.
Oh well, hey, maybe the hands aren't so cruel then. And he there kind of flexes his own, like relatively, like skinny arms. Maybe time needs Hey, does time have room for any more clients at their gym? That would be something I would enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, I mean, if we combine our abilities, then we might be able to learn a little bit more about the magic in this thing. If we,
Could certainly try it.
all right. You guys want to hold hands?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, then kind of making this circle, Bear is gonna like place the key of Naomi down at the center. So we're trying to learn what the magic in this thing is, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's try and concentrate on that. And if we all three focus, then we should be in good shape, huh?
I suppose so.
And for this, we are going to be making a check with the Ascendant power. Because all of you are doing this in a coven, you will make a mental check at benefit 1. Because sets of 3 spellcasters are more powerful.
Oh man. Not the mental check.
It's the mental at benefit 1. You know it.
I'm going to roll. I just don't want to type it out and I'm being lazy about it, so I'm going to roll my 10 dice and then one more because I get 11 for mental checks.
Okay.
Benefit 1.
6 successes.
Very nice.
I rolled. I can't. 2 successes.
Whoa.
Dang. And I only
Wowzers.
rolled 2 dice.
So then 6 plus 11 successes then. That's very good. in that case, as all of you are focusing, the ascendant power begins to flow into this item, and it's like you guys are just able to passively feel the magic inside. These particular keys were created using high magic, and like from that general power source is where they derive, and it's almost a checking with a similar high magic signature which is on the door. So technically, if you can just get an object to match with like the shape and signature that is on one of these seals, then like you can get in.
Does that mean the wax stamp unaltered would work?
It means the wax stamp unaltered would not work.
Okay. It
Yeah.
needs the same magical signature?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like a checking system. But if you can somehow replicate that and like put that same signature into the wax seal, then it would work.
Is there a way to... So, I know it was made with high magic, but are there like subtypes of high magic?
There are different manifestations of it.
What I'm asking is, if we pour the ascendant power into the wax stamp, could we conceivably create something that matches the door?
It would be very difficult. So the ascendant power isn't high magic, to your knowledge.
Oh, sorry, I'm mixing up my lore. Never mind. Ignore that. I thought I remembered asking if it was high magic, but that was something else.
We can always check Florian's notes. He was just messing with all different kinds of magic. So maybe
That's a
he
good
knows-
idea.
So maybe he knows how to make some high magic.
He was dealing with converting, with some more of that stuff, yeah.
Maybe we can even find a way to convert the ascended power into high magic. Or something.
You're not allowed to get mad at me, Aoife. That wasn't me. That's out of character.
Shaking my head.
Wait, you can convert different types of magic into other types of magic?
We don't know if we can yet.
Oh, well, if you could. Hey, that might save us a lot of time.
It would.
Then, honestly, we would just need to get wax stamps or things like this from other individuals and infuse them, and that would be that.
Exactly. It will need further looking into, though. But it's good to know that if we can just copy the magic signature, then we can pretty much just crack the case.
Yeah. Hey, man, this is incredible. Good thinking, Boudica.
Yes, when my brain cells connect, I can sometimes do some good things.
Well, that and when your axe connects with things.
The brain is a muscle.
That's right.
Oh, I gotta
Right?
work that out. I have to work it out. Oh man, that's the leg day I've been skipping.
You're funny.
Thank you. A couple of years of misfortune can do that to you, but I am a bit silly.
Yeah. You can see Bear thinks, I might see if I can look into this with others in the devout. You know, we have some books back in the Church of the Neverborn that might be able to help with getting something close, or maybe we have resources that could help, but this would be very cool. But I sense maybe we should keep this under wraps for now
Yes.
Do we know what we're actually doing?
Very much so.
Okay. Then I'm following your lead. I mean, you've already made a lot of progress. And Bear will like pick up Naomi's key and hand it back to you, Neza. Just keep this safe, okay? We've worked a long time to even get one.
I will.
Okay. So, what are you guys doing next?
We're still figuring that out.
Okay.
For now, maybe we'll just hang around town and help out a little bit more.
Nice. Maybe I'll see if I can just look into anything else, or just keep my ears out, you know? In case there's any opportunities.
Thank you.
I'm sure we brought this up to you before, but, and I'm sure you've noticed, but Tira is very, very anti-cult.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Oh, I've noticed.
yeah. I was just gonna say be careful.
Yeah, but honestly, there are a lot of people who aren't really fans of the devout, so you know, I'm kind of used to keeping my head down.
Neza is trying not to side-eye.
Okay. Well, I don't want to be out here too long with you guys in case it attracts unwanted attention.
Right.
But thanks for keeping me in the loop.
Of course.
By
Do you wanna
chance,
Oh, sorry.
I was just wanting to ask if the room in the house would be ready by winter.
Out of character, how is it? Just like 3 days until it's considered winter? Is it?
About 4 days, yeah. Because Orfel, kind of the turn of the new year, is when winter officially starts. It's already getting cold, though.
We're running a little bit slow on getting the room ready. But in a couple days, we'll at least be able to tell you how much longer it should be.
Okay, thank you. I just need to know if I really need to pick up the pace in gathering firewood.
Yeah,
I
we'll
would
let you know
say-
as soon as we know.
I would say hope for the best, but expect the worst in this situation. We're
Cool.
trying to get it together as fast as we can, but we can't really give you a definite date on it, and I know that's
No, it's
frustrating.
fine. I've spent a lot of winters out here. I'll just make like a busy beaver and get to gathering.
All right.
How long? How many winters have you spent just out here?
In the town of Lords, like 5 or 6.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully this will be the last one. Or not. The start of this might be the. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm okay to spend more winters in Lords. I would just hope that it would be inside somewhere.
Yeah. No.
Okay, take care, guys.
Do you want some help gathering the firewood? I don't think the rest of us. I mean, I don't mean to volunteer everyone. I was just saying I personally don't have anything else today that I know of.
I
Well,
mean, I'll help. It's something to do.
sure. Just any firewood would be nice, and we can take it back to my little crash site when we're done.
Y'all are gonna need my help, and I'm an expert on lifting heavy objects.
Alright, then, are you guys helping Bear collect firewood?
Yes.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Because we love him.
Very fair. Then all of you can make physical checks to see how much firewood you personally help to carry.
May I add wild strength to that?
You may.
Thank you.
Is there some way that I can attempt to give myself a boost with the Ascendant power, physically speaking, so that I can carry more?
Sure, make a mental check for me to see just how much you are boosting yourself.
Yes. Oh, it's not rolling. I promise there's more. Give me a second.
Why aren't you just rolling all the dice at once?
Because my macro wasn't working, and so I had to split it up that way. I got 3 successes.
Okay, then you can make your physical check at benefit 1.
You know what? I'll take it. I got 1 success.
Hey, very nice.
I got 10 successes.
Did you roll that at benefit 1?
Yeah, because I prestiged my physical stat.
Did you set your physical back down to 5?
Oh man, I forgot to do that. Sorry about that. I'll re-roll
Yeah.
then.
Well, we'll just take the first 5 dice. So
Okay.
that would, I mean, it'd still be 5 successes. So
I remember we totally talked about that, and then I just did not change it on my sheet.
yeah, that's the important part about prestiging.
Yeah.
The prestiging is one thing, but you gotta set it back down to 5.
Yes.
With that though, Boudica, you are an absolute beast carrying about a week's worth of firewood back, like, by yourself. Are you, like, chopping down a tree and just bringing it all back to Bear's place? How are you wanting to do this?
Well, you see, I'm gonna take my trusty hatchet. I'm gonna go ahead and find a nice, delicious, thick-looking tree, and I'm just gonna, almost as if I'm a trained lumberjack, chop it in a way where I can harvest the most wood from it once it comes down. And once it does, I take my time, like, cutting it apart and just, like, taking the rest of, like, the tiny pieces and putting it on the stump and cutting it like that. And I gather up all the little twigs and things to also use as firewood, use like fire starters or whatever, and I kind of bundle them up. And I take them over to Bear's dwelling, and I say, "How is this good? Do you think this could help you make it through like an hour?"
No, that's a good amount of firewood. No, yeah, that's gonna help me a lot this winter. Thank you so much.
Are you sure you don't need any more?
I mean, I could always use more, but this is good for today.
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and try to settle it.
Holy
Next to-
biscuits.
And you can see Bear is just looking at the stacks on stacks on stacks of your firewood, plus Aoife's and Naze's and his own as well. Which, I mean, he's got about 2 or 3 weeks worth of firewood to keep a fire basically burning constantly, so he doesn't freeze in the winter.
I know a certain chrome dragonborn that could help with that.
Perhaps. But at this point, it would probably be about 5 o'clock in the evening when you guys are finished helping Bear with the firewood, and anything more than that, and you would start to get levels of tired, because I'm not sure if all of you have chopped firewood before, but it is a physically exhausting task.
It is very hard. I think after Boudica gets like the initial amount, she's gonna kind of be like, "Oh, actually, I'm very, very tired. This is a lot of work," and I think she'll start to make her way back to the house.
Fair enough. And would the rest of you be heading back to your house?
Yeah, I'll head back.
All right. Then, as all of you head back and get settled, Aspasia is fixing dinner for Chloe and Diana and Alon, you guys as well. What seems to be like this really nice spiced chicken with some like vegetables and some like freshly baked bread as well. Just a nice hearty family meal. And as you go and you eat dinner and finish things up, is there anything else you are doing for tonight?
So I'll kind of say to everyone else, do we want to go get Eklor soon, or do we want to wait on that? And out of character, do we want to wait until Dalton is back for that?
There might be some.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
Wait.
we should wait.
Fair. Yeah, I imagine it probably to actually look at the world map. Because we established before, we don't really know where Eklor is, right? Just that it's somewhere on like the edge of the Tempest Wood.
Correct.
Correct. So as far as we know, there's not really undead to worry about over there, right? It would just be like Timber Knights and Hags.
Pretty much, or whatever else is in the wood. You haven't been over there before.
Or whatever else is in the wood. That's fair.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Can I attempt to divine close to the location of Eklor? Using the power, or no?
You can make an attempt. I'll say make a mental check for me.
Okay.
And the higher you roll, the closer you can divine towards it.
Gotcha. My macros still aren't working. That's okay. Ah! Can I use 2 hero points on that?
Sure.
Okay, that's 5 successes.
5 successes. Then what is it looking like as you are concentrating on Eklor?
I think at first Neza just says, I'm gonna try something real quick, and then puts her like head down and kind of closes her eyes and folds her hands on her lap and just looks to be almost like really deep in thought, or maybe falling asleep. It's hard to tell.
Gotcha. And when you are thinking about Eklor, what are you imagining?
Essentially what Aoife told us, that there is a sword that can channel the power of lightning somewhere near the Tempest Woods.
Okay. I'll say for this, if I roll 3 and up, you will get the exact location of Eklor. As you
That
are,
could not have been closer.
it could not have been closer. As you are focusing then, taking breaths, you feel yourself almost leave your body thanks to the Ascendant power. And as you are just feeling your own breath go in and out, you feel the breath of Boudica, feel the breath of Aoife, of Aspasia, of Alon, And then that range of power just goes out and out till you feel the breaths of miners out in the Offray pit. Feel the breath of birds in the trees this night. And as you continue your focus, maybe an hour passes as your range of awareness passes by the Church of the Neverborn and then settles on what appears to be this old shack at the edge of the Tempest Wood with this large gold pillar, like shooting out of the ground maybe 50 feet. And as that awareness comes to you, you get the sense that you have arrived at a location brimming with electrical power, and this other force is just guiding you towards this place like a guide, just helping you find what you want to see. And in this moment, Neza, you believe that you have, again, found the location of the weapon that you seek.
I think at that, Naza's gonna open her eyes and just kind of say, who has the map?
Probably you or Alon, honestly.
I don't have it in my inventory, so I'll just grab it from Alon
Okay.
and kind of try to circle, like, where I remember the location being.
Gotcha. Then it is circled on the map.
I believe it's there. I did a little, I tried a little bit of divination. There's this big shack with this huge gold pillar, and it's brimming with electrical energy. I think it has to be there.
Okay.
Did you reach out just now? How did...
You
I
looked
don't
like you
really,
fell asleep.
I don't really know how to describe it. It was like I was almost transported there. Not physically, of course, but it felt a little bit like it.
Interesting.
Was it guarded, did it seem like? Or was it just there?
Did I see any guards?
No, you saw no one else around.
No, it didn't seem like there was anyone else around. That doesn't mean the area won't be dangerous, but it at least didn't seem like anybody was intentionally guarding it.
I mean, that golden pillar you saw, it's kind of weird that that didn't attract anyone else.
I wonder if it did and they all died? Meaning it's dangerous? Or if nobody goes into the Tempest Wood enough. It is weird though, I agree.
Alright, well, now we know where we're planning on going.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it took us about, like, 3 or 4 days to get to the church before, right?
Correct.
So it'd be reasonable to assume the weapon is, or Eklor is, like, about another day or so out?
Probably.
Okay. Well,
We
maybe. Go ahead.
We should make sure that we're properly prepared, because we don't know exactly what we can see, what's waiting for us out there.
I agree.
Yeah, we should properly prepare. But maybe we should go soon. I honestly really want to check it out. And I mean, collecting firewood was fun and all, but I kind of prefer going out somewhere to just sitting around town.
We don't necessarily need to sit around town. We can still help people, but I don't know. I think this is a pretty far journey, and I want to be properly prepared for it, because we don't know what could happen.
I mean, okay, do you know if people really need any help around town right now?
We can ask.
Yeah. That is true. I'd say maybe we could hop down to Maltris University, but that would be a much longer journey in game.
It really would, and I'm worried about leaving Chloe alone for that long.
Well, Aspasia is here.
Well, that's true. I didn't mean actually alone, but and
Alright.
with it getting a lot colder out, I would like us to reach at least some form of consensus on if we're, and if so, when we're offering Bear the attic. We don't have to talk about it now. We could probably wait for Elon to feel better.
Yeah.
But, I don't know that I want to do a 40-day journey, give or take.
Mhm. Well, I mean, if we want to be more prepared, we could. Agnes might want to come along. I note that I haven't invited her before discussing it with you all. But she did express to me that she did tell me she was still kind of hurt about being passed over before. So maybe she'd want to come along on this one. It's just to the edge of the Tempest Woods, so it should be less dangerous than going inside. Maybe, depending on what's guarding Eklor, because rationally speaking, it's not unguarded. There is some form of trap, if not something there guarding it. Otherwise, I have no idea why it would still be there if not for that.
I agree. I meant about the guarding part.
Mhm.
I suppose if Agnes wants to come along, that is fine.
Are you just saying it's fine, or is it actually fine?
I can make things work. I have no objections that are reasonably based.
You can just say no if you want, and I won't be mad. Just do it
I,
before
I
the
know
offer.
you won't be mad, but Agnes will, and
Well,
it's
she,
okay.
she, like I said, I haven't extended the offer to her yet, so I'm not offering it and then taking it back.
If everyone else is alright with Agnes coming, I am too.
Suppose.
And Alon's asleep, so he can't say no.
Mhm. Sorry, Boudica, you suppose what?
Just said I suppose. That's all I said. That was the end.
Hmm. Well, Boudica, it is up to you, I guess. My vote.
I said I suppose.
So you suppose
That's
you
old
want her
lady
along?
speak for yes.
Okay. I don't talk to old people.
You talked to me.
Old
all the
people
time.
don't talk to you either, so it's okay.
Yeah. It goes both ways, I agree. Okay, well, I'll ask if she wants to come along, and then do you guys want to make any more preparations and then head out? I assume, what time of day is it right now? Tomorrow, I imagine, but
I'll probably. I think that what we can share with Bear is that we're going to go get something that we believe will help us against the disease that we've talked about. But I think that's vague enough. What do you think? It gives a reason for us to be out of town. And is truthful.
I mean, we could also just say we're gonna have to check something, but I don't see an issue with telling him that we're looking for something that might help with the virus.
Alright, and we should be back in about 2 weeks if everything goes right. Right?
I'm about 10 days. So that's like I think technically with how the calendar is set up that is about like a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's true and very ethnocentric of me. I apologize.
As you should. Yeah, okay, so tomorrow I'll talk to Agnes and you'll talk to Bear and then we'll do any other preparations we need.
Sounds good. I feel like maybe Boudica should talk to Chloe too to kind of explain that we're going away for a while. But
Yeah.
we'll be back.
Yeah, of course.
Then are you guys doing anything else tonight? If not, then all of you can head off to bed and take a complete rest as the following morning finds you after a peaceful sleep. The day is yours.
All right, I will. Probably once Agnes's shop is open, so like 9-ish, I'll head over to talk to her.
Okay. Yeah, about 9ish. Head over to her shop, and you can see Agnes is just handling a customer who is buying what appears to be some cooking supplies and some gardening tools. As they leave, Agnes kind of sees you and smiles. Hello, Eva.
Hey, Agnes, how you doing?
I'm doing well. What can I help you with?
Good. I actually wanted to know, Neza, Boudica and I are heading, close to the Tempest Wood, but not in it, in the, we're starting that probably today or tomorrow, and I, wanted to know if you would want to come with us, maybe.
Yes, I would.
Alright, cool, good. Um, alright, I'll let you know. I think we're heading out today, unless anyone has any other last minute things. But I'll, I can come get you when we're ready.
Yes, thank you. I'd like that.
Of course. All right. Well, I'll see you soon then.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. Of course. I hope you enjoy it.
I hope so too. Nothing too crazy, right?
We honestly don't know. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too crazy, but it's the kind of thing where, because it seems like it's not going to be crazy, it might end up being crazy.
Oh,
Uh,
that might be even better.
maybe. Just you have weapons and all that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fine. And if anything happens, we'll be right there. And we, if things go too south, then we will just turn and run.
Right. All right. Well, just come and get me when we're ready to leave, I guess.
Right. I will. Right. And then I will head back to the house.
All right. And as you're doing that, as Aoife is returning, Neza and Boudica, you two doing anything?
Boudica is gonna prepare herself a cup of coffee, and then she's actually gonna head out to Rayleigh's Park so she could just sort of sit and enjoy it, because she knows we'll be going out soon.
Very fair. Then you can sit, enjoy Rayleigh's Park. You probably see Arnaud Bouchard out on his walk as he's just going to give you a nod and a wave as he's sauntering by.
I'll
But
nod and wave back.
he's not stopping to like talk or mess with you or anything. He's just, about.
Yeah, I figured.
And Neza, anything from you?
Yes. She's going to also prepare coffee, except this time she's going to make two, and she's going to do her best to focus on keeping them warm and also walking without spilling them.
Okay, very fair.
Specifically keeping them warm, trying to use the Ascendant power.
No roll required. If you just want a heater for your coffee, that's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll try to find Bear in his typical spot.
Yeah. In that case, you find him there, and he seems to be eating some morning berries and just chilling out, and kind of looks up and sees you. Oh, 2 days in a row. I'm lucky.
Hey, I brought you coffee.
I love coffee.
And I was very careful not to spill it this time.
Oh, thank you.
And he'll kind of greedily take it and take a little sip.
Mm-hmm. Really warms the bones.
I'm glad. So we're going to be heading out for about a week, to try to find something that we believe might help with the virus. We finally got a solid lead on where it might be. Um, I did end up using the power a little bit more,
Oh,
and I used it to divine the location of our what we're looking for.
nice.
So and she just kind of like shrugs. Yeah, that's. We're gonna be back in about a week. But we just wanted to update you, so you weren't like out of the loop.
Okay, and wait, but can you explain to me? I'm still a little confused. You're going to get this thing for what reason?
We believe that it might be able to help with the virus. Um, Before he left, Florian gave us some instructions, and we think this is the closest approximation that we can make of following those instructions.
Okay. Um,
And you can see Bear's just trying to like think about it for a moment.
is Florian a bad guy?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I mean, nobody can really be certain about anything. I like to think he's not. He hasn't done anything to us. He is oddly anti-cult, but most people are.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a bad guy.
Okay.
He seems to be genuinely trying to help in whatever way he can. And so, because of that, we are trying to help too. I know we talked about Florian getting arrested. I mean, hell, the whole town's heard by now, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But just between us, I don't. The charges probably aren't what they seem.
Okay.
Aoife and Alon don't. Well, I don't want to single anyone out. We are still all trying to figure that out too. But we don't think that he really did what he's being accused of, at least not in the way that it seems. I'm sorry, I know that's really vague, but that's truly all we know
Wait,
at the
we get
moment.
an innocent man. Is he sitting in jail when he didn't do anything?
What do you mean we?
Well, we were sitting outside just kind of watching. And
That's right. At the time we didn't know. We really weren't sure if the charges were true or not. It was only after he was arrested that we came into the information we did.
right.
And it is very, very, very sensitive information that I don't think he'd want us. Hell, I'm surprised he even told us. We're definitely not sharing it with the aristocracy to get him out of there. Although, did Aoife and Alon tell us that the Sentinel wanted to break him out? I can't remember if they shared that or not.
I don't remember, but I think we probably would have shared that, or at least not hidden it.
But Florian, I'm sure, has a plan to get out. And we're not just gonna let him sit there rotting away if he is innocent. I think we've told you before that he is close friends with the Sentinel. And I'm sure you know anybody that crosses the Sentinel has got a lot to answer to.
Right.
So I'm sure he'll be okay.
Well,
In the
it's
meantime,
just that because the Sentinel has kind of not been great towards the devout, and
yeah,
Florian hasn't been great towards me, and we believe that the Ascendant power helps to manifest through. You call it a virus. I don't think that's what it necessarily is. I'm just worried. I trust you, but I'm just a little concerned. I'm I support you though. I mean, you all have done so much for us. I just want you to be careful. You know?
I know. And trust me, I am not a fan of Florian. Especially not for his behavior and attitude towards you or anyone else. But at the moment, I think we're all just trying to do the best that we can with the information we have.
Okay.
And hey, if it turns out that that's on the wrong side, well, we can fix it. Nothing's unfixable, and it's not like we're going out there and really doing anything but acquiring an item.
Nisa, some things are unfixable. Look, You've been here for a little while, but I've seen friends die. I've. Bad things can happen, especially when you're the target of a lot of this town's hatred. But just know that I don't want to see any more of the people that I'm supposed to help protect die. I mean, I have to sit and watch our prophet get burned every morning. So, there are things that we can't fix. Just please remember that. Not everyone's an aether soul and can shake off a crossbow bolt to the chest. I mean, look what it almost did to Agnes.
You're right, I'm sorry. It was I wasn't really
I
thinking.
know what you meant, but I'm just be careful. But I support you.
We'll come back. Not just in one piece, but
Not in multiple pieces,
no,
please.
no, that's not what I meant. I meant we'll do better than come back in one piece. I don't know what that better is, but we'll be back. We're not gonna die. Eva, her game plan is if it turns out to be too dangerous there, we will just turn back and run, prioritizing our lives over the item.
Okay.
I'm just make sure the item doesn't do more harm than it's worth.
I truly hope that it doesn't.
Okay. Do you want me to do anything while you're gone here?
Actually, would you mind waiting here for just a second? I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ace gonna jog back to the house, and I assume there's like a stockpile of coffee, like there's not just one half-empty bag.
Yeah.
She will grab a few, and then like a spare pot. And I assume, okay, so how are we making the coffee? Do we do like a pour-over style, or is it a French press?
Probably a pour-over style.
Neat. She will grab a few like extra filters as well. And probably enough for about 10 days. And a mug. So, pot, coffee, mug, filters, and run back over.
Okay.
If you wanted to, brought this back for you.
Oh.
I can go grab a kettle from Agnes's shop if you want, and you can make coffee every morning.
I can get a kettle. It's fine, but no, thank you.
Of course.
Help keep me toasty. That and all this firewood that you guys gathered.
Yeah, Boudica's really great at that.
Boudica can chop things really well.
It's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad she's on our side.
Yeah, she can go chop chop.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes she bashes, too.
Impressive.
It is, truly. I have no idea how she's still active at her age.
Who knows? But thank you.
Of course, and I promise we'll come back.
You always do. I'm not worried.
See you in about a week.
Okay, see you in a week.
And if we'll, or nope, and Neza will head back to the house.
Wrong character. Wrong character.
Damn. Power gaming over here.
Aoife will head back to the house, and so will Boudica, and so will Alon, and so will everyone.
Entire ton of lords right here in the house.
We throw a housewarming party about a year too late.
Mm-hmm.
We never did do the housewarming party we talked about doing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we didn't. It's a little late now. We have a secret child.
Outdoor housewarming party in the middle of winter.
Yes. Barbecue.
Barbecue.
I don't know that a barbecue is the best idea for a place that does a daily profit burn.
It's only insensitive if you're in the cold.
Yeah, they're not sensitive about it. They're like, hell yeah, kill the bitch.
Hey!
All right.
That's my great-great-grand-aunt cousin.
You know what I meant, bro.
No, I think it was funny. I think you should call her a bitch again.
Only in the context of that bitch.
Do you know if your great-great-grand aunt uncle was a girl that poops or a bitch that shits?
What?
Answer the question. You know, back in my
No.
day, back in ye olden times, that's how you knew. That's how you knew if you were worth your if you were worth anything, if you were a bitch that shits, if you're a girl that poops, who cares, bro?
I think answering that question might count as blasphemy.
It's fine. Shannon just operates on like a whole other level of existence over here. She knows things like we can't even like comprehend.
Who is Shannon?
I was about to say, who's Shannon?
Oh, Boudica, okay. I didn't realize this was in character for her.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks to back when we were like using fake names in the last campaign, and Vex is like, "Hi, my name's Shannon." I get flashbacks. 'Cause I did that. That was me. That was my funny joke.
Haha, funny.
Yeah.
Funny. We have all arrived back at the house at this point, right?
I assume so.
Alright, so I did talk to Agnes. She is very happy to come along. And I told her we would just come get her when we were ready to go.
Sounds good.
Puppy, come on. Sorry, he just woke up and immediately started hissing at Porkchop.
What?
And that was no bueno because I'm right next to them and I don't want them to start fighting right next to me.
What foreshadowing for our journey.
Right. Well, I am honestly ready to hit the road whenever you guys are.
I suppose I can be ready.
Well, if everyone else is, I'm ready to go.
And out of character, is Alon coming with us, or is he just staying back at the house to do stuff?
He'll probably come with you guys.
Okay.
He'll probably be along.
Gotcha. Well, once everyone is ready, I will go round up Agnes.
Gotcha. Are you taking the wagon over there, pulling up?
Yep.
Pick up the bitch
User,
in
we're
the hot
going
car.
All right. Then, as you guys are pulling up to the Wayfarer's store, it is still open, but through a window you can see that Tira is inside, and basically Agnes is running her through how to run the store, and she turns around and sees the kind of cart pull up, and she will like turn and begin to leave, as Tira is just going to be looking out the window and will kind of give you a wave, Aoife.
I'll give her a wave.
And then she's just going to stare daggers at Neza.
What? Why? Nasa's giving a friendly wave.
It's still daggers. But,
Nasa is visibly confused, and then afraid, and then she sets her expression right again, and turns to face her feet in the cart.
okay. Agnes will walk out with a pretty large pack, as well as kind of over her shoulder, like this spear that she has, like almost like a boar hunting spear. She's got kind of a belt with rope and some pockets and knives as well in it. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Agnes, you ready to go?
Yes, I am. And she's just going to like scurry up and sit there on the cart.
I was gonna offer her a hand, but I think she got it.
Oh, if you offer her a hand, then she'll take it. Kind
Oh,
of
cool.
getting up. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm ready for an adventure.
All right, let's go.
All right. Then, as you guys are heading out, making your way towards the site of the legendary weapon, the roads that you guys are going to be traveling are well traveled, especially as, again, like mostly miners are making their way along this path. And with the Briar Hearts, like having some pretty decent patrols along this route, you're pretty safe for most of the time traveling. So at least on the way here, it's not going to be a skill challenge to make it to the weapon. On the way back, maybe. We'll see. Was
Why
there...
is that?
What?
Why is that?
For... Because it's well protected?
No, I know. That's why I'm stressed about why it might be more dangerous on the way back.
Oh, because I don't want to have to roll and do a skill challenge for that little area. I mean, on the way back, it's kind of going to encompass the there and back portion.
Oh, okay. I was just very. I thought that might
If
have
you
been
want,
some
if you
really
want to do two
sadistic.
skill challenges, then
No,
we can
not
do
at all.
that.
I thought that was some really sadistic, like, foreshadowing.
No,
I
Jamie,
apologize.
I don't target players. It's not my style. But is there anything you guys want to do while you are traveling on the road? Any conversations you want to have or things like that?
Nisa is journaling
Okay.
as often as possible, so she doesn't have to talk.
Can I one one or maybe a couple of the nights we're camped? Can I invite Agnes to spar? Just kind of, I'll be using my saber for this, but just to kind of get a feel of her combat ability.
Sure. Agnes will kind of smile and settle in. So how do you want to do this sparring thing?
Oh boy. Okay. Here we'll just take a couple hits at each other. We'll go just to the first blow for now. So if I hit you like this, and Aoife will just kind of gently tap like her arm with the flat of the blade, then that's a point towards me.
Okay. Hold on. And Agnes will go into her bag, and she kind of has this cover that she's going to put on kind of the edge of her boar spear just to like cover up the edge so it like can't cut anything. It's like used for practicing. She kind of looks to you expectantly.
Oh, I don't have any covers like that.
Do you what?
I wasn't going to.
It's okay. I just won't get hit.
You are. Can I look around in just the stuff we have in the wagon real quick and see if there is anything I can use to kind of, just like cover the blade? Just in. Aoife was gonna be careful to do like the flat of the blade anyway, but just as a little extra assurance for Agnes.
I mean, there's some spare like cloth that you can wrap around it.
Here, yeah, I'll just wrap the blade in this, but I wasn't figuring we would go very intense yet anyway. Just, this is very much just a practice session for now.
Okay. And Agnes will kind of pick up the spear and do a little twirl with it. And she'll kind of look to you as if kind of wanting you to make the first move.
Alright. And yeah, Aoife will go ahead and step forward, just, at this point, kind of giving like a fairly slow swing of the saber, just to kind of feel out Agnes's reflexes.
Gotcha. Agnes then kind of looking at it will twirl the spear a little bit with the flat of the boar spear, just kind of parry your attack away.
and Tifa will kind of swing again. A little bit faster, but still like more controlled, being as careful as they can not to actually draw blood from Agnes if they hit.
Gotcha. Then Agnes will once again parry and then come back around so like the butt of the boar spear like impacts into the center of your chest. Not hard. She's still going pretty slow, but it's just a bah.
Shit, nice.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. That was Tifa will just kind of like pat her chest like it's fine. That was a good hit though.
Yes, I mean, we were being taught by some of the Briarhearts, and well, it's a move that I honestly learned from Gregory.
That's good. I didn't fight as much with Gregory, but he seems like he'd be a good teacher.
He's very good. A little harsh, but I figured that I would need the harsh ones to keep up with you guys.
Yeah, can never be too careful. Not out here anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, best 2 out of 3.
Sure. And Agnes will kind of like readying her stance. Let's have a contested physical check.
Sure.
No.
Ooh. I would like. I'll. Actually, may I add wild strength?
Sure.
That's. Are we going by successes?
Yeah.
3 successes.
Gotcha. To Agnes's 0. So how are you getting by her defenses this time?
I think Aoife's very light on their feet, so they're more dodging than parrying. And kind of after dodging one blow, kind of swing the saber around and pressing the flat of the blade, kind of probably against like Agnes's like side.
Okay. Okay. You got me. You're very fast.
Yeah, try to be.
Right. Okay. And, she kind of, like, looks at you and, like, really begins to concentrate. And this is kind of signal that she's beginning to activate her lock-on power.
Interesting. Okay.
So, let's see here. Yeah. Make another contested physical check for me.
Another contested physical. Okay.
Whoa. She's got a chance.
Can I use my uncivilized power to throw Agnes off?
Oh,
And give Aoife, not in like an actual like aggressive way, but because Aoife's my friend.
Is Agnes
Specifically,
not your friend?
I didn't say that. Just, I assume being a little bit more antisocial on the journey counts as breaking societal conventions. And I would like to, one of the powers, or one of the consequences of that is throwing off an NPC and causing them to become flustered. This NPC is more prone to making mistakes.
Yeah. Okay. Then she was gonna try
Daisy's
and.
not doing anything, but she's just being. She's just writing.
Okay. Then, yeah. In that case, Agnes was probably gonna try and use at least a hero point or two to try and, like, match Aoife. But for a moment, Aoife, you can see as Agnes is coming at you, she kind of sweeps the boar spear, making you kind of jump. And as she's twirling around, there's a moment when her eyes kind of catch and look towards Neza, who kind of just quickly glances up, goes back to journaling like she doesn't care. and there's just this beat where Agnes falters, and how are you getting the hit in, Aoife?
I think probably against the shoulder. Probably just fast enough, seeing that Agnes faltered, and then kind of realizing a moment after that wait, Agnes shouldn't have faltered there.
Hmm. And Agnes kind of like stops and curses a bit. Shoot. Well, I'm still getting better, but I'll be able to hold my own, I promise.
Yeah, you did good. Are you all right?
Yes, of course. Never better. She kind of smiles. Um, this was nice. I mean, I do like sparring with you.
Yeah. If you ever want to spar again, let me know. I like doing it. It's a nice excuse to get the blood pumping.
As we travel, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
And Agnes will kind of resume her stance once again and just try and go through the paces with you, as you know she's definitely like improved. Like she can actually use this spear. Like she's not like a professional warrior with it, but she's no slouch. She's had the training from Gregory and Tira, and definitely the motivation to get, decent with it. She also doesn't have a magical weapon, so
Very fair. I would give her one if I had more than one.
fair enough. Then, as you are traveling, doing all of that, is there anything else you guys wish to try and do or accomplish as you are traveling towards this weapon?
I think Boudica would at some point talk a little bit to Alon about, oh, kids are fun, aren't they? But that would have to be when Dalton is here, out of
Yeah.
game, I think.
Alon says Alon things back, and Boudica says Boudica things back. Dalton, while watching this recording, says, yes, that sounds very accurate, Colin. Then thank
True,
you,
I
Dalton.
was there.
Yeah.
It just happened to my buddy Dave.
Yeah. And I'm assuming Naze is just continuing to be antisocial in journal.
I think so. Probably about halfway through the travel, or at least about maybe on the fourth day, she'll try shooting a telepathic message over to Bear, just checking in, making sure everything's going well.
Okay. And what message are you trying to send to him?
Still alive so far. Journey's going well. How are things back in Lords?
Same old, same old. Firewood's going good. Apparently they're holding the trial for Florian soon.
When?
In the next few days. He's been in the jail for about a week now.
Can you hold on for just 1 second? I'll be right back, I promise.
Okay.
And I think Nasa shuts off the connection, jumps up, and, or I guess if they're in the cart, she just kind of sits forward rapidly and goes, they're holding the trial for Florian within the next few days.
Oh,
Well, that's not good.
Is that something we wanted to be there for? We can
I-
always make this journey again.
I mean, if it's a... this is what, like day 4?
Like day 3 or 4, yeah.
Day 3. I don't know if we'd get back in time if we turned around. Well, do you... I mean, you're the one who has studied lords. Are there trials like death penalty? Or, like, what are they gonna do if they find him guilty?
I haven't studied that part yet. I think Agnes would be the person that knows best.
So it depends on the crime that's been committed. Um, I still don't know exactly what Florian's done.
He's Let's pretend he's accused of something pretty darn bad.
Like murder?
He got accused of necromancy.
Oh,
And child trafficking.
okay, that's much worse than murder. They do not like necromancers at all in Lords. It's probably death, as imprisonment is too dangerous, because the necromancer just might break themselves out. And you can't exactly exile them, because they'll just go with all the other necromancers.
How many people does it take to operate the cart at a time?
1.
I thought so. If we take shifts and move as quickly as we can, we might be able to get the journey done faster if we just keep going and don't stop except to switch seats.
Do they even let? We're not. Who is allowed to participate in the trial? Is it like anyone can come in and give their 2 cents, or is it like just a thing with the aristocracy, or?
The aristocracy sits for large trials like this, but they call witnesses and give testimony.
I have to... Give me a second to think. And instead of thinking, Neza is firing off a telepathic message to both Aoife and Boudica, saying, if I had to guess, that's when the Sentinel is going to make his appearance.
Are we able to respond to her telepathically?
Yeah. If Neza wants to.
Sure. I'm not petty in this moment.
Just we'll see for the future. Um, are you thinking we should be there when he does it? Is that why you're wanting to get back there?
I wasn't saying we should get back there, just I know that's important to all of you, and I was wanting to know if you wanted to go back there for that.
I don't know. I would like to help Florian, but the Sentinel was pretty adamant that we stay out of that. That he was worried about us being found in connection to Florian. So I don't know. I don't feel good staying away, but it could also. I don't see a good outcome either way.
I think truly I'm neutral. I think that we should continue our mission. After After all, I mean, how can we be accused of helping Florian escape if we're not even in the city? I don't feel right just continuing on either, but additionally, this is something we're trying to do to help Florian. I would rather we come back with at least something to show for it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably best if we keep going.
Hazel will then lift her head and go, "Okay, done thinking. I think we should keep going."
Agnes is just looking at all of you because I'm assuming while you're speaking like this, Agnes is just sitting there like looking back and forth as like she's not stupid. She knows something's going on. And she just goes, okay. So what have you thought?
That we should keep moving. I'm
Huh?
gonna go back to daydreaming now. And Naza turns to the other side and just stares out into the distance like she had been.
All of you watch as Agnes is just sitting there, like, mouth open, like, incredulously. Are you alright?
Yes?
And like, Agnes is just looking around at Boudica and Alon and Aoife, like, I'm not crazy, am I?
She
Needs a-
just gets like that sometimes. It's fine.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's not supposed to mean anything,
Sorry.
man.
You
She can be like that though.
She do be like that.
Just blame it on my period and move on.
Okay?
I miss the days when I could do that. But I can't anymore.
You can see Agnes just, like, nods. Like, yep. And then she's just going to, like, slowly lay back down into the cart and just, like, do like a hard half turn over. But you guys are continuing on.
Right after that happens, Naza will think back to, or, shoot the telepathic message back. To Bear, specifically.
Okay.
We had a discussion about it, and we're gonna keep going on our original path. Can you let us know what happens at the trial?
Okay. I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. How's the coffee?
Oh, it's really good. It's all warm. I've gone through a lot of it. It's kind of giving me the shits a bit, but I'm loving it.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. But,
I think I pissed Agnes off a little bit.
oh?
Trying to not interact.
Well, maybe you should just, be the bigger person? I mean,
If
it's
she
a small town.
If she can convey a frown.
See, Bear is gonna convey a shrug. Look, it's a small town, and sometimes people can be not nice. If I held a grudge against everyone who was kinda iffy to me, I'd have a lot of grudges, and grudges can be heavy things to bear. I would know I am a bear.
Nasa would laugh at that. I guess so. I'm not happy about it, but I'm sure that I will warm up to the idea within the next few days.
Okay. And if you ever need to talk, I mean, I'm just an ascendant power away.
I could say the same.
Well, I mostly just talk about the berries or, coffee or just kind of walking around. There's not a lot going on with me in the wintertime, I'll be honest here. Like, even just kind of seeing a new bird is it's a big deal.
Sorry. I'm not laughing in character, I was laughing in Aoife's message.
Fairly accurate, yeah.
I like emojis. They're fun.
Well, if you ever want to tell me about any cool birds you see, I'd be happy to listen.
Well, today I saw a fat gray one. It had a yellow beak and it had short little legs, but it had these, like, wings that I didn't think it could fly with wings that small, but it could fly with wings that small. Maybe Aoife could turn into one of the birds and then they could talk and we could, have a cool conversation, because, those birds, those are neat.
I'll see if I can convince her.
Mm-hmm. I saw a red bird that was pecking at a tree. It didn't look like a woodpecker, but it sure sounded like one.
Very interesting.
And he's just gonna go on describing birds for as long as you'll let him.
She will listen to the entire thing.
This is gonna be hours of him just relaying all the birds he's seen over the past week.
What else is Nasa doing? She'll listen.
Out of curiosity, I don't remember if we established, but I am not able to like speak in common while I'm polymorphed into an animal, am I?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, well,
Unless
there's
you're an
reason to be
animal with,
trusting.
like, vocal cords. Like, if you're a parrot, then sure.
Oh, true.
So, I mean, there is a way.
This is why.
Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I don't know. Would I guess to use mimicry, I still would need vocal cords.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using mimicry, technically you could mimic. I mean, you could probably get a bit closer. Like, it would be really weird. Like, it would be like a dog trying to speak English. Like, there'd just be
Like-
some sounds that you couldn't make, but you could get
Like
close.
those videos of the dog howling and it sounds kind of like I love you.
Yeah. Yeah, you could be like, oh, okay, like, I can kind of see what you're trying to say. So it could help. Well, it's
Get
just,
a horror movie out of that.
it's really fucked up.
I was gonna say, this is why we need to teach Aoife to read, so that we can do, like, an animal Ouija board.
Oh my god, we could spindle so many people. No? Damn, alright.
Good God. But as your travel enters its final day, on the 1st of Orfel, as you begin to arrive at the location of this weapon, supposedly, it begins to snow. These big flakes falling from the sky, drifting around all of you slowly as you grow closer to the Tempest Wood and see that, like, there's this stark divide between this wall of storms and heavy rain and, like, lightning and fury on the other side of, like, the wood, and then, like, the soft drifting snow on the other. A sharp divide between regular lords and the domain controlled by the hags. But as you follow the map, as the cart goes up and over the horizon, you see, Neza, a familiar sight. This ruined-looking abandoned shack that almost looks kind of charred, as if it has been burned at multiple areas. And then this large golden pillar that is actually kind of thinner, almost like this great lightning rod of sorts. It's used to conduct electricity. And as you are approaching, Agnes kind of sits up. Is this it?
Yeah, there's it's called Eclor. According to NASA, it's in there.
Oh, okay. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
Right? Yeah, I'm ready to get closer.
I am as well.
I suppose so.
And just looking around, like it still seems quiet around here. We don't hear or see anything moving around us aside from the storm front.
No, it seems relatively quiet, calm except for the slowly drifting snow. Just a peaceful area. At least from what you can tell.
I so don't trust like that. But let's go.
Alright. Then, as all of you begin to head into the house, it is here we will end the session for today, as all of you can take a level up.
Oh, yeah.
Level up.
Mm-hmm.